Okay, Dame is going back to the Blazers. 3 years, $42 million. Before we do any basketball stuff, this is just cool, man. Because, I mean, if this didn't happen and Dame ended up on a different team for the last, legs of his career, we all still would have thought of him as a trailblazer anyway. To just see him in that jersey for, I mean, obviously we still don't know the future, but to see it for at least a little while longer and a decent chance we see it for the rest of his career, not a guarantee, of course, but still, that's pretty cool, man. He's, of course, going to be out for this whole upcoming season, and then it's going to be 2 years in the deal where, the no-trade clause, I was surprised to see that in there, partially because it's just surprising to ever see it. I'm assuming Dame asked for it. And yes, if you would now like to do what the final return was for the Blazers after the Dame trade and after getting Jrue and then trading into the Celtics and the Ayton saga and the Bucks picks and the whole thing, they got Dame by the end of it all. As far as the basketball and how Dame is going to look after rehabbing for this entire upcoming season, with the Achilles, I mean, he's 35 as of 2 days ago, 6'2" guard, jump shot is still going to be real, he's still going to have the handle, he's still going to have the playmaking. I do think you might have to cover for him defensively kind of hard. As far as getting to the basket, drawing as many free throws as he's drawn, similar to KD, I would expect a lot of that to go down. Not saying it's going to crater, he's still going to be a very smart, crafty guy, but an Achilles injury at this age is a lot. And then defensively, yeah, you're going to need good defenders around him, which the Blazers have and I assume will have, with Kamara and Klingon, and Jrue will still be under contract when Dame is back. If Jrue is on the Blazers, it's of course a pretty big contract, and I mean, based on how this previous season went, we'll see where the next few years of Jrue's career goes as he's 35, but I think defensively he should still be good, and he can play either guard position. And then of course these guys were just really good defensively the last chunk of this previous season, so okay, there's defenders around Dame. Now, we're going to fast forward a couple of years. Thinking about the backcourt, there's things to figure out there with lineups and who's just on the team, right? Because Shaedon Sharpe is extension eligible right now. Scoot has one more season, and then he's extension eligible. He was, of course, much better in his second season than his first one. And again, you're paying Dame $14 million on a not very long contract, so it's not as if everybody needs to get out of the way for the sake of Dame, and also Dame's just, by all accounts, a super chill dude. So I don't think he would make any headaches for people, and I've never seen anything about Scoot or Shaedon to believe that they would also make it difficult, but while Jrue is still on the team as well. So we'll see with how all that goes. Then again, we're not going to be seeing Dame for this upcoming season at all, but in 2 years, I mean, yeah, you can picture Donovan Klingon just setting bear hugs as screens to free up Dame for his pull-up jumper, and I still think that's going to be there. We can also picture, depending on lineups and various things like Young Hansen and Dame having some sort of a two-man game if their lineup minutes just line up like that. And then as far as the rest of it, you might hear my AC now. I mean, look, Denny's contract is descending and he just had his best season for them. Jeremy Grant, he does kind of feel like the forgotten guy sometimes when you're thinking about this team. Yeah, he wasn't as good this past season, didn't shoot as well, has missed games. Can't really imagine he's in their future like that, but okay, pretty much with, at least 1 year fast-forwarded, Dame could be stepping into a situation where, I mean, we'll see what the contracts are and all that, but it's a team that could use just a dude who can make tough jumpers off the dribble, and I think it can be equipped to cover for him defensively. And then the fact that Dame is still in the building, yeah, that's cool, man. And if we think about just aging, and I mean, we've seen Clay come back pretty well from the Achilles. I mean, Clay had more than just the Achilles. KD doesn't get to the rim as well as he once did, but still, his shot making goes crazy. As far as guards being able to go into their mid to late 30s, I mean, we got Chris Paul and Kyle Lowry right now. Obviously not the same players they've been, but the core of who they are, a little more so for Chris Paul, because he still has his crazy assisted turnover stuff, has been able to maintain. Lowry might be washed at this point. He averaged 3 points for Philly, but still, he was able to hang on for a while, right? Toughness, the passing was still pretty good anyway. To be fair, as I say this, Chris Paul is not on a team right now, and Kyle Lowry is. It's why I believe that the core of Dame, being a shooter off the dribble, a real threat shooter off the dribble, can still hold up. If we can think about guards who have dealt with injuries and fizzled out really quickly, who were real offensive players, you look at Kemba Walker, where once the knees started to go, that was it. It wasn't a gradual decline, it was just, he's just not good anymore, and then Celtics get off of him, little Knicks stint, little Dallas stint, Kemba's gone. So we'll see. Again, he's going to be able to shoot. He's going to be able to shoot off the dribble. He's going to be able to run little off-ball sets to get open. He's going to be able to make plays for guys. But again, this is really cool.
In a stunning twist few saw coming, Damian Lillard is reportedly finalizing a deal to return to the Portland Trail Blazers, the team he spent the first 11 seasons of his career with, after suffering a devastating Achilles injury during the 2025 NBA playoffs. Just months ago, Lillard was fighting to bring a championship to the Milwaukee Bucks, but his postseason came to an abrupt and painful end on April 27 during Game 4 of the first round, when he tore his left Achilles tendon. Following the injury, the Bucks waived Lillard, opting to stretch the remaining $113 million on his contract over 5 years to create salary cap space. Now, at 35 and expected to miss the entire 2025-26 season recovering, Lillard is turning back to his roots, inking a reported 3-year, $42 million deal with Portland that includes a player option for the 2027-28 season and a full no-trade clause. While the financial details are modest by superstar standards, they're heavily supplemented by the money still owed by Milwaukee, meaning Lillard will earn an estimated $70 million this coming season despite not stepping on the court. Sources close to the situation suggest that the move is deeply personal. Lillard, who still maintains a home and strong family ties in Oregon, had offers from several contending teams, including the Lakers, Celtics, and Warriors. But after heartfelt conversations with Trailblazers, GM Joe Cronin and head coach Chauncey Billups, Lillard felt the pull to return to the city that drafted him 6th overall in 2012, and where he became a franchise icon. Though he won't play this upcoming season, his leadership is expected to have a major impact on a young and promising roster that includes Scoot Henderson, Robert Williams III, and Toumani Camara. Fans and fellow players alike have been vocal in their support, with social media buzzing about Lillard's loyalty and storybook reunion with Portland. For many, this return is about more than basketball. It's about legacy, healing, and finishing what he started. After years of trade rumors, a painful exit, and a brutal injury, Damian Lillard is once again a Trailblazer, and the city of Portland is ready to welcome their hero home.
After Damian Lillard is back with the Blazers, so we have some big news, breaking news, and this definitely shocked me. I was surprised that Damian Lillard signed with the Blazers because the reports that came out maybe a week or so ago, it seems like I always say, it's never a done deal until it's actually a done deal, right? And we see things that happen. This is also something I always say in this channel also, is that the deals that get done are the deals you don't hear about, right? So we didn't hear any noise or rumors about Damian Lillard going back to Portland. We obviously know he, loved it there and he really didn't want to leave. But we didn't, at least I didn't, really see any rumors Damian Lillard back to Portland. What we did hear was a lot of noise that he was so impressed with the meeting with the Celtics and it just seemed like he was going to go there and all that stuff. So when I saw today that he signed with the Blazers, I was shocked. I did not have Damian Lillard going back to the Blazers on my bingo card. So I was really shocked that it happened. Again, we all knew how much he loved it there and how much he did not want to leave, the first time. So it makes sense why he went back from that standpoint, but still, I was still shocked. So let's talk about Damian Lillard to the Blazers and what this means, for them moving forward. Because I don't know if you remember, but they also picked up Jrue Holiday in the trade that they did with the Celtics recently, where they gave them Anthony Simons. And what's crazy is the Blazers had Jrue Holiday back in 2023 when they traded with the Milwaukee Bucks and gave the Bucks Dame. And then the Blazers gave Jrue Holiday to the Celtics, who essentially just gave him back to them. So now Jrue Holiday is literally back on the Blazers after he was given up from the Blazers to go to the Celtics, right? So a weird coincidence, I guess, right? So not only that, but they also got Robert Williams, who is still on the team, from the Celtics. So in a way, the Blazers turned Damian Lillard into Damian Lillard again, Jrue Holiday and Robert Williams. And I think, if I remember correctly, they got a pick, or they got Toumani Camara. I don't remember if he was drafted yet and they just got the rights to him, or if they got the pick to draft him. I forgot what it was. But regardless, I believe he was part of that deal in some way, shape, or form. So they turned Damian Lillard into those 4 players. Like, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. They got Damian Lillard back and got more for him. Like, it's as if they never lost him. So that is definitely crazy. So obviously Damian Lillard, though, is, rehabbing from his injury and stuff like that. So he's not going to be available next season. So we can take next season out of the picture in terms of like what Damian Lillard, will do for the Blazers and stuff like that. I guess he could technically return at some point in the postseason, but I don't think they're going to rush him. So I don't expect to see Damian Lillard there next season. But he signed a 3-year, $42 million deal with the Blazers. Like, again, I was shocked that it happened just because I didn't see it coming, because we didn't hear any rumblings about him going back there. But I'm not shocked in the sense that we knew how much he loved it there and he did not want to leave the first time. So it definitely makes sense. Like, I am not surprised that he would want to go back. And I don't know that the Blazers... It was weird because towards the end of his tenure with the Blazers, like, the reports came out that it just, like, and we don't know because we weren't behind the scenes, but it felt like it was, like, kind of rocky a little bit, the relationship. Like, it seemed like, from what we heard, again, we don't know all the information, but from what we heard was that Dame was trying to contend for a championship, and he was like, okay, put some pieces around me and stuff like that. And what the Blazers were doing were drafting younger guys. Like, I think Scoot Henderson was drafted while Dame was still there, if I remember correctly. So it was like they were drafting and picking up younger guys who are not on Dame's timeline. And so I didn't see any report that they had a bad relationship after that, but it just seemed like they weren't on the same page and stuff like that. So again, it just threw me off that Dame went back to the Blazers. But the part that I find very interesting, again, is that Jrue Holiday is there too. But you also, as I just mentioned, have Scoot Henderson. And Scoot Henderson is a point guard. Jrue Holiday is a point guard. And Damian Lillard, again, not going to be there next year, but he is a point guard too. So I know that inkling is that the Blazers are trying to become more of a contender now, although obviously, people aren't going to pick them to win the championship next year, but they're trying to build more of a win-now team. Fair enough. But I don't really understand the logic unless you're just doing this for locker room purposes, because Jrue Holiday, of course, besides being a very good player, is someone you want in your locker room any day of the week, champion on and off the court, like such a good role model to the younger, guys in the locker room, teach them how to win. And again, he could still play and one of the best defenders, in the league. So from that standpoint, I totally get it. Like, I understood why the Celtics traded him because of the money purposes, and obviously because Jason Tatum was hurt, they were even more strapped for cash, because it's not even like they could be like, well, we'll win the title next year if we keep the team together. So I understood the financial aspect as to why the Celtics traded him. At the same time, though, I'm like, my question still is, my question was when they traded him, and it still is now, is that when Jason Tatum does come back, and they traded Porzingis too, when he does come back, they are hoping to be a championship contender that year that he comes back. And so my question is, when he does come back, are they going to be able to build a championship roster? And I don't know what the answer is. Like, yes, they have Derek White and Jaylen Brown and stuff like that, but are they going to be able, because honestly, they got Jrue Holiday on a steal, because again, he was traded to the Blazers for Damian Lillard. Like, the Bucks wanted Dame because Giannis wanted Dame. So the Blazers, not that they were just going to take anything for Jrue Holiday, but they weren't planning on getting Jrue Holiday. At least I don't think they were, right? So in their minds, making a trade with the Celtics was a good deal for them regardless because they were getting assets back, which they weren't going to get if they didn't have Jrue Holiday to begin with. So, like, it was a win-win for the Blazers no matter what. So, again, not that they were just going to take anything, but, like, they knew they were going to, you know, have a benefit to a trade. So, the Celtics kind of got lucky in that sense to get Jrue Holiday on a sort of discount in a way because, like, many other teams would not be trading Jrue Holiday. Like, he would not be available most of the time. So I say all that to say, my question about the Celtics still is, I get the financial implications and everything else, but when Jason Tatum comes back, are you going to be able to build a championship contender? Especially because Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are going to be on these super, super large contracts. They're going to be taking up a large portion of the cap. So it's not going to get any easier. So that's my only question for that. But going back to the Blazers, they are, like I said, in a good position. So, like I said, I'm a little confused about the Scoot Henderson combo with Jrue Holiday and then with Dame eventually. But if they're looking at it more of like those guys will play but also mentor the younger guys, then I understand. But like, my whole point is just like there's only one ball to go around, and like you can't have, you know, Damian Lillard being the starting point guard when he does return eventually, but then you need Scoot Henderson to have the ball in his hands so he can develop, right? So that's my only like question about that. Like, you got Damian Lillard, who is like the face of the franchise, even still coming back. Like, he's still the face of the Blazers. And then again, Jrue Holiday, I love Jrue Holiday. So I always, you know, love him being on any team. In general, though, the Blazers, again, I don't think they're going to win the championship next year. But with their moves, because let's think about the roster for a second. Scoot Henderson, Jrue Holiday, Shaedon Sharpe. I mean, listen, I think people forgot how good Shaedon Sharpe is. So they have Shaedon Sharpe. Like I said, they still have Robert Williams. His health concerns is, you know, always a thing. But they still do have Robert Williams, who, when healthy, is a really, really, really good center. Like, really good center. Like, the Celtics loved him when he was healthy. It was just the health that was, you know, the problem with him. So you still have Robert Williams. You also have Donovan Clingan. So you have young guys, too. Like I said, Tumani Kamara, who had, you know, a pretty good year last year. Denny Avdia, hold on a minute. Denny Avdia is on the roster. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty positive he's on the roster. And he had a good year last year. He really played well. So I'm not saying they're ready to contend for a championship, but if we think about their roster, it's like, wait a minute. They have a lot of talented guys, and now they have veteran leadership who are, well, Jrue Holiday's a champion. But Robert Williams obviously went to the finals with the Celtics. So now they're starting to build a good mix of young guys and veterans. So I'm kind of liking what they're doing over there. Like, I feel like a lot of people are trying to go the OKC model in a way. Like, obviously that's kind of, well, that's what every team is trying to do because they want to win a championship. But what I mean by that is I feel like a lot of teams are trying to get their 3 or 2 stars who hopefully turn into like a superstar like Shea. You know, like that's what teams are hoping for. But teams are trying to get their, you know, 2 stars. And then what they're trying to do is just like find their version of, you know, Alex Caruso and Isaiah Hartenstein and stuff like that so that they can build out the roster accordingly and have, you know, players on the roster who are going to defend, you know, have high IQ, bring experience and stuff like that. Because with this CBA, as we always talk about on this channel, it's like impossible to keep everybody together because of all the implications of the second apron. So you're going to have to find somebody like a Jrue Holiday who, again, we all know what Jrue Holiday is, what he does. But on, you know, being 36 or however old he is, you are going to have to, or he's going to be at a sort of discount in a way. So what I mean by that is he's not Jrue Holiday at 29. Fair enough. But Jrue Holiday at 36, I still want him on my team. Just like, you know, Alex Caruso is obviously younger and still in his prime. But I'm just saying, like, teams are going to be looking to kind of just add these, maybe they might be older players who are a little bit past their prime but still are super valuable, in addition to their 2 stars, whoever it may be. So I was really high on Scoot Henderson coming out of that draft. Obviously, he didn't have the best start to his career, in terms of, the numbers he was putting up and, all that stuff. But everybody's timeline is different. Some people develop, it takes a little bit more time and stuff like that. So I'm not giving up on Scoot Henderson. I was high on him coming out of that draft for a reason. Now, of course, we can't all get it right all the time. So if he doesn't end up, developing the way that I thought he was going to, that's unfortunate, but I still think he has the potential to get there. I think just, again, it just takes time, and sometimes the organization and situation that you go to can, determine in a way how long it takes for you to develop in a way. Because if he goes, let's just say Scoot Henderson went to the Celtics, let's say, at that time when he was drafted, again, I think that was 2023, because that was the Victor Wembanyama draft, so yeah, it had to be 2023. If he goes to the Celtics, obviously he's playing alongside Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and all those players who are obviously really good players, and they were in contention, for a championship. But at the same time, sorry, I have to ignore that noise. It's the AC. It's making noise. But at the same time, was he going to get any playing time on the Celtics? Maybe not. So, every situation, depends on what kind of playing time you get, how you're going to develop and stuff like that. So, somebody said, greetings from Venezuela. Oh, greetings. Hello. Hello. Welcome to the channel. I hope you are enjoying the content. Somebody said,
Happy trails to unemployment for Damian Lillard. The 9-time All-Star's old team is his new team. Lillard reportedly agreed to a 3-year, $42 million deal with the Trailblazers weeks after the Bucks bought him out. Between those two teams, the 35-year-old Lillard will be paid $141 million guaranteed over the next 2 years, despite spending next season recuperating from a torn Achilles. And what makes this story extra rich is that Lillard requested a trade out of Portland to Miami 2 years ago, and the Blazers sent him to the Bucks instead.
Yes, Damian Lillard today, an amazing offensive player, does nothing defensively. That might be a problem in his homecoming, the whole stopping the other team part.
So much money.
So Damian Lillard, a little while after getting waived by the Buckaroos, where they're still paying his full salary, but they're just going to do it over 5 years, he's now deciding to return home to his original team, the Portland Trailblazers. And I have a whole lot of thoughts on this, and I'll get to my conclusion now and then revisit it. Overall, I think this is a perfect fit for Damian Lillard. But before we can get to just this particular basketball fit and the situation that he's going back into, we've got to start with this man is running from the grind again. I mean, first, you had this man talking about how guys are running from the grind. I think he was mostly referring to Paul George. They don't want to stick it out in their original teams, the small market teams. They want to go chase a championship. And then this man demands out of Portland to go win a championship, goes and gets traded to the team with the best player in the world and the clutchest player in NBA history, shows up out of shape. His defense is so bad. It is a huge reason why the coach gets fired. Changes are made. They trade Campaign for Patrick Beverly. A whole bunch of different stuff happens. Campaign, who was having one of the best shooting seasons of his career. But anyway, a whole bunch of changes end up happening because this man came in out of shape, couldn't guard a thing. And after that whole era ended and he was unable to deliver anything close to a championship level of play, he's now running back home, where I do think it is a good fit, and we'll get to that. But let's be real here. There's no pressure on him anymore. So at first he ran from the grind of sticking it out and trying to get it done where you are, which what you said was the grind originally. And now you're running from the grind of having real championship expectations and having expectations of having to deliver something. You know, you said like Paul George and guys like that were running from the grind, but at least they put their reputation on the line. And Paul George, his reputation was on the line. And guess what? His reputation isn't so great anymore because he left his original team, the Pacers, to go and win a championship, and he never really got that close. He got to one conference finals. And that's hurt his reputation, his playoff failures. And Damian Lillard gets to go leave for a chance at a championship, fail miserably, a lot of it because of his own doing, not all of it, but even the stuff that Dame Lillard fans will use as an excuse, like Doc Rivers was his coach. Well, a lot of that was because you were in there and out of shape defensively. The defense was trash, and the coach got fired. And so a lot of it your own doing. The team failed with you, and now you're running from the grind and going back to a team and a fan base that, let's be real, if you don't win a championship when you go back there, nobody over there is going to be criticizing you that much. They'll just be happy because Damian Lillard, they've been with you since the beginning of your career, and before you got there, they weren't like on the precipice of contending. They don't have superstars there right now where they have that level of expectation. And the other thing I would say is storybook. I mean, where is that storybook of running from your original home to win a championship, show up out of shape, complain about being far away from home after you demanded leaving home in Portland, and then complaining the whole year about how hard it is to be away from his family after you demanded to leave your family and leave Portland, complaining about all that, and then being out of shape, under-delivering, getting injured, and then running back home. What storybook is that? Was that like the tortoise and the hare? Was that like the three bears and the porridge not being too hot or something? Was that the Berenstein Bears? Which story? I don't have the best memory. I'm sure that story was in one of those books. Maybe it was in like Clifford the Big Red Dog and I missed it. Maybe I just don't remember. I'm sure it was in Clifford the Red Dog and I'm just not remembering. But my memory, I don't remember that story in any of those books. Like I said, it probably was in Clifford the Red Dog, and I'm just being an idiot. But I don't personally remember it. I don't know that this is what movies is made of. I'm not sure. But again, my memory is trash. Anywho, to continue. Before we get to the resolution and then the conclusion part of this, I will say another thing that comes to my mind here is Shams in a follow-up tweet said, one of the things was Damian Lillard's going to get paid $70 million next year from the Bucks and now the Blazers. What the world? I don't even know what to say about that. I'm just going to let that sit out there. And then the other thought that I have here is another follow tweet from Shams was, they've been working on this for weeks. They've been in close conversations with each other trying to make this work out for weeks. Both sides were highly motivated in a reunion. Shams is typing that. Sham. Are we supposed to trust any of your rumors ever again? Because the whole time, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I missed the tweet. But what I was seeing from you and all you reporters was Dame and the Celtics is a clear favorite right now. He's also talked with the Warriors. He's talked with this team. He's talked with that team. But the Celtics. I do not remember you reporting Dame and the Blazers front office are in close talks. So that just makes it a little bit more smelly whenever you want to tweet about some rumors, whenever you want to go on a show and talk about Giannis is looking at his future. You know, before I was talking to Bucks fans like, let's not act like it's impossible. The Bucks are in a weird spot right now. Let's not freak out so much. But honestly, at this point, the Bucks fans that were getting mad at you and other reporters for saying that stuff, I think they're looking more and more right. You're no Woj. I feel like it used to be if Woj says something, that word holds weight. Shams' words is just a sham, bro. He just goes on there and starts yapping. He delivers the stuff when it actually happens, sure, but his rumors, they're looking very fraudulent at this point. And now we're moving to our resolve. Damian Lillard going to the Blazers. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. There's the hypocrisy that comes from behind it. There's the weird stuff with Shams, with the storybook and the reporting he had before this. There's all the other stuff. But at the end of the day, past stuff aside from Damian Lillard, this is the perfect situation for him. Like it's like they agreed, Dame, just go play somewhere else. You don't really have to try very much. Just take a couple years somewhere else, and then we'll tank it here for a year or two. We'll get stuff for you, and then you can come back and go be so bad. Go be so bad over there that they'll waive you. Have no chemistry with Giannis. Obviously, he got hurt. That's a big part of it. But have no chemistry with Giannis. Don't make the team better. They had a better record when he didn't play. Don't make the team better to where they'll waive you, and then we can go get you with the assets that we got in the trade for you and the picks that we got by tanking without you. It almost seems like some fishy stuff because this team is perfectly set up for Damian Lillard's situation where they're not ready to contend right now. When people were hating on the Jrue Holiday trade, I was saying, yeah, they're not ready to contend right now, but they're going to take a real step into at least being like a strong play-in team, if not better. They were 500 after the All-Star break. Now you add Jrue Holiday. Now you add another year of development for Shaedon Sharpe, for Avdia, who broke out really the second half of last season. For Clayton going into year 2, you have what's his name? Tamani Kamara, another year of development. A whole bunch of Scoot Henderson, another year of development. A whole bunch of guys taking another year to get better. Now you have Hansen Yang going in there. They're going to be very good. Not very good. They'll be very competitive this year, and I would expect they will actually be above 500. They'll at least be around 500. And the good chance to make the playoffs. If not, I fully expect them to be a play-in team. And then, yeah, if Dame comes back for the playoffs, I don't really expect him to with their situation. Maybe they could be an interesting team next year. But really, the following year, you look at it, and it's like they have centers galore where Hansen Yang looks like a great prospect that you can, put to work this year, and then maybe that's a huge trade asset if you want to go get another big piece. Same thing with Scoot Henderson, where you want to clear room for Dame. Maybe you give him big minutes this year, but then when Dame gets back, you trade him when his value's up. Like, you can go make more splashes moving forward. But even if you don't, like, let's say Dame Lillard comes back 90% of what he was. The problem with him with the Bucks was he needs the ball in his hands. He needs to run the show. He's great at driving into traffic and making kick-out passes and then letting tertiary ball handlers, secondary creators go make plays after that or just knock down, catch and shoot threes. And that's what I always say to Dame fans, where it's like, look at his rosters. But it's like, there's only certain type of players that work with Dame. And so while the rosters could have been better, there's like the best players might not play that well with Dame. But this situation for Portland is perfect, where they do have secondary creators, but nobody that you would run an offense through. To where if Dame comes back 90% of what he was, he's going to be able to have the ball run through him. But then when he kicks it out, when he swings the ball, you have guys like Jrue Holiday that can create off a closeout. Even next year, he's going to be a little washed, but he still can create somewhat. He could still do some things. Danny Avdia is definitely looking like he could be like a number 2 guy the way he's moving. Shaedon Sharpe, we'll see. There's still lots of like there, but he's inconsistent. You have Klingon, who's a great rim protecting center. Maybe not great, but has potential to be just a great lob threat center, rim protecting center. Maybe like a Ivica Zubac type of guy. And so you look at that squad when you've got Kamara's defense, Avdia's defense, Jrue Holiday's defense, Klingon's defense. It's the defense around Damian Lillard is perfect. And then you have more offense than you used to have, where it was just like, I try, and then if Maurice Harkless is open for a wide open 3, or Alfred Camino, I'll kick it out to you. Otherwise, CJ McCollum take it, and now it's your turn to try and do something. Now it's guys that can knock down an open catch shoot 3, Kamara, Avdia, Jrue Holiday. But also, if they ran off the 3-point line, especially Denny Avdia, they could create for themselves, and they all defend to where they're going to be a scary team. If Damian Lillard could come back 90% of what he was and be a guy that gives them 24, 25 efficiently, they are going to be scary, not this upcoming season, but the following season. And for a 3-year deal, this is a perfect fit for him, where there's not going to be that championship expectation where it'll be another fan base that'll not like him if they don't get it done or if they don't get close. Portland will still love him even if they don't get that close to a championship, but there is still going to be a real chance at a championship trajectory in the next 2 to 3 years for this Portland team. And the fit in terms of the pieces around him is it almost couldn't be more perfect. So that's what I'm saying. It almost seems like they planned for him to come back the way the guys that they drafted are. Definitely with the Jrue Holiday trade, it makes it seem more like they thought he was going to come back when they made that trade. That probably did happen. But overall, this is a great move for Dame, great move for the Blazers. They're back into being on a very interesting trajectory. Great move for Dame, although, everything I said at the beginning still stands. There's still some hypocrisy, and I do think he ran from the grind of having real championship expectations. But now it's a good spot for him. He gets to go back home. He gets to have a championship chance without real championship demands, or at least at least demand expectations, if not demands.
A homecoming for Damian Lillard that could prove to be an important lesson for Giannis. And our thoughts on the starting small forward, we get into that discussion coming up next on today's Locked On. Welcome into Locked On Bucks. I'm Justin Garcia, joined as always by Camille Davis. You can find me on the Bucks Radio Network. You can hear Camille on the Locked On NBA show weekly and the Technical Foul podcast as well. Today's episode is brought to you by Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use the code LOCKEDONNBA for $20 off your first purchase. Well, the Damian Lillard saga has apparently come to an end now, Camille, and it was something that we talked about at the time of the Waived stretch. I think we both singled out this team as, hey, I hope this is where he ends up, and now it is where he ends up, as the reporting Thursday afternoon, minutes before we recorded this, is that Damian Lillard has agreed to a 3-year contract with the Portland Trailblazers for basically the full mid-level, is what I gather from that. But Dame goes back to Portland. He also gets a no-trade clause. And theoretically, this is where he's going to finish up his career. He posted a video, too, showing this had been in the works for some time and showing his locker with the nameplate and everything else. But I think this was the result that just about every Bucks fan wanted to see.
Yeah, it's far better than him going to like Boston or some other team in the East where you have to see him 4 times a year, where there's been some semblance of a rivalry or beef between the teams before. So Portland, it's a great story. As soon as I saw the news break, I just said, I love this for Dame. Like, I love this so much for him. And again, I appreciated the time he spent here. It reminds me of like when D-Wade left Miami for a couple of years, went to Cleveland and Chicago, but it just never quite felt right. But you see the homecoming that D-Wade got when he went back to Miami, Wade County, and how all of that looked for him. And it's the same feeling for me seeing Damian Lillard go back to Portland. It's just that the difference is like the pit stop that he took in his career of not being there happened to be in Milwaukee. And there were really high hopes, as I mentioned before, like the duo still was leading scoring duo, Giannis and Dame, in the NBA. And it still felt like there was meat on the bones for that duo to figure out offensively. But I feel like Dame gave everything he had to Milwaukee through some tough situations. So to see him be able to go back home to Portland, and home is all encompassing. Like his family is there, not just his kids, but family he moved out to Portland that made that their home as well. So having that homecoming for him, that's special. And I love that situation for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's Damian Lillard's long-term home is what you get the sense of. I mean, he was even splitting his time. He was spending his off seasons in Portland, still putting on his camp in Portland while he was with the Bucks. And I do think too that the general feeling amongst Bucks fans is that, hey, it didn't work out. Wasn't the pairing that we envisioned it to be. It certainly didn't yield the results that you hoped for, but I got nothing bad to say about Damian Lillard, the work that he put in, the type of player that he was. It's sometimes things just don't work out. So for him to go back to Portland, to be there, to still be around his family, and to get to close your career. You mentioned the comp too to Dwayne Wade, but others that have done similar things where, you'll see guys sign a 1-day contract to retire as a member of the organization. But now Dame gets to close out his career. They've all but said too, he is not going to play this season. He's just going to spend it to rehab. And then it's a 2-year deal for Damian Lillard after that. So you get paid from the Bucks, and now you're getting paid $14 million as well to rehab. I saw his total earnings this year are going to be $70 million. So not bad work if you can get it there for Damian Lillard. It does make a couple of components interesting, and we mentioned like this could be a cautionary tale for a big name for the Bucks. I mentioned this before this offseason, but let's just revisit the trade, as it were, that landed Damian Lillard in Milwaukee. And you look at it from Portland's perspective,
cleaned up.
They got to feel pretty good right about now that the big piece in terms of a player, everybody at the time thought it was DeAndre Ayton. It turned out to be Toumani Camara, who's still there. Jrue Holiday was a piece in the deal that you ultimately spun off to the Celtics and got the Time Lord. You also got 3 picks or pick swaps from the Bucks, and none of those have taken place yet. So this is the interesting spot where Portland, after a 2-year experiment, gets Damian Lillard back, gets the other point guard he was traded for, and still has a first-round pick and 2 pick swaps coming to them from the Bucks.
Yeah, the first pick swap for Portland and Milwaukee is 2028, and then in 2029, Portland has the Bucks first outright, and then in 2030, it's another pick swap. So, like as you mentioned, those picks haven't even come into fruition yet, and the Trailblazers find themselves in a position to have the guy they traded initially, plus the assets that they received to send him out in the first place. So for Portland, it's a win-win. Like they flipped Holiday initially too out to Boston, as you mentioned, and get Time Lord in and Brogdon and two firsts because they got Golden State's first and the Celtics first through that too. So like to come out with all the picks that they've been able to come out with, and on top of that, I'm not sure when people were watching the Trailblazers, last year, but they're really building something there.
Yeah.
They have some young pieces there, and the defensive identity is really coming together in Portland. And also one of my favorite League Pass watches. I love the presentation that they have for their home games with the stats that they have popping up and everything like that. But yeah, Portland, they came out pretty sweet in this deal. And now my question is not so much for this season because we're expecting Dame to miss this entire season. But when he's healthy, and then you do have Jrue and you have Dame, albeit 2 different types of point guards, both vets on the team that are commanding a large sum of money on a team that's pretty young and have some interesting young pieces to continue to build around. So next offseason, I'll be really interested to see kind of what happens with that guard rotation in Portland.
Yeah, and it makes it all the more interesting to have Damian Lillard and Jrue Holiday on the same team under contract, not going to share the floor together this season, but it makes next season and this upcoming offseason interesting because nobody's going to push back for Dame getting to close his career in Portland and the storybook ending there. But Dame is also kind of playing look, you get to close out your career here and be around your family, but he's the veteran on a young team, which is a role that has already been occupied by Jrue Holiday, and that was part of that trade to initially bring him over. So it has sparked quite a bit of wish casting for Bucks fans, and whether or not we start to see another thing we had talked about earlier in this offseason, maybe a new norm in the NBA. So we'll dig into that discussion and offset language and what the wave and stretch means for the Bucks, and see if we have any more clarity on that coming up after this on Locked On Bucks. Well, time to talk to you now about our friends over at Game Time. We've all been there, logging on early, waiting forever for concert tickets to go on sale. Remember the days when you had to go wait in line at the mall too? Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't have to worry about those wait times online with Game Time, because live music should be about making memories. Those memories should not have to do with the stress of ticket shopping. That's where Game Time comes in to eliminate those. They make getting concert tickets faster and easier than ever. Prices actually drop as it gets closer to your showtime, and you can save up to 60% off with their killer last-minute deals. If you're tired of endless scrolling and trying to find that best deal, Game Time's Zone Deals. Pick the best seats for you in your section. Maybe you're taking in a venue, a concert, an event, a game at a new venue, and you want to know what that view is going to look like. Well, their app will show you a panoramic seat view, so there's no surprises with that experience. And speaking of no surprises, the price you see is the price you pay. No hidden fees and sticker shock when you get to checkout. Take the guesswork out of buying concert and show tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use the code LOCKEDONNBA for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem that code LOCKEDONNBA for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Okay, so what happens with Jrue Holiday now, Camille? He's got this year and then 2 more years where you're already looking at a backcourt that had some promising young pieces. Caleb Love is a 2-way player that showed some nice flashes, and I can give you the scouting report on him as an Arizona Wildcat standout. But you've already got Scoot Henderson, who started to piece together some good play down the stretch, Shaden Sharp as well. And the thought was Jrue Holiday is going to be the vet for those guys to learn from. Well, now you got 2 of them. But one of those vets is making $32 million this year, $34 million next year, and has a player option for $36 million or $37 million, I beg your pardon, the season after that, when, oh, by the way, he's going to turn 37 years old. Does Jrue Holiday see the end of that contract in Portland?
I don't think so. I think that having Jrue Holiday on your team at this point is a really good vet to have. He's a phenomenal player. And like I said, I don't think Portland is going to be as bad as some people might initially think of, just like, oh, Portland is still rebuilding. They don't have anything over there. But with where Jrue is in his career as well, even with that being said, I don't necessarily look at Portland as like a championship contender this year. Probably not next year, unless there is some extra super growth on that roster as well. It's just the West is so stacked. So I could see a situation too where the Trailblazers maybe look to get even more, draft assets and ammunition and use that fact that contenders are going to want Jrue Holiday, although what you get back for him at this age might not be the haul that some might think because of the status of Jrue Holiday. Because as you mentioned, he is aging, and by the end of this contract, he's going to be closer to 40 than, he is, 35. So it's a tough one, but I don't think that Jrue finishes this contract out in Portland. What about you?
I don't either. I don't know what that means. If there's a trade market for it, I mean, I think one of the more remarkable things was the fact that Boston, the deal they put together there, they did not have to attach any assets to Holiday, which we all kind of raised not one but 2 eyebrows to. And then some of the medical reports came back. I don't want to overdo it, but not so great, where they basically waived getting 2 second-round picks in the deal from Portland. I don't know what the value is. Like, I get the value on the court, and I agree with your point that he's the type of guy that you want to fill that role, to say, play defense for us, be a vet that helps young guys come along and be in a competitive environment. But that's a lot of money to take on for a player that's hitting that age, and for a player that, I mean this with all due respect, showed some pretty clear signs of decline the last year with the Celtics. So do we potentially see a wave and stretch there? Like, I know when the Bucks did it, it caught the attention of many. And, one thing we didn't touch on yesterday's show was when the Bucks waived and stretched Damian Lillard's 113, whatever it was, $1 million. It was a massive risk. It reeked of desperation, and they did it just to get Miles Turner. And, oh, by the way, you got to add Dame's salary essentially to that. So you're paying Miles Turner $50 million. Is that really worth it? When the Suns waived and stretched Bradley Beal, who agreed to give back some more money, so it wasn't quite as much, but still waived and stretched 2 years, it was Phoenix angling and saving some money and getting themselves some breathing room, a much different spin.
It's crazy. It was actually crazy to me when I saw it. Like, I heard KJ mention on the Here District just saying, like, the Bucks tax is real. Like, the Bucks get talked about very differently in the media. I never noticed it before, and it's like, yeah, man, welcome to covering the Milwaukee Bucks here. Like, the way that it's been processed is so different. And I mentioned this on the Eurostep podcast. Shout out to Ty for having me on. But, like, I think on top of that too, like, Miles Turner was seen as the best free agent acquisition that you could possibly get after how many different players already re-signed already were off the market. And I think that Miles Turner in particular is like uniquely suited to play next to Giannis. Like, it's a perfect fit next to Giannis. So for the Bucks, you value that player even more than another team might, just because like of the fit that he is next to Giannis, being able to stretch the floor, protect the rim. All of that is a benefit. So yeah, I definitely peeped how different it was for the Suns when they were able to, waive and stretch Brad Beal after the buyout situation, in comparison to how it was for the Bucks to do this with the Dame contract, of just the desperation that the Bucks must have had in this moment. But we ain't new to this, Justin. We're true to this. We know how it goes in the media when it comes to covering the Bucks.
Yeah, it was interesting. And in fairness, Brian Windhorst was the one national voice I did not see use the same tone of, wow, this is a smart move by Phoenix versus desperate move for the Bucks. That he was pretty across the board, same logic for both of those teams. So shouts to our guy, Windy. But I don't know. I know when the Bucks did that, I had said, I'm not saying every single team is going to do this, but I do wonder if one of the changes ushered in with this new CBA and teams finally kind of coming to grips with the aprons and the impacts that those have and how you have to round out your roster, is, do we start to see more of this like you see in the NFL where you're dealing with cap hits and dead money? Are you going to see more teams do it? Well, the Suns have done it. Do the Blazers maybe eventually do it with Damian Lillard, with Jrue Holiday in those final 2 years on that contract, where you're waiving and stretching what would be $71 million? Like,
over 5.
Are we gonna see teams start to say, yeah, 2-year deals, 2 years left on the deal, if he's no longer productive, let's just bite the bullet and stretch those contracts?
I think there's quite a possibility. Like, you see one team do something, and after you kind of consider
it just means it's okay for you to do it.
Exactly. You just need the first team to do it. And the Bucks were already like, we're going to bite this bullet. Let's go ahead and see what this does for us. And it opened up all the cap room for the Bucks to the point where, we had the questions and seeing the questions of like, wait, what happened to the Bucks MLE? Like, don't the Bucks still have the BAE? And it's like, they're just a cap space team now at this point. So those methods are out the door for the Bucks to build the roster, and they just have the room to do it. And I could see other teams following suit, especially because it seems like you are seeing more guys just extend. Like, you get your money and you understand, like, you don't have to necessarily test free agency. You can just demand a trade. And I think that we are going to continue to see more trades just come about rather than guys hitting the market and going from there, because it's like, if I can get my money now, I can get my money, and I know I can find a way out if I need a way out. Might not need to, but if I do, I can. So I think that's part of what we're going to continue to see as well.
I think free agency is dying a slow death, and the movement is trades. And I do think you're going to see more wave and stretch going on. And in cases where you maybe don't want to jump in that pool just yet, you'll trade your problem and bad contract for another problem and bad contract. And, we talked about on yesterday's show, the John Horst interview with Eric Name, where you read between the lines, and it was basically John Horst telling us, yeah, we were moving on from Dame. Like, this wasn't anything that, we got a chance at Miles Turner. Like, they targeted that, and the way to get there was they knew they were going to wave and stretch Damian Lillard. He did not bluntly say that, but I think if you read between the lines, that was the gist of it. That was my takeaway, at least. And you do wonder if the Bucks were just kind of waiting to see, okay, we've heard the same, and Gambo out of Phoenix was the first to report Bradley Beal's not going to be on the team next year, either a trade or they'll waive him. You do kind of wonder, like, were they just waiting and seeing, okay, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it first so we can be the next team to do it or not? And maybe it was a game of chicken between the Bucks and the Suns then.
It possibly could have been at that point, because it was kind of like the Spider-Man meme of like both pointing of like, I know what you want to do. You know what I want to do. Like, neither one of us want this anymore, but Bradley Beal was clearly like, I'm gonna get paid. And that's what I care about. I'm getting paid along the way here. So that's just how it ended up shaking out for him. But to double back to the trade point of how that's going forward, even in that article with Horst and mentioning the fact of like, I still plan to be very active in assessing the team needs. Like, just because we're done now doesn't mean we're done. Like, I think it can be a very active trade line for the Bucks as well. He did say, like, of course, if things are going swimmingly well, there's not necessarily a need to, but just understanding that John Horst will make a move if he feels like this is not working out in the way that they want to, because clearly, again, they're all in. They're chasing championships. It's not a gap year for this team. They think they can really compete with the pieces that they have around them. And I mean, they have a shot for sure.
Yeah. Let's stick with this. So we'll step aside here, but we wanted to talk about the small forwards. You had that conversation with Ty on the Eurostep podcast. You mentioned KJ as well, and KJ is going to rejoin us on the show next week. So we're still ironing out the date there. So be on the lookout for that one. I do want to get to the starting small forward discussion that you had with Ty on the show yesterday, but I want to finish one last point on the Jrue Holiday discussion. So we'll get into that coming up next. If you're running a business, you know that every missed call is money left on the table. Think about the last time you had an urgent need. Maybe you needed a plumber at the last minute. If the first one you called didn't answer, did you wait? Probably not. You moved on down the list, and that's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system built to streamline and scale your customer communications, all from an app on your phone or computer. It lets you manage business calls and texts from a single app. They offer a shared inbox feature, which proves to be a game changer, as your team can jump into any conversation instantly without missing a beat. And they utilize AI with an agent that handles after-hours calls, answers common questions, and captures leads so you never miss a customer. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off for your first 6 months at openphone.com/lockedonnba. That's openphone.com/lockedonnba. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone, no missed calls, no missed customers. So let's just rip this Band-Aid off, Camille, since it's the next logical talking point, and we've already seen a ton of it. Let's say the Portland Trail Blazers wave and stretch Damian Lillard, or I keep saying that, Jrue Holiday.
They're always connected now.
Now that they have Damian Lillard, let's say they wave and stretch Jrue Holiday. Should the Bucks go after him?
Listen, we had the conversation, I can't remember, yesterday, the day before, about the Chris Paul to the Bucks and what that meant for Ryan Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr. and playing time for the young guys and the fit. And I mentioned I don't really want too many guys on the team that are older than Giannis, and I still feel very strongly about that. But Jrue Holiday is one of those guards where if it is a buyout situation, the contract is a lot cheaper too, to come back to Milwaukee. The fact that he can play the defense that he can play, we know for a fact that he can be that combo guard for the Bucks. And the role that he would walk back into in this iteration of the team would be different than the role he had to play prior. That actually does pique my interest a bit more. Like, Jrue Holiday is one of the few guys I would go against what my guidelines have been so far of like what I want from the Bucks. Just because I think that he can be very valuable with the defense. He can play the mentorship, and just to come back in a different role. Like, part of the reason why Jrue was out in the first place was he was being asked to be the second leading offensive weapon for the team, in addition to locking down the other team's best, offensive weapon. And it was just a lot on his plate there. And his role in Boston, where he was able to play that defense, would be, the fourth, sometimes fifth option on the court, was different. And I think that if it's an offense where Giannis is running point here, and you have the off-ball movement, you have guys spotting up, it's a bit more suitable for Jrue as he continues to age too than what was being asked of him before in Milwaukee.
It's complicated for me. This hypothetical move would not happen until next offseason because, as we said, Dame's not going to play this year, so they still want Jrue to fill that role, and they still need a third guard this upcoming season. So you would then be looking at a 6-year-old Jrue Holiday. I think you could, play him at the 3, basically, with 2 guards back there, and Jrue takes on those defensive assignments. But the 36 years old part is what I'm struggling with. And here's the other thing, too. Everybody, when we were guilty of it, too, when you're kind of talking yourself into Bradley Beal and saying, well, on a minimum, you can't go wrong, right? Which is true. But we're not seeing those guys waived and stretched signed for minimums. And we talked about this with Dame, too, at the time of he could take a minimum and go join a contender and go anywhere. By taking the minimum. And we both said, yes, in theory, but I'll believe it when I see him take the minimum, because it's one thing to get waived and stretched and the connotations that brings, and the scarlet letter almost of like, this guy's washed and it's over. But then you double down and sign for the minimum, like that's it. You're not, especially at that age, you're not getting much more after that. So I don't see, even if this becomes more common with waive and stretch, I don't see those guys signing for minimums. And if that's the case with the age of Jrue Holiday, I think it would just, I get it, the nostalgia and how important Jrue Holiday was 4 years ago today on the day that we record this in basically securing you a championship and being, outside of Giannis and Chris, as big as anyone in terms of big plays in that playoff run. But you got to start looking through the windshield and not in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, and that's part of why I've said, like, my position for the offseason is like, go young. Like, don't get the vets in, let the young guys get their playing time. It's just Jrue Holiday. He has a special place in the heart here. And again, like, it would take away from minutes to some of those young guards who I would want to see continue to develop. But the flip side to that is, like, a lot of the guys signed 1-on-1 deals, player options. What if it's a situation where this season someone really pops and the Bucks aren't able to actually retain them and they actually decide to go somewhere else? What if Kevin, what if they're like, you know what? I'm actually going to be out of here now. Like, the 1-year deal was cool. I'm going to decline this player option. And now I'm going to go out here and try to find something different. Like, a little stopgap Jrue Holiday could work, especially to understanding that the way the Bucks want to play, faster perimeter defense, moving your feet, Jrue can still do all of those things. So at least for me, the difference between like him and a Chris Paul, where it's like your role, I can see you fitting into what the Bucks want to do. Chris Paul brings a different flavor and all of it together of being that floor general there. So Jrue was one of the guys I would have an exception for sure. But I definitely understand the logic of not going that way. And if they didn't, I wouldn't be upset if they continued to lean into the youth.
Yeah. Look, if that happens, first of all, we have no reason to believe it's going to happen. And it's certainly not going to happen this off season. That happens, great. By all means, I'd love to have Jrue Holiday back here on a veteran minimum, and that's all the Bucks could offer him this offseason anyway. But we'll see. The next player that takes a minimum contract after a waive and stretch will be the first player. So we'll see how that shakes out. We should also mention, too, Frank talked about this. Frank tweeted something out. The impacts on the waive and stretch of Dame signing a new contract with the Portland Trail Blazers. Bobby Marks put something out there as well, Camille. And I gotta be honest here. I'm more confused than ever reading through, and it's not a knock on Bobby, but he lists out every single thing of, here's the money that was waived and stretched. It was done over this many years. It means it's this many dollars per year. Here's the new contract that Dame signed. Because his contract is greater than the minimum, $2 million, because remember, the league supplements the minimum for veterans, it gets offset. And the formula for offsetting that is you take the base year pay minus the minimum amount, divide that in half, and that's what you come up with. So it's $11.65 million over these 2 seasons that is being offset in the money that the Bucks have waived and stretched for Damian Lillard. So as he notes, subtract $2.3 million from the stretched amount each season in Milwaukee. This will happen after the 25-26 regular season. So it doesn't go into effect now. It happens at the end of the offseason next year. And the revised stretch provision would be $20.2 million. It's my understanding that's not like a cap benefit for the Bucks. It's more to do with what they're paying him. I asked Bobby for some confirmation on that. We're still waiting to hear, but you're going to see a lot of, well, the Bucks are saving money here. And they're saving money. The owners are. But in terms of your cap,
Yeah.
I'm led to believe there's no impact here.
That's what my understanding of it was as well, where it's like if the Bucks were in a tax situation at the end of the year, this comes into play big time because it's another $2 million that's going to be off your books. I have seen numbers as high as 5 so far with people trying to figure out what that benefit for the Bucks is. But ultimately, my understanding is that it doesn't provide any actual like salary cap team building relief. So when you're looking at numbers and what the Bucks can offer, it doesn't give you an extra $2 million to play with in that sense. It just gives you some extra money at the back end there, which can save on some tax dollars, like you mentioned, save the owners some money down the stretch here.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some more clarity on that in the next day or so here. We intended to talk about the starting small forward. We're already running up against the clock, so we'll save that and spend some more time on it next week. And, we mentioned as well a couple of things to look forward to next week. That discussion, we'll put a recap on Summer League. Frank is going to hop on the pod and share his thoughts on what we saw. Hopefully there's a miraculous recovery as you listen to this on Friday and Mark Sears is good to go and we can at least see one game of Mark Sears in Summer League. But we'll have the recap of Summer League on the show next week. We'll take a look at the starting small forward debate. And I mentioned as well, Chris Johnson's going to join us once again next week to share his thoughts on the offseason and the overall perception of the Milwaukee Bucks. Leave your thoughts in the comments. The hypothetical, would you take back Jrue Holiday for the next couple of years? And what would be, I'd say what would be the walkaway figure, but all the Bucks can offer right now is a minimum contract. So could this round of musical chairs mean these two guys end up where they originally were a couple of years ago? Final Summer League game later on today for the Bucks, and then it's on to the weekend. Camille and I will be back next week to break down Summer League, take a look at some more positional battles, and again, a couple more interviews coming up as well. For Camille, I'm Justin. We'll talk once again next week on Locked On Bucks.
In today's show, Damian Lamont, Ollie Lillard is coming back to the Portland Trail Blazers. He's back! Welcome to Locked On Blazers. Let's get into it. What's up, world? It's your past first point guard and Trail Blazers reporter, Mike Richmond. You're listening to another episode of Locked On Blazers, part of the Locked On Podcast Network. Available wherever you get podcasts and also on YouTube. Thanks for making this show your first listen. Coming at you each and every weekday, Monday through Friday. So make it a part of your daily routine. Make it your first listen. Tell your friends to do the same. This episode is either your Friday show or the next one's a bonus show. We're doing 6 this week. We had to hop on here quickly because, whoa, big old news. Damian Lamont, Ollie Lillard is back. He's back. He's back. The greatest trailblazer of the 21st century, a franchise icon, one of the greatest players to ever wear a Trailblazers jersey, has decided to return home. The agreement was first reported by Bill Oram of the Oregonian, and then the details later reported by ESPN. Damian Lillard, who was just a free agent local basketball player, local dad, living in Portland, has decided to return. He agreed to a 3-year, $42 million deal to return for the Portland Trailblazers. That will take him through the 25-26 season that he's likely to miss, and then 26-27, and if he so chooses and it opts in, 27-28. Obviously, he could opt out and sign for more money or sign a different contract, etc., etc. Damian Lillard is 2 days removed from celebrating his 35th birthday. Happy birthday, Dame. He is likely to miss all of this season as he recovers from an Achilles tear. He tore his Achilles on April 27th in the first quarter of Game 4 of the Bucks first-round playoff series. He has surgery to repair that Achilles on May 2nd. Later, the Bucks decided to waive and stretch the 2 years and over $100 million remaining on Damian Lillard's contract. He still gets that money. I believe he just gets paid on time, just like his normal NBA contract. But the Bucks decided to move on from Dame after 2 years in Milwaukee to sort of maximize their ability to be as competitive as possible this season, or perhaps to, to make some tough decisions. Whether they are right or wrong, we shall see. But with Dame likely on the shelf for this season, Milwaukee just needed to or chose to go in another direction. So Dame now enters free agency with the money still coming to him, $50 million this year, whatever it is, and he gets to make his decision. And there was initially reported right away by Chris Haynes of Chris Haynes. I don't believe he has an affiliation right now, of Chris Haynes. Chris Haynes of Chris Haynes. He reported that, it was like Miami and Portland are the two places I would look out for. And then there were some other spots that people were floating around that he could possibly end up Boston. I think there was some, I don't think there was much interest from Dame, but people were saying, hey, Minnesota could make sense for Damian Lillard. Yeah, okay, all these spots, right? And then there was some reporting that Damian Lillard, one of the challenges was he wanted to be in Portland, Oregon. And any team that he chose to sign with was going to probably have to reckon with the fact that one of the hardest parts about him moving to Milwaukee is that his family didn't come with him. Due to whatever, this relationship with his kid's mom, like they got divorced. They didn't move with him. They're here. His extended family's here. His mom lives here. A bunch of his other extended family lives here. This is Damian Lillard's home in the off season. Not only are his kids here, this is like still home for him as an adult as well. And so one of the challenges of being in Milwaukee was just being away from all that, being away from home, being away from your children. All of the sort of challenges of demanding NBA job is not only do you not get to see your kids very much, even when they're in the same city as you certainly don't get to see their kids very much when they're thousands of miles away. And so Dame said, hey, if I'm, the reporting was like, if you want to have me on your team, part of it is that I want to be in Portland. This is the place that I think of as home. Dame spent the first 11 years of his career here. He moved here as a 22-year-old and left as a 33-year-old. He did a lot of growing up here. He was the most powerful person in Portland at one point. One time, he sent out a tweet complaining that there were no fans in the arena during the COVID season of 2021, and by the end of the week, there were fans in the arena. Dude has pull at the governor's office. And instead of saying, well, I'm going to live in Portland because that's where I want to be, and maybe I'll sign a contract. And there is like a way in which Dame actually could have maintained his free agency up through the end of the year and signed a contract with another team in the spring and still maintained some of his contractual bonuses that would come with it, some bird rights stuff that would come with it, allow him to get paid more money down the line. He didn't do that. Instead, Portland, chilling with 13 roster spots spoken for and 2 roster spots open and money to spend because of the decisions they made, including waiving DeAndre Ayton and him giving some money back in the process, with money to spend and an open roster spot, Dame and the Blazers have decided it's reunion time. It's reunion time. He's coming back. Holy cow. There is a lot to unpack here that I will imagine we will do over the coming months. What I want to do briefly to wrap up the show here, because this is going to be like a 20-minute program. They usually are about a half hour. Because we're going to come back. The Blazers are currently, right now, I've just started playing a Summer League game, so I'm going to go watch that, and then we'll talk about the Summer League game after that. But first of all, this puts such a weird coda, a weird bow on the Damian Lillard trade. On July 1st, 2023, Damian Lillard officially requested a trade. By that point, in the beginning of July, in the summer of 2023, it was inevitable that the marriage was going to end. It was just how it was going to end. But based on like the decisions the Blazers had made, the decision to not trade the number 3 overall draft pick and draft Scoot, it was really about the pick not being traded, not specifically Scoot. Pretty much would have been anybody there. It's not like Amen Thompson would have saved the franchise, but like or saved Dame, I guess. But he may very well have saved the franchise. Pretty good. But like because of the events of the summer of 2023 and some of the moves that quite frankly, that Joe Cronin had made around those decisions, it was inevitable that Dame was gone. And then 4 months later, he gets traded to Milwaukee. And the initial trade is a 3-team deal with Milwaukee, Phoenix, and Portland. And the Blazers received Jrue Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Toumani Camara, and a couple draft picks, or an unprotected 2029 pick from the Bucks and a couple swaps. But Jrue is not part of the plan. He wants to be rerouted. The Blazers acquiesce. They find out a place he can go, and they send him to Boston. He never plays here. I don't really believe in like the full transitive property of trade, so we're not going to get into Denny Avdia here in this particular trade, but you can on your own if you like. But the Jrue trade is like another subsequent immediate trade that happened before a basketball game was played and only involved trading Jrue Holiday. So I think you could group those together as sort of larger part of the Dame trade. Jrue goes to Boston. Blazers acquire Malcolm Brogdon, Robert Williams, a 2024 first-round pick, and a 2029 unprotected pick from the Celtics. Brogdon and a couple of the picks acquired in this trade would eventually be used to trade for Denny Avdia. In my mind, not part of the Dame package, but you could see why it would be easy. Then this summer, the Blazers traded Anthony freaking Simons for Jrue Holiday, acquiring him a second time. And then a few weeks later, they signed Damian Lillard. They just acquired the player they traded Dame for and brought Dame back in the same summer. The total package for what they sent out and what came back for Dame is like, if you really want to get into it, it's like Yusuf Nurkic, Anthony Simons, Nazir Little, and Keon Johnson. They traded those 4 players to end up with, in the very least, depending on how you want to count it, Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, and Damian Lillard. 2 years later. It's wild. I also want to address something, and we'll do that after the break here. A couple weeks ago on this very podcast, I said that it wasn't time for Damian Lillard to return. I sat here and shared my opinion that now, this offseason, when Dame entered free agency, this was not the time to bring Damian Lillard back. I want to reckon with that and talk about what this move means for the Blazers moving forward. Because while my opinion probably hasn't changed, the reality has, and it's time to reckon with that. Join me in that second segment, won't ya? First, though, let's talk Monarch money. Do you ever think you wish it was easier to save money, to manage your cash? Well, with Monarch Money, it can be easier. Whether you're growing your savings or planning a big purchase, Monarch puts you in the driver's seat. It's like having your own personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control over your finances. Monarch Money is more than a budgeting app. It's a great budgeting app, but it's more than that. It's a complete financial command center. You can track all your accounts, investments, and spending all in one place. So in addition to managing your money, you're also building your wealth. So you can track your spending by category, like what you're spending on, dining out, eating out, what you're spending on various digital subscriptions. Plus, if you share your finances with someone, you both can track your shared finances all in the same app. Plus, everything is there together. Like I said, your investments, your checking account, your savings account, if you got student loan debt, if you got a mortgage, all of that can be right there for you. So take control of your finances with Monarch Money. Use the code LOCKEDONNBA at monarchmoney.com for 50% off your first year. That's monarchmoney.com, and the code is LOCKEDONNBA for half off your first year. All right, still a pass first point guard, still Mike Richmond, still listening to Locked On Blazers, still talking Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard entered free agency, and I sat here right in the show, said he got waived, and it's not time to bring him back. And I recognize that many of you would disagree with me, and that that's maybe not a widely held opinion, but my opinion was based around this idea. And it's time to reckon with that opinion, right? Because Damian Lillard is he's on the basketball team, right? He's going to be back. he's probably the most powerful person in the organization. Again, more on that in a moment. But so like my reticence for the Blazers to re-sign Dame was that some of their other moves had finally given them this sort of clear evaluation path, right? They had always had like Anthony Simons in front of Scoot Henderson. So there was like a cap on how much Scoot could play. And because they had Ant and because they had some other guys in front of them, they were just, it wasn't always clean. And by swapping Simons for Jrue Holiday, Drew's a little bit older, also 35. It's like, well, Ant at 26, it's weird. It's like, it's cleaner. Maybe he's turned 27, but like whatever, like in his physical prime and with the relationship he has with the team and the longevity, it's weird to be like, okay, you're going to move to a bench role, not because you're worse, but because we really want to see this young guy thrive. And my thinking was like, well, with Jrue there, it takes out some of like the sort of like the political challenges of dealing with an incumbent player, someone who has like a standing history with the organization like Ant does. And my idea was now you have this clear evaluation situation, right? In a way that you hadn't in previous seasons, and you can actually find out what you have. And if you find out that, Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe aren't any good, fine, but at least you gave them like clear, open runway to do so. And so not only, even recognizing that Dame wouldn't play this season in that particular show, it is like, it puts everyone knows the score of the game, right? When you make these decisions, it's not like it might not impact anyone on the court in October or November, December. It might not the whole next season, right? Dame's unlikely to play next season, but the looming over you, the idea, the like sort of lack of franchise commitment, the lack of clarity, the lack of clear process. To me, that was, they had finally given themselves an opportunity to have this clear way to evaluate their youngsters. And for me, I was against it because it's like, yeah, Dame should come back at some point, but not now. It doesn't make sense now. That was my whole argument. They don't agree. They simply do not agree. And quite frankly, this has been a trend with some of my preferences versus the organization, is that like I have said, go young, commit to it, do all this, and they just don't want to do that. Now, Dame's not going to play this season. He just turned 35 in July. July 15th is his birthday. I think he's the only NBA player whose birthday I know off the top of my head. Happy birthday, Dame, our Cancer King. So he's likely to miss all this year. So that means he'll come back at age 36 next year. His birthday will also be July 15th in 2026. He'll be 36. He'll be entering his 14th playing season, 15th season in the league, but 14th playing season. And he'll have that year under contract and the following year. The following year is a team option. A player option, rather. What that allows Dame to do is, one, have some leverage, right? He can't just be, it's like if he can't be just plopped off into nowhere. He can decide to opt in and be part of things and come back for his age 36 and age 37 season in Portland if he chooses to do so. It also allows him to, if he does play well, opt out and sign for some more money. Dame, even last year, I think one of the big challenges for Dame in Milwaukee is he just never was Damian Lillard. Dame is give me the ball, let me run pick and roll, let me dictate the tempo and all of those things. And he just never got to play like himself, even when he played well. And last year he averaged like 24-7 and made an all-star team. It was pretty good. But like, he never looked like Portland Dame. He was always like, playing in someone else's world, right? With Giannis. It just, it never gelled. He'll be back in a place where he gets to be that guy, assuming that he is capable of being that guy. And there's no reason to think that the Blazers won't give him every opportunity to be that guy. The idea that he'll come back at age 36 and like be Scoot Henderson's backup is wild. Don't kid yourself. Do not kid yourself. You do not make this commitment. You don't, not financially, not for the years, not with the player option, unless you are saying, Dame, we are so happy to have you. And I think that's what this is, and that's how it should be celebrated. I think there is some, my preferences laid out in front of you. It's like, yeah, this does cloud the future of Sterling Scoot Henderson to some extent. Maybe a full extent, adding Jrue Holiday and Damian Lillard in one offseason, two 35-year-old guards, right? Like, yeah. Certainly that seems to suggest a certain type of way the franchise feels about Scoot. But that's not going to come up immediately. And Scoot will have a chance to have a defiantly excellent season in the face of a franchise that is not committed to him meaningfully. But I think also like what should be sort of the takeaway here is that this is what both sides wanted. Nothing about this suggests that the Blazers tried to like figure out a way to sneaky lowball Damian Lillard, right? They gave him $42 million across 3 seasons. This is like a chunk of basically the rest of the money they had to spend. Pretty much guarantees they will not be carrying a 15th player into the. I haven't done a full math, but pretty unlikely they'll be carrying a 15th player into the season. So this is their team. Maybe they'll sign a minimum guy to a non-guaranteed contract and make that work. But that's like the room they have most likely with this situation. And it means like, because Dame wanted this. I mentioned in that show that I recorded when I said like I don't think they should bring Dame back. It's like anyone. I talked to someone who knows Dame super super well, and what they told me was Damian Lillard wants to come back. And Damian Lillard publicly said that he had envisioned playing in Portland again in the future. Like privately, he was telling the people close to him, I want to be back in Portland. He lives here. His kids are here. He wanted to come back. And the Blazers wanted him too. This was a reunion made by both sides having real interest in getting it done. And what it means for you is you get to cheer for Dame again. I have said that I think Damian Lillard, the last 2 seasons, was the most popular Portland Trailblazer. He just happened to play for the Milwaukee Bucks. Now there isn't this weird thing where he plays for another team and he comes back a visitor and you have to debate his like how you feel about rooting for other teams, et cetera, et cetera. This is just a dude you can root for. He's your guy. He's been your guy. He spent 11 years being the guy, being the most brutally loyal, probably to a fault, quite frankly, player to Portland. He was... The argument for him being the greatest Trailblazer of all time over Clyde Drexler basically boiled down to that loyalty because Portland means something to Dame the way Portland means nothing to Clyde Drexler. It was about the soft stuff, and this is a commitment to that. Is a commitment to that relationship. It is a commitment to Damian's like true love and appreciation for what it means to be a Portland Trailblazer, what it means to play basketball in this city, what it means to play basketball in the building, in the Moda Center, nay Rose Garden, like what it means to be the guy here. And it's going to take a little while before we see him back on the basketball court. But the team committed to him for real. He, with choices to go basically anywhere he could want, chose to come back here and be king again. It's worth celebrating today. I think there are funky stuff that might happen down the line, and we'll talk all about the funky stuff in the future. But today, day 1, afternoon 1, evening 1 of the Damian Lillard experience, welcome home. Blazers they're playing right now. I'm going to catch up to it. I got it recorded. I'm going to catch up to it. They're playing a Summer League game. I'm going to talk all about that, and we'll talk Young Hansen and crew after that game wraps. So come back to the feed wherever you are watching or listening to this. Come back to that feed, and we will do it again. I appreciate you listening. Tell your friends about the program. I'll talk to you soon.
So let's get into not Summer League, John. The bigger news of Damian Lillard returning to the Portland Trailblazers, the prodigal son here. It feels like. 3 years, $41 million. So it sounds like that comes to about $14 million a year. So that's about the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, I'm assuming, is what that comes down to. We're going to jump into it. I want to jump into real or fake right off the bat. Let's hit the theme.
Is this real or fake? Just ask John and Jake.
John, real or fake? Damian Lillard returning to the Portland Trailblazers is more surprising than the Milwaukee Bucks stretching and waiving him in the first place.
I'm going to say, oh God, it's so close. I'm going to say
this one's one of the toughest real or fakes I think we've ever done.
It's tough because waiving and stretching him is a really dumb, surprising move. But I think the return probably tops it. I can throw a third element in there. Him getting a contract with $14 million a year. The contract that he got, is that more surprising? Like that's also in the mix.
Like, why wouldn't he just go for the minimum? The Bucks got to pay him no matter what.
Right. Like, why would you do that? But I mean, I don't know why Portland, did that. I'm sure there's something there that, allows that. I don't know. I don't care. Dame's back in Portland. I do think it's more surprising that he went back there. I just thought like youth movements, all of that stuff, be very interesting to see how they, what exactly they're trying to do with this team, with this mix of young players. And now you have Jrue Holiday, you have Damian Lillard. That's another weird element of like the guy that you traded for each other, and now you have them both. It's minus a championship.
Things about this that are just like very, very bizarre and very, very strange, right?
I don't understand it. Maybe I kind of spoke it into existence in a weird way because I've been binging Portlandia for the past few days.
This is all you.
So this is all just me just getting into that Portland mindset. And all of a sudden it's like, hey, speaking of Portland, here's Dame Lillard back home. I love it. I love that he's back there. That's where he belongs. He always looked weird in the Bucks uniform. I'm glad that he gets to go back and somehow end his career there. So I'm happy that he's back. I think it's a nice little story.
Oh, it's awesome. Like, it's a homecoming. Like, this is just feel good vibes all around. Like, everybody's happy, hugs everywhere when it comes to this sort of thing. Look, I'm going to say it's real that it's more surprising than the Bucks stretching and waving him. They were kind of desperate around Giannis, and that's a desperate move to eat more dead money than we've ever seen. At least I kind of understand that. And look, I get why Dame is going back to Portland. He's got an incredible bond with that city. The fans are going to love it. His family's still there. That clearly matters to him too.
Yeah.
I just assumed he'd kind of ring chase, maybe a team would sign him and then he'd kind of work out and get healthy and then kind of come back for a ring the next year. I don't see Portland as being like a true title contender in the next couple of years. So this is more like, I don't want to call it like an extended retirement tour because it's not exactly that. He's there to mentor a bunch of the young guys that they have. I think that's going to be great for them. But this isn't the type of move, at least right now, that like vaults them up. Who knows what Lillard's going to look like when he comes back from this injury. It's just a happy move, but like a weird move, right? Is that the best way to put it? Like,
I think from a basketball perspective, it's weird. I think we might just have to like look at quality of life in this scenario. I think that might just be what it boils down to, where it's not the money because he was getting his money, right? It's not like he was getting his money. He's his family, I think the family being away from his family, I think was a big problem for him in Milwaukee.
Big time.
I don't think that's a big secret out there. Going back to Portland where he feels comfortable, going back to, being with his family. I just feel like that trumps let me go to Milwaukee. Let me see. Well, maybe Cleveland. Let me go see what, the Thunder are doing, or Miami, like all of these. Pick a contending team. Do you really want to be that guy? That I just feel like there's a level of pride with Damian Lillard where he's like, you know what? Either I'm going to be on a team that wins a championship or not. I'm not going to sacrifice my family and my happiness to do that and just bounce all over the country. I think there's a level of respect that goes with that. Like, this is the team and it has no stain on your legacy, in my opinion, because I think too many people were like, oh, well, you didn't get a ring. Like, well, he got so much out of these Portland teams that, okay, it's not his fault that the teams around him weren't good enough. He certainly raised everybody's level. So I feel like this is more a quality of life thing than anything, which I have a ton of respect for. We always discuss basketball terms, and I don't think that's really at the heart of this.
No, you make a really good point there, because in this, he has a no trade clause. He's one of two people now, him and LeBron James, now that Bradley Beal is gone from the Phoenix Suns. Clearly him negotiating a no trade clause into this was like, I want to retire in Portland. I don't want to move again. I don't want to be anywhere else, right? There's no reason to fight hard for that sort of thing in this, and he got it and they gave it to him knowing that that's probably the stuff that matters to him more than a title and that quality life and just what you want out of your career and in your life. You know, there's something to be said for that. And I think you make a really good point of like, we should respect that sort of thing. You know, everyone's kind of all about ring cultures, but this is a job and other things do matter for, you know, around it too, right? Like I like spending time with my family as well. And I bet Damian Lillard does. And when you can't do that, it drags on you a little bit. Going back to Milwaukee here, how are we going to view his tenure there?
I think people are going to forget about his tenure in Milwaukee.
Yeah, right. Like nothing?
You know, it's going to be like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Because he's going to have like these bookends when it comes time for his Hall of Fame induction. It's going to be almost exclusively Portland highlights. You're going to mix in.
He will be in the Hall of Fame. There's no question about that.
Of course he will. There's no doubt about that. I don't think anybody would seriously question.
I'm just making sure everyone knows.
I mean, yeah. So I would hope. So yeah, it was what it was. I think it was a failed experiment. Obviously it didn't work. I think the defensive stuff was a problem. I think his impact on the defense was too much to handle, but it wasn't the only thing because they had defensive issues behind him. But it was obvious that mix, that let's rely on the offense and Giannis to kind of raise the level. It just wasn't enough. Plus, you know, you had injuries and all of that stuff, obviously. So it really is. It's a forgettable tenure for him in Milwaukee.
It's just nothing, right?
Yeah. It's going to be when he's, you know, 60 years old and somebody shows a picture of him, you know, on a broadcast, and be like, hey, remember when you were in Milwaukee? And people can go, oh, right. He had those 2 years there. It's like how people forget, like
you see that picture of him in the jersey and be like, oh my goodness, I forgot about that.
Right. Like putting up a picture of Hakeem Olajuwon in a Toronto Raptors jersey, you go, oh, that's right. Or Patrick Ewing in a Sonics jersey. You're like, this does not make any sense whatsoever. So he'll be remembered as a Blazer. I'm glad he gets to go out as a Blazer. That's to me, it's sometimes things actually go right. And I'd never even considered the possibility, but I'm glad.
No, not at all. Like this was not a team I would have thought about at all. Again, we've said it in the beginning. The basketball fits weird. Everything else makes sense. Everything else makes sense. The basketball side, somewhat sense, but not the most sense here. But look, we're happy for Damian Lillard. It's a really cool story. Everybody's happy about this sort of situation here.
Damian Lillard, after being waived and stretched by the Milwaukee Bucks, is headed back to the Pacific Northwest, returning to the Blazers on a 3-year reported $42 million deal. Mike Richmond from Locked On Blazers joins me now. And Mike, I know you're going to have to take a break from all the exciting Summer League action right now because Dame is back. What did you think of this when you first saw it?
Well, I had known that Dame was very, 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 very interested in returning to Portland, but I probably misjudged what that timeline looks like. I had heard from folks who know him well that he wanted to be home, but he wanted to come home. He lives here, right? Like this is the place he lives. This is where his kids are. But I was surprised that it happened now and not 2 years from now. I figured, like maybe many did, that he would go play for a team with a little more proximity to a championship. But instead, he prioritized being back in the place where he's king. And now he's back and he can be king.
I feel like I'm looking at it this way. You tell me if I've oversimplified it in your mind. He was loyal to this city, built a reputation in the city, built a family in the city of Portland. And then he felt like it was time to move on, to go win. He goes to Milwaukee. That doesn't go great, but he's in the mix. They go to the playoffs. Some bad luck happens, but he tries it. And then the injury happens. The pain of being away happens. And he realizes, it would just be great at this point in my career to be happy, to be with my family. I've made the money. I chased the title. Now I just like to play basketball and be happy. Am I oversimplifying it?
I do think it comes down to as simple as that. And he goes back to a place where he'll be prioritized. He will not be treated like a He just turned 35 this week. He's going to probably miss his entire age 35 season recovering from an Achilles tear. So he'll be, a year removed from basketball, coming back to play in the NBA at 36. You go to any other city, any other franchise, and you're a 36-year-old who they hope recovers, and you're a nice story and maybe even a bench player. In Portland, you're Damian Lamont Ali Lillard Sr. You're on Mount Rushmore. Like you are Dame. You are the letter O. You are someone with deep history. You are an icon. Like I said, he's a king. So not only did he prioritize peace and happiness and kind of maybe what he wanted from an emotional human standpoint and say, hey, the grass isn't always greener. I went and checked out that grass and, beautiful Cream City, but like, it wasn't for me, right? It wasn't for me. And I don't want to be the guy who chases that forever because I've seen my peers do that and not have the enjoyments. And I think he not only got to prioritize that, the good vibes and the happiness, he got to do it at a place where he knows that he will have some say in how the story gets finished.
Okay, so how do the Blazers move this story forward here? Because they made they've made other moves in the offseason, the Celtics trade, Jrue Holiday, Anthony Simons. So how do they move forward here with a team that, look, technically is going to have Damian Lillard, but practically will not?
Yeah, they did add 2 35-year-old point guards to the roster this summer. It would have been my guess if you had said, what are they going to do this summer? I would have said, well, Peter, I think they're going to add 2 adults. They're going to need to find 2 gentlemen who've played 15 years of NBA basketball. They could have
just called us, I guess, if they're I might try to find guys in their late 40s or late 30s.
Yeah, I guess I do fit the bill, maybe a little short, but yeah, I'm with it. I still got eligibility. Yeah, I think some of this is figuring out what you have. Like one of the reasons that I was like, hey, it's weird to bring Dame back at this time before, days and weeks before this happened, is because they'd kind of created a lane for the young players to have space to develop and evolve and see what you have in Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe. And this throws a little wrench in the clean development of those gentlemen, no doubt about it. There's no way to sugarcoat that. It doesn't send a great message of positivity to believing in your future with the franchise necessarily, but I think they have a little leeway because he's not going to play to figure out what it all looks like. And then if they're going to have to make some tough decisions at some points, and they will have more clarity, I guess they'll have the luxury of some time to figure out what hard decisions they do have to make.
Damian Lillard is headed back to Portland on a 3-year, $42 million deal. Remember 2 years ago when he wanted out of Portland? Then he got traded to the Bucks, and now after being waived by Milwaukee with an opportunity to go anywhere he wanted, Damian Lillard is heading back to where he started. For more on this huge news, we now welcome in Shams Charania. Shams, this is one of the more surprising stories, at least to me. Dame Lillard left Portland about 2 years ago to pursue a championship. Now he's going back to a Portland team that's not quite on that championship path just yet. So why did he decide to go back?
Ryan, being home in Portland, being back with his 3 kids was by far the biggest, most important factor in Damian Lillard deciding to return and re-sign with the Trailblazers. He was going to spend the year rehabbing his Achilles tear in the Portland area anyways. So returning to the Blazers franchise, even though he requested a trade just 2 years ago, was something he deeply cared about. And Boston, Minnesota, dozens of other teams had minimum and mid-level exception offers out to Damian Lillard in the last several weeks. But I'm told Lillard, as well as Joe Cronin, the Blazers GM, head coach Chauncey Billups, they all met at Damian Lillard's home in recent weeks and figured out how they were going to bond and reunite and move forward on a deal. 3 years, $42 million. He has a player option in the 3rd year as well. And now him and LeBron, the only players in the NBA now with a full no trade clause. And next year, Ryan, Damian Lillard will make $70 million between his Bucks and Blazers salaries. In the next 2 years, he'll be at $140 million combined in salaries.
Wow, that is huge. And you know what? I know a lot of times we say, hey, people should be championship or bust. I can certainly understand the idea of wanting to return home to where your family is. So what's the timeline for Dame's return?
Ryan, Damian Lillard is expected to use the entire 2025-26 season to rehab the Achilles tear and then return for the Portland Trail Blazers, make his reunion and return in that arena in 2026-27 ahead of a player option that he'll have the summer of 2027. So now Damian Lillard is going to be in Portland. He'll be able to rehab there, spend time in the community there, be a leader for a young roster. And Portland was 22-18 to end last season. They were a top 5 defensive team as well. And so this is a team that's clearly rebuilding, retooling. And think, just 2 years ago, they traded Damian Lillard for Jrue Holiday. Then they traded Jrue Holiday away for more assets. Now they have Damian Lillard, Jrue Holiday, and all these players and assets they've been able to build up and deepen this team.
That is a great point. This is a team on the come up, and now they got Dame Lillard in the fold. Shams, thanks so much with the latest on Dame. Appreciate it.
Ryan, going to be exciting to see him back out there when he's healthy, but let's take a look back at some of his best moments from his 11 seasons there. 2014, the game-winning three-pointer at the buzzer as they were down 2. They win the series 4-2 to advance to the second round. Here's Mike Tirico on the call.
A 3 wins the series. It's Lillard. He got the shot off. Lillard, good! Good! And the Blazers win the series for the first time in 14 years!
Yeah, you're going to see more of that. April 23rd, 2019. Western Conference first round Thunder Blazers game tied at 1:15 under 7 seconds to play. Dame dribbling deep 3 at the buzzer, and it's good. Waving goodbye to the Thunder because didn't just win the game but won the series. Portland advances, and here's Brian Anderson on the call.
Lillard, a chance to send the Thunder home. Lillard, long range 3.
That's a bad shot. Care what anybody says, that's a bad shot. But hey, he made it. There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of talk and all this stuff, and that was the last word. That was having the last word.
It sure was. And from the last word to his last season, February 26, 2023, last season until next season anyways, and the season after that. 41 points starting off this game, 8 threes, Ryan, just at the half. Finished this game with a career high, remember this, 71 points, went 22 for 38, 13 for 22 from 3, and a perfect 14 for 14 at the free throw line. Trailblazers defeat the Rockets 131-114, and he scored 71.
And all those great moments and highlights don't come without racking up some serious stats. Lillard's the Blazers' all-time leading scorer with almost 20,000 points and has the most three-pointers in franchise history, too. And while he won't likely suit up next season, he's well within reach of the Blazers' records for assists and games played.
Damian Lillard, he already has his locker ready in Portland. He agreed to a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Blazers after being waived by the Bucks earlier this month. The 9-time All-Star, he will likely miss the entire upcoming season, recovering from an Achilles injury, but he returns to the team that drafted him in 2012. And I love that they already had the locker room ready for his return. Our senior insider, Shams Charania, is here with more. Shams, there were a lot of teams interested in Damian Lillard. Beyond sort of the heartfelt story, who else was in the mix, and why did he ultimately choose to go back to Portland?
Malika, over a dozen teams made minimum and mid-level exception offers to Damian Lillard. 2 teams in particular, I'm told, that Damian Lillard really considered, and that's the Boston Celtics and the Minnesota Timberwolves. He held calls with both teams at different points. But to be in Portland, back home with his 3 young kids, that was by far the most important factor, I was told, in his return to the Trailblazers. And he was going to spend the year rehabbing in Portland anyways from that Achilles tear. But to return to Portland, the franchise that he obviously is an icon in, that meant a lot to him. He held multiple meetings with general manager Joe Cronin and head coach Chauncey Billups at his house in the last few weeks. So he goes back 3 years, $42 million. He's one of 2 players, along with LeBron James, to have a no-trade clause right now in the NBA. So a return to Portland made sense for him on a lot of different levels. And this next season, Malika, he's going to be earning $70 million between his Bucks salary and his Blazers salary. In 2 years before his player option in 2027, he has a guaranteed $141 million over the next 2 years.
I mean, I know that he will be sitting out likely all year, but making $70 million to do that isn't so bad if you want to look at the glass half full here. The recovery process, though, is going to be long. What are his expectations, Shams, for when he might return to the court?
Malika, Damian Lillard will be using the entire 2025-26 season to rehab that Achilles tear and then make his return, his reunion in Portland in that arena in 2026, 2027. And then he has that opt-out in the summer of 2027. The mindset of Damian Lillard right now is that summer he will be going into free agency, potentially in line for another big deal. But now he's in Portland. He's going to be there rehabbing. He's going to be there, a big part of the community, big part of the roster, a leader for that young team. You think about what the Blazers have done this offseason, not only in the draft with Gang Hansen, but also getting Jrue Holiday, a veteran all-star caliber player. Then you get now Damian Lillard back. So they're making moves to retool this roster to try to be more competitive in the next couple of years. Chauncey Billups finished last season 22-18. They had a top 5 defense as well in the second half of the season.
And you just think, Shams, the first time back in Moda Center when they say over the PA system and wearing the letter O, it's Damian Lillard. That place is going to go absolutely nuts. Thank you so much for your reporting, Shams. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. Udonis Haslem, Bobby Marks, Iman Shumpert joining me now. I'm going to start with you here, UD. Your first reaction when you saw that Damian Lillard is going back to Portland?
Excitement, excited. I'm happy for Dame. I understand who Dame is as a person. I understand the things that are important to Dame is his love for his family and his loyalty to the city of Portland. He loves the city of Portland. He never really wanted to leave, but he wanted to put himself in a position where he can fight and contend for a championship. And his love for his family is very important for him. I look at that situation in Portland and I say, yes, he's not going to play the year that's coming up, but he has the opportunity to mentor some great young players. He has the opportunity to be next to Chauncey Billups, who's a champion. Dame is obviously a Hall of Famer. They just brought in James Posey, who's a champion. Jrue Holiday's a champion. So when you look at Scoot Henderson, when you look at Sharp, when you look at Klingon, when you look at all these young guys, Ying Hansen, the guy who they got from China, when you look at all these young guys, this is really an opportunity for these young guys to really learn from some of the best guys that have played the game of basketball.
Without a doubt, I got to second him there. Like, having Damian Lillard in a role now where he doesn't have to produce 40 points. It's just going to be a year for him to talk to guys, make sure guys are in the right position, make sure guys are working out to make themselves better in their own right. Then when he joins the team the following year, we'll be able to look at what he can do and see if he can go a little bit less on the Dame time and just be more, honestly, big shot. Be more Chauncey Billups in that idea of I'm going to direct traffic a little bit more. I'm going to put guys in positions to be successful. I'm not trying to win a scoring title. I'm trying to win a title.
Right, and waiting now with Scoot Henderson maybe or a Shaedon Sharp mentoring those young guys, because with no Anthony Simons on this team anymore, they really have a ability to step up this year. I completely understand, and I think it's so wonderful, the family part of all of this as well, Bobby, but looking at this deal from the Blazers' point of view, how should they be looking at this?
I think, Malika, you look at it in two different ways here.
Okay.
I think the first way is that he's an extension of Chauncey Billups' coaching staff this upcoming year, certainly rehabbing from that Achilles injury. As Sham said, the likelihood is that he's not going to be playing. You've got all these young players, as Iman and UD has said, certainly Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharp and Donovan Klingon. So for right now, it's the extension part as far as when he can get back healthy. And then the second part is then on the basketball court. How is the pairing with Jrue Holiday work? How does that work next year? Most of this roster is intact for the 2026-27 season. Really the only big free agent is Robert Williams. So you do bring back the nucleus of this roster. The other thing too, Malika, when he left in 2023, that roster was not very good. When you look at it 2 years later, this is a significantly improved roster that he's walking into right now.
It wasn't a successful fit really with the Milwaukee Bucks, and in heartbreaking fashion he tore his Achilles at the end of the season. But when you look at the basketball fit now, UD, for Damian Lillard with Portland, it's not necessarily one of those upper echelon contender teams, but there are ways in which this works. How do you see that?
Obviously, the mentorship the first season, but then the second season you come in and everybody knows how great Dame is, controlling the pace, handling the ball, scoring the basketball. But I also feel like he has the opportunity to play next to a great guard who can defend on both ends. I mean, who can play both sides of the basketball court. When you look at what Milwaukee was able to do with Jrue Holiday at the point guard when they were 11th in offense, but they were number 1 in defense. So when you look about Dame going back to Portland, yes, Dame is going to score a lot of points, but when you talk about a team who finished 5th in defense last year in the second half of the season, this is another opportunity to get one of the best two-way players in the league. You saw the impact that he had with Milwaukee winning the championship. You saw the impact that he had with Boston winning the championship. So when you put one of the best clutch players in the league next to one of the best two-way players in the league, you really have a good backcourt for these young guys to learn from.
Without a doubt. When he talks about a guy playing both sides of the ball, Jrue Holiday has been talked about at that position, and not just the point guard position or the shooting guard position. He's been mentioned as a combo guard.
Right.
He can guard 1 through 3. Guys that can do that can make it to where you guys can switch on defense. Those type of things is what Damian Lillard has never had. Even though he's had C.J. McCollum, him and C.J. McCollum were not together to be a prominent defensive guarding team. Like they weren't supposed to be out there guarding things and cutting the head off the snake, so to speak. Jrue Holiday has always prided himself on that, and he's also prided himself on being able to stand next to a superstar and say, this is where I fit in.
The Portland Trail Blazers, they finished the end of last season 23-18. So they put together a little run there, really defensive-minded run where they were able to stack together a couple of wins here. And now they get the most famous Trailblazer in the history of the organization back. The letter O is back in Portland.
A feel-good story and one of the greatest contractual maneuvers that the NBA has ever seen, but we'll push that off. Dame Lillard is going back to the Portland Trail Blazers on a 2+1 deal, 2 years plus a player option, basically at the mid-level exception, $42 million. Bontemps, great for the Trailblazers fans. For the 2025-26 Trailblazers, I guess it'll be nice to have Dame Lillard there. We're going to push the contract off, but I guess it'll be a fun press conference.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought when I saw this, as you'll hear later, there's a rehearsal dinner tonight in Lisbon, Portugal, where I'm at for this wedding.
You sound stone cold sober, so you must not have had that good of a time at it.
Well, I have a young son who didn't really want to sleep, so I spent about 2 hours trying to put him to bed. But after I got done with that, I walked out of the room, and a few minutes later, I got a tweet from Shams announcing that this Dame thing was happening. And the first thing I thought was, this is an awesome story. Like you said, Dame going back to Portland, super cool. You know, gets a no trade clause, which I think is extremely smart by Aaron Goodwin and Dame's management team to make sure that he has some control over his future, because that is that's the kind of mid-sized salary that could easily be put in a trade later. So good for him to have that locked in. And yeah, to your point, it's the Blazers who seem to be wanting to try to win this year. That's all the indications that we've gotten from them.
Well, you don't trade for Jrue Holiday.
Right. Trading for Jrue Holiday, all the other stuff they've done. Now has $40 million essentially in dead money on their books for the 25-26 season. That is a very hard thing to square. Now, the Dame thing in a vacuum, honestly, totally makes sense to bring him back to Portland on a mid-level deal. I think he's going to be probably at worst a third guard next year. Like, that's fine. If he is anywhere near, if he comes anywhere remotely close to the player was before the injury, that's a huge win for making $14-ish million next year. But I just don't really get what Portland's trying to do in general. Like, they have this roster that doesn't really make a lot of sense. We've talked before about they've now drafted centers in back-to-back years. They draft Jan Hansen 16th overall after drafting Donovan Clingan the year before. Can they actually play together? I don't know. They've had Scoot Henderson and Shaden Sharp that they drafted high in the lottery the last couple of years. They haven't been starting. They've been starting behind veterans. They've been blocked. Seems like Scoot's going to start now, but they also trade for Jrue Holiday. They also now have Dame, even though Dame's not going to play this year. Shaden Sharp, I still don't think is going to start as, I think, a 23-year-old fourth-year player. We still don't really know what to make of him. They trade for Denny Avdia on a great contract. He's a very good player, but by the time they're really ready to win, in theory, he's going to need to pay a lot more. They didn't trade Robert Williams when they seemed to have opportunities to, and now he's been hurt again, and I don't think he has any value on the market. It's just hard to really square what it is they're trying to do in general. And I know that doesn't really matter because we probably should just be talking about how cool it is that Dame is going back. But, I just keep looking at the Portland roster and the moves they've made, and I just don't really see what the strategy is.
Okay, so let's acknowledge at the start here that it really, really sucks that Dame Lillard had that injury. When it happened in the calendar, which probably wipes out all next season, as he was coming back from a blood clot at lightning pace, I'd never seen anything like it, to try to help the team, try to get Giannis on a playoff run. It was a tough situation for him in Milwaukee because he didn't envision himself going there. I want to acknowledge all of that. And I want to acknowledge that he really just wanted to go to his adopted home of Portland, and that's where he was going to rehab. And now he can rehab. Like, all of that is cool. If you're a Blazers fan who've really kind of been in the wilderness the last couple of years, you're really excited about Yang Hansan. My friend from Shanghai tried to tell me how to say it the other day, and I still didn't get it.
Hansen. That's it. Yang Hansen. Right. It's very simple.
Yeah. Anyway, you have to be really excited about him. You're seeing him doing some stuff in Summer League. So even though the Blazers are really underneath, probably 10 or 12 rosters that are better than them, okay, maybe I'll give them the edge of the play-in. There's some things to be excited about. And the idea of Dame Lillard coming back and being in a Blazers uniform where you have great memories of that decade where he led them to all those playoff victories and those great moments in the Western Conference Finals one year. Like, let's acknowledge that all of that is awesome. Or in the case of Dame, unfortunate, and he deserved a break. We spent a lot of this upcoming podcast talking about the Suns buying out Bradley Beal. We talked a lot previously about the Bucks buying out Dame. The Blazers will almost, not quite, but almost have as much money as Dame and Beal are costing those teams on the books just for this year. Combined, Dame and Beal combined, almost what they've got on the books. And this is a jaw-droppingly, historically great contract.
Maybe it is just less. I thought it was more. But yeah, no, it probably is just less.
Okay.
It's a crazy amount of money.
Yeah, I think Dame is 23 on the Bucks books and Beal is 19 and change. So call it 20. So 43, and this is going to be a little under 40. Whatever.
Yeah,
The point is, it's wild that they're going to have $40 million in dead money. This is a historically unbelievable contract situation because this is, like I said, this is a 2+1. So Dame is committed to the Blazers for 2 years. Now, I'm sure he intends to not play anywhere else. I'm not saying he is, but he could obviously opt out. Let's say if he comes back and is great, he could opt out. So he's committed to the Blazers for 2 more years, for which he will be paid $28 million. But he's only going to play one of those years because he's going to miss this season. So Dame did a deal where he's going to get paid $28 million to play one season with a no trade clause while he is getting $23 million in buyout money from the Bucks. It is a brilliant, wonderful turn of events for him. And karma says he should have got it. The other thing I want to say is one more thing. Dame, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bontemps, Dame, in fact, did ask for a trade from the Blazers. Now, you can say that it was okay that he did that because they were going another direction. They were skewing young. And I agree with that. But Dame was no longer in Portland because of his personal decision. So, yes, he's coming back and this is wonderful, but it wasn't like he was sent away because the Blazers decided to send him away. He asked to be traded. So I know that it was a bad ending. There was some hard feelings, and this will salve that over. But am I being a jerk, Bontemps, for saying that? Or
situation there was pretty weird at the end. You know, like we talked about it a lot at the time. I still don't really understand the Blazers' position during the negotiations in the Dame. Again, another thing, it was just hard to really follow. Miami was very interested in trying to talk to them about Dame, and they simply refused to talk to Miami at all. And, you know, the Bucks came out of nowhere and got him a deal,
Yeah.
and they sort of that fell into their lap, and they did a nice job with it. They've now turned around and traded for Jrue Holiday anyway, again, which is very odd that Jrue Holiday and Dame Lillard are both on the Bucks now. It's very strange.
Yeah,
both in part because of
the
torn
roster
Achilles.
doesn't make a ton of sense, but I'm not going to stress about it because who knows what the roster will be in a year. Dame
No,
will not be.
I know. It's just funny that because of two torn Achilles for two different players, Dame Lillard and Jrue Holiday, who were traded for each other, are now on the Blazers together. That's just a strange coincidence. But I mean, look, it's a surreal thing for him to be back in Portland. I think it's a super fun story. You know, we're going to talk later about Devin Booker and maybe him staying in Phoenix. I think it's really cool. Dame obviously has had an unbelievable career, and some of my favorite moments watching as a fan over the past 10 or 15 years have been the Dame shot to beat the Rockets and the Dame shot to beat the Thunder. I mean, you can argue that the reason the Thunder won the title is because of Damian Lillard, because that shot he
That's
hit
a long journey,
back
but I get it. That's a long journey
back in
there.
2019. In 2019, that shot that he hit, that ended that Russ, PG, Carmelo team like that. They blew that team up that summer. Obviously, Russ gets traded to Houston. Paul George gets traded to the Clippers. They get all the stuff back. It turns into J-Dub and Shea, and the rest is history, right? But yeah, it's a very cool story, and I'm really happy for Dame. He's one of the best dudes in the league. Like you said, sucked seeing him get hurt, especially the way he came back in record time from the blood clot. And it's going to be really fun to see the letter O in a Portland uniform again in a year.
In 16 months or something.
But it is just an incredible piece of work for them to get $28 million. And again, I do think that Aaron Goodwin deserves a ton of credit for getting this no trade clause, because look, we've talked about it. There's the ownership change on the horizon in Portland. There could be all sorts of changes that come with that. Maybe they would want to use Dame's salary to trade in a year or whatever. And now that's off the board. And Dame's going to get to stay there as long as he wants. If he wants to stay there for 3 years, he can be there for 3 years. If he wants to be there for 2, he can be there for 2. It's good for him, and it's going to be a fun story to see in a year. And we'll continue to wait to figure out what exactly the plan is in Portland. Why are they doing this? Could say a lot of things. What's going on?
He could not say no to this. And I'm sure he's happy to say yes, but he also could not say no. So
I mean, look,
I would also say,
couple years from a personal level, I would say the last couple of years for Dame have been pretty rough.
Yes,
well, I just mean it's just for, I think, I don't know how much fans know, but his family was back. Like, I don't know how many fans know this. His family was back in the Pacific Northwest. He was in Milwaukee. He's talked at times about how tough a situation that was for him. Obviously, then he gets hurt. But, obviously, everything I've heard, the brief time I've poked around about this in the last hour or so since it happened, getting a chance to be back home with his family, not having to worry about moving around anymore, being locked in for a couple of years back home in Portland, like all that was incredibly appealing to him, as I'm sure it would make sense to anybody. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And look, for a team that really is trying to have Scoot Henderson take the next step as a player, you got Jrue Holiday and Dame Lillard mentoring him. That's the one thing I'll say about this situation. Like,
their locker room will be
around than those two guys.
Their locker room will be spectacular. I don't know how they'll be on the floor, but their locker room is going to be spectacular.
Got two of the best dudes in the entire league.
And I will say this:
there now.
Dame owes a Valentine to the Milwaukee Bucks organization, because it's not what he wanted. It's not what the Bucks wanted, but them cutting him when they did opened this up. And I mean, his preference would have been to stay in Milwaukee and, been playing for a championship, but this is a heck of a turn of events that will apply salve to the terrible turn of events with the with the Achilles. Okay, well, we're on to the regular pod that we taped earlier. And thank you to Bontemps for staying up late in Portugal. Thanks to Jackson.
Adios, everybody.
Ocho, Damian Lillard is returning to the Blazers. 3 years, $45 million will include a player option for 27-28 and a no-trade clause. Is it better the second time around?
Well, Unc, my therapist always told me when you break up with your ex, you never spin the block. Because whatever you left for the first time, it is sure to arise the second time. I'm not sure if that's the same. It goes the same in basketball, but maybe the rekindling of the relationship between Damian Lillard and the Portland Trail Blazers may be different this time. It may be. I love Dame. You know, he's been a joy to watch over the years. I'm excited for him. I'm hoping he gets back healthy to full strength where he can be the same Damian Lillard we're used to seeing before.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a dope situation. I'm glad that the Trailblazers opened their arms and were willing to let him come back. So that's dope.
Damian Lillard found out that nobody was going to love him like Portland. Even going to Milwaukee and teaming up, you know, because I like it's not that big of a deal. I guarantee you, if Giannis had have asked Milwaukee, could he train? Could he rehab outside? It'd have been no problem.
Right.
But Dame doesn't have the same cachet in Milwaukee as he had in Portland.
Right.
And that's what guys need to understand. They're never going to love you as much as they do where you're originally from.
Damn, that's a good
He's not going to play this year.
This year.
So the first time we're going to probably see Dame on the court is 26, 27. And then because he has that he has a no-trade clause, he had a player option 27, 28. So we're not going to see Dame until the 26, 27 season.
Damn. That's crazy.
But I'm glad he went home. I mean, I think the thing is that Dame wanted an opportunity to play for a championship, and he realized that he wasn't going to play for it there. And, you know, he's like, okay, I got to move. You know, he wanted to do a Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett was loyal to the soil until he finally realized he wasn't. And then he said, okay, you can trade me. And he went to Boston and he won one and he came close to winning another. He lost Game 7 to the Lakers.
Yeah.
And Dame wanted a very similar situation. I think Dame stayed too long, but he didn't go to where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to Miami, and Miami didn't want to give up the assets to get him. So he had to go detour. And it didn't work out. I didn't think it was going to work out, and it didn't. But, hey, he got an opportunity. And like I said, a lot of times, Ocho, when these guys move, ain't no guarantee you going to win a chip, even if you go pair with another great player.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's crazy. But I'm glad they did open their arms and they're willing to let him come back.
Yeah, his family's there. His kids there. He got three. I think he got 3 boys. His ex-wife still lives there. He wanted to be close to them. His family still is there. And so it's a no-brainer to me.
Right.
Milwaukee still owe him a boatload of money. They bought him out. Did they bought him out or cut him? I don't know. Whatever the case may be. But they still owe him $110, $150, $120 million.
Whatever it may be,
and he gets another, 3 years at $45 million, so another $15 million a year.
I like it.
But hopefully he heals up and be ready to go, because I want to see the old Dame Lillard out there in 26, 27.
Out there hitting him with this,
Yep. Dame time.
What we talking about?
We continue to follow breaking news out of the NBA, where Damian Lillard will take off that Milwaukee Bucks jersey and head back to the Trailblazers to join Portland. Multiple reports have a 3-year deal with Portland and a player option. ESPN adding its $42 million contract to return to the team. There is a no-trade clause, and that player option is for the 27/28 season. All right, let's get more thoughts on this news, and we bring in Avery Johnson. Coach, what do we make of the news that we're learning today between Damian Lillard and his old team?
A little bit surprised because, I thought at this stage of
Damian Lillard's career, even though he has to sit out this upcoming season, I thought he would join a team that would potentially be closer to winning the championship. Portland, even with this roster, currently organized, they're not a playoff team. They're not even a play-in team. And I don't see how they're going to become a playoff team or a championship level team within the next 3 years. So I'm somewhat surprised, but at the same time, it's good when you can always go back home. Damian Lillard's kids are based in Portland, so maybe he wants to spend more time with his kids and be available for them. So I think this is probably more about his kids than it is about him chasing a ring.
Which is what he did a couple of years ago. Obviously, he spent so much time getting the Trailblazers close to a title, at least playing in the finals, which didn't really happen, of course. And then he joins Giannis and the Bucks for about 2 years. Coach, how would you describe the Milwaukee timeline for Dame time?
Yeah, it was very unsuccessful, underwhelming. He really was brought in there to help lead Milwaukee back to a championship run with Giannis. He wasn't the same Damian Lillard that played in the Portland Trailblazers uniform, didn't shoot the ball as well, struggled defensively. And again, that's why I'm surprised by this move, because, Portland is bringing him back whenever he's healthy and ready to go to play, 38, 40 minutes a game and try to, rewind the clock. I just don't see it happening with him getting back to that type of player that he was when he left the Trailblazers. So that's why I thought he would take some sort of a lesser role on a championship caliber team. And like most people, I'm surprised.
I think a lot of us are. We hope to learn more information, obviously, as the two sides get back together, learn a little bit more about how this all got together. But we can't help but be a little nostalgic with the news that he's going back, right? There's a lot on social media saying it just feels right for him to come back, and he's hit so many big shots for this team, including the one over Paul George, as people remember. Again, the nickname Dame Time Coach. I mean, remind us about peak Damian Lillard and what he was as a shot maker in the league.
Oh, yeah, he was incredible. A guy that, pretty much was putting together a Hall of Fame type career in Portland. When you thought about the Portland Trailblazers, it started and ended with Damian Lillard. Being able to score over anybody and all of those game-winning shots. And, he's the Portland Trailblazers. He's Portland, Oregon. This guy did so much for the community. Did so much on and off the court. So I know this is, at the same time, while some of us may be surprised, this is going to be a boost for the Portland Trailblazers fan, because they know at some point, even if it's in the 26-27 season, they're going to get their beloved Damian Lillard back in the Trailblazers uniform, and they want him to retire a Portland Trailblazer, because that's what I'm imagining from what I've heard. He has a no-trade clause.
Coach, I got to get you out of here on this. And yes, we heard about the no-trade clause, and I think you're right about that. The Achilles injury, and given he's in his mid-30s here, you're a perfect person to ask about what type of player we expect from Damian Lillard when he actually returns to the court in a season's plus time.
Yes, it's one of the toughest injuries to return from. You rather have a sprained ankle, some sort of a strained hamstring, groin. But when you talk about, a sprained knee, but when you talk about that Achilles, that is a tough injury. But we've gotten, some recent evidence. Kevin Durant came back from it, and now you have Jason Tatum dealing with it. Tyrese Halliburton. So doctors have gotten even better and more clever as they perform these surgeries. So I'm sure he had an incredible medical team, and I'm banking that his rehab is going to be unbelievable, and maybe he'll get back on the court sooner rather than later.
That's NBA champ Avery Johnson joining us with the breaking news that it will be Dame's time once again in Rip City. But we'll have to wait a little while. Again, won't be joining this team this year. Vegas certainly thinks not highly of this team. Just 33.5 is the win total for the Portland Trailblazers in 25/26. All right, let's break it all down with John Gonzalez here. So I guess you can go back home. I know he's a Bay Area guy, but you know what I mean. Pacific Northwest, Portland, and Dame. What do we think?
Yeah, from Dame's perspective, this is great, Tommy. I mean, I was one of the people that was saying, look, he's going to have to rehab anyway. Dame doesn't need the money. I don't know what the rush is. The landscape in the NBA can change pretty dramatically year over year. And I was thinking that, as he's rehabbing this Achilles, he should just wait until next offseason and then pick the best spot for him to go ring hunting. This makes sense, though, because, as you noted, best player in Blazers history, spent his entire career there with the exception of this brief sabbatical that he had in Milwaukee. So he gets to go home again. 3 for 42 is pretty great because between what you're going to get from the Blazers over the next few years and what he's going to get from the Bucks just next year, Tommy, he's going to make $70 million from those two teams. And then over the next 2 years, he's going to make $141 million. And on top of all that, Tommy, this is the part where it starts to make, from Dave's perspective, this is fantastic. Not only does he get a player option in the final season, which is rich enough, but to really sweeten this thing beyond really understanding for me from the Blazers perspective is the no trade clause. Look, if you're Dame, you're ecstatic, but somebody in Portland is going to have to explain to me how you're going to give a guy who's 36 coming off an Achilles a player option and a no trade.
So remind me if you can, and maybe some others that don't pay attention to Trailblazers basketball, because we have seen Dame from time to time with Giannis and the Bucks. What type of team do we see them now post, the trade to Milwaukee, especially over the last season? What type of team have the Trailblazers been on the court?
Yeah, interesting, right? Last year, I was one of the people, again, advocating for them to go full tank mode. They decided, no. We've got some really nice, young, interesting pieces here. Denny Avia, Tumani Kamara, who made all defense. They ended up trading Anthony Simons, but they bring back Jrue Holiday in that deal. They've got Scoot Henderson, who's on the rise, and Shaedon Sharpe. They also unplugged DeAndre Ayton from that really complicated center situation, so now they've got more room for Donovan Clingan, and they drafted just now Chinese joker Yang Hansen, who's a really interesting piece. The whole point here is that the Western Conference is loaded, but they do have some really nice, young, interesting pieces on the Trailblazers. I don't know that redounds to them being Western Conference contenders, certainly. I doubt that they'll make the playoffs proper, but a play-in scenario, that's on the table for the Blazers this year. And then a year on, when Dame finally comes back from his Achilles, you'll get a veteran presence back in that locker room. That's a team that could make some disruptions moving forward. Maybe win a series. I doubt 2, but they're a nice, young, up-and-coming team for when Dame returns.
And then lastly here, what concerns, if any, do you have of Damian Lillard as he recovers from injury?
Yeah, the Achilles is a really difficult one, right? An ACL is almost routine these days. You can come back from that pretty quickly. Kyrie Irving is one of those players who's recovering and rehabbing from an ACL right now. And Achilles, as we saw, a rash of them towards the end of the season, whether that's due to playing too many games or going deep into the season. But you had one from Jason Tatum, you had one from Tyrese Halliburton, and of course from Damian Lillard. You don't want to see that happen to any player, but for a player who's going to be 36 years old when he comes off of the Achilles, it's not like he's just going to hit the court and look like the old Damian Lillard right away. It's going to take some time, not only for him to get back to being fully healthy, but also for him to look like the Damian Lillard or any approximation that he was previously. So long road ahead of Damian Lillard still, and so also for the Portland Trailblazers.
Yep, going to miss the entire 25/26 season, but rejoining a team and a franchise that he knows all too well. John Gonzalez with the insight here on the breaking news. Again, that Dame time headed back to Rip City and the Pacific Northwest.
Before we get to the awards, we start the show with some breaking NBA news. Dame Lillard has found a new home, and it is not here in Boston. Lillard has reportedly agreed to a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to his original team, the Portland Trailblazers. He has already posted something on Instagram that suggests this news is true. Boston was reportedly one of the teams interested in Lillard, who they hoped would help them in 2 years when he returns from his Achilles injury. But instead, it is back home to Portland for Dame. All right, let's welcome in right away our Celtics insiders. We've got our insider, Chris Forsberg, in studio here. We have Kayla Burton. Chris, just first of all, your reaction to this news.
Yeah, I'm just not surprised. I get why we like the storybook idea of Dame and Tatum uniting in Boston and rehabbing together and then kicking it to another gear next season. But the reality is, when you've been around the NBA long enough, it always feels like it comes back a little bit to money. And now there's other there's still a storybook here with him going back to Portland, with him getting to rehab in his preferred location. But ultimately, Dame wasn't probably going to go somewhere for the minimum, and superstar players just don't do that, even when they're older and coming off Achilles injury. So I just never really thought it was going to be a thing that Boston could pull off. It's a call you have to make, when you're in the position the Celtics are, and you need to take some swings at low cost guys that have some high upside if everything broke right. But I'm thrilled for Dame in the sense that, even when he left Milwaukee, all the reports where he wanted to be back home, he wanted to rehab around his family. Now he gets to do that. He gets to nurture a young and fun Portland team. It could be a really good situation for him out there. And he got a no trade clause, which is kind of great for him.
Yeah, 11 of his 13 seasons in Portland. There's so much familiarity there. When it comes to the Celtics, is this a win? Is this a loss for them? I don't look at it as a loss for the Celtics. I think it could have been a win, a little bit of a win for the Celtics, but I was always on the side of, okay, if they get Dame Lillard, that would be great. You saw his relationship with Tatum kind of off the court, how close those two are. People are starting to poke their nose in this conversation saying, oh, okay. Not to mention, Dame Lillard also mentioned that Boston is of interest before this move just happened. So it could have been exciting, but for me, Trenny, when I look at the Celtics and their need right now, it's not in the backcourt. It's in the front court. They need big guys. They need big men. Dame Lillard would have been a great addition. He was averaging, 24 points per game, 4.7 rebounds, 7 assists. So he would have been a great playmaker here for the Celtics. But in terms of what they need, I don't see this being a loss whatsoever. And, hey, look at Portland. They got Dame back.
Yeah, I sort of look at this, guys, as the fact that this was going to be 2 years from now anyway. It's not going to impact the Celtics immediately. And Dame is going to be 36 years old in the season that he's able to come back. And we just don't have any idea of what type of player he would be after that Achilles injury anyway. But now, Chris, the question, of course, we have to ask each other is, where do the Celtics go from here? If they were planning on signing him, then that was sort of part of the future plans. How do they address payroll? Do they try to add somebody else? Do they cut more salary? Do they try to go that way? What do you think is next for the Celtics?
Yeah, I'll just keep saying it. Part of why I don't think they even really thought much about it is because you still have salary to trim. Even if it's just a little to get off that second apron, I just think there's going to be bigger cuts. And maybe some of that will be dictated by how they look going into the year. But I do look at this roster, and as Kayla mentioned, it's still a little bit unbalanced. We got to see what emerges in that front court. I think there's some tinkering left to do here if the right deals emerge. I think Brad was pretty honest when he met with us last week and said, they don't want to sacrifice draft assets to move off money. But I do think as you get into the season, some of those conversations will change and teams' needs will change around the league. And maybe that will open up opportunities. But I would be very surprised if the roster we see here on July 17th is the same one that's there on October 17th when the team tips off the season.
Well, Kayla, you mentioned them needing front court help. Obviously, they do. But when you look ahead to when Jason Tatum is expected to return in that 2026-2027 season, is Tatum, Brown, White, Pritchard, as 4 of your 5 starters, is that enough to contend for a title?
I said it before and I'll say it again. They need front court help. Those guys are fantastic when it comes to being, competing for a title and getting another championship. But you need a big guy. And sending away Kristaps Porzingis, sending away Luke Cornett, it's just not enough. Yes, they have Neemias Queta. They have some big guys still in-house, Xavier Tillman, et cetera. But is it enough? I say no, not at this point. I think those guys are going to make up a huge core of what could be another title run. But until they get a big man, a stretch 5, who is going to fit into that Joe Mazzulla offense, who can kind of really knock down threes at the top of the key and also be a big body, be a big presence down in the paint, until they get that guy, then I won't get into the discussion of them competing for a title. So I'm just waiting on the big man, Trenny.
Damian Lillard is returning to the Portland Trailblazers after getting waived by the Milwaukee Bucks and his contract stretched. He has signed a 3-year, $42 million deal to return to the Portland Trailblazers. And, there was every team in the league that had interest in Damian Lillard, but in particular, the Boston Celtics, Golden State Warriors, Miami Heat, teams like that, contending teams had serious interest in Damian Lillard. I think the Boston Celtics were the front runners, but the chance to return home to Portland, where his kids are as well, was an opportunity that he just couldn't pass on, and he actually has a no-trade clause in his contract as well. So he will spend the next season rehabbing that Achilles injury in his home in Portland, and then will return. And by the sounds of it now, they're going to keep Jrue Holiday as well. Hopefully this is a good reason for Jrue Holiday to stick around in Portland and not, request a trade or try and force his way out of there to a contending team. I mean, he still might do that, but clearly returning home and being closer to his kids was a better opportunity than trying to win a championship and go. Because Boston, obviously, the Eastern Conference is quite far away from Portland as well. And that's one of the things he struggled with during his time in Milwaukee, was being so far away from his kids. But you do love to see it. Damian Lillard passing up the opportunity to try and win a championship, to return to Portland where he's built such a great legacy. He's on a three-year, $42 million deal to return to the Trailblazers. Let me know what you think of it in the comment section.
Wow, what a story. Damian Lillard, after getting stretched and waived by the Milwaukee Bucks, that was a shocker, the way that all unfolded. After his injury, he's going to have to recover from that injury. Everybody's wondering, where would he go? He's actually going to go back home to the Portland Trailblazers. It's a 3-year deal, $42 million. So this upcoming season, he's going to be earning $70 million. And then over the next 2 years, he's going to have a salary of $141 million. Wow. And when the Bucks waived him, it came out that Lillard, he wanted to rehab back at home with his family, and they didn't really want him to do that. So they were clashing there, the player and the franchise, but now he's going back home. And it's crazy because he wanted to get out of Portland. They never did a good job building a team around him, so he wanted to go to a contender. And unlike a lot of other superstar players that have been able to go exactly where they wanted to go, so many stars like James Harden acting up with the franchise, forcing their way where they want to go. He didn't get to do that. He didn't get to go to the Miami Heat. That's the team he wanted to go to. It didn't quite happen that way. He goes to the Bucks. It wasn't really a success with the Bucks. So now he's going back home. I don't think we've ever seen that. We haven't really seen a player leave a franchise and then go back the way that Lillard is going back. So that's very interesting. And what's funny is that Jrue Holiday and Damian Lillard, now they're going to be teammates because they got traded for each other. But Jrue just got sent to the Blazers. And now Lillard is going back. Wow. Get in the comment section. We got to hear from Celtics fans. We got to hear from all of the teams that were rumored to get Lillard. Because his situation with that wave and stretch, he could have gone to a lot of different teams. It could have been dangerous, too, if he joins your team. But now he's going back to the Blazers. I don't think the Blazers are going to be winning anything. But Blazers fans, get in the comment section as well. What are you thinking about this? Lillard leaving and coming back. How do you feel?
Damian Lillard is returning to the Portland Trailblazers, and frankly, a shocking turn of events not that long after Dame's contract was waived and stretched by the Milwaukee Bucks. He is returning to the only other NBA team that he'd ever known prior to being traded to Milwaukee 2 years ago. This is pretty unprecedented for a player of this caliber to get traded away from a team and then return to them just 2 years later. It changes a lot of things about what we think about Portland over the next couple of seasons, and honestly, it's just one of the more interesting things that has happened in the entirety of the NBA offseason. So let's talk about the Dame situation first. When he got waived and stretched by the Milwaukee Bucks, the assumption was that he was going to a team like Miami or Boston, a team that either in Miami represents a location that he wanted to go to when he requested a trade away from Portland in the first place, or a team like Boston that gives him a real opportunity to compete for an NBA title when he returns from injury a year from now. And that timeline aligns with someone like Jason Tatum, who's also recovering from an Achilles injury, and a team that a year from now in Boston will really try and add a lot more pieces to their team in an effort to contend for a title compared to what they currently have on the roster. There, of course, were other options out there for him as well, and there was a possibility of him returning to Portland, primarily because that's where his family is, that's where his kids are. That was a really difficult transition for him once he was traded away from Portland and playing in Milwaukee. He talked openly about how it was difficult for him to play somewhere else away from his family, and so Portland was always on the list. But from a basketball perspective, it didn't ever really make a whole lot of sense for him to return there. But ultimately, not only is he going back there, it's on a pretty significant deal, a deal with a no trade clause, and a deal that sets up Portland for a lot of really interesting things over the next couple of seasons. The Trailblazers were already pivoting more towards a win now mindset this offseason, fresh off of a really strong close to the year last year, especially defensively. There was a lot of numbers that pointed towards Portland being one of the best defensive teams in the entire league towards the end of last year. Now, there are obviously caveats to those numbers because there are a bunch of teams towards the end of the year that just were not trying. Sometimes over a small-ish sample size, there can just be some shot-making numbers that go your way and make your defense look better than it actually is. But Portland thinks that it's real. They think that their core of guys like Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe, Denny Avdija, Donovan Clingan, they feel like that group is ready to take a leap. And so they made some changes to that effect. They got rid of Anthony Simons. They brought in Jrue Holiday, a proven championship level player. And now in adding Damian Lillard, they have set themselves up for a very clear timeline. This past year, they made a mini leap. They established themselves as a team on the rise in the Western Conference. This offseason, they've added proven guys like Jrue Holiday to take a leap and really push for the playoffs and the play-in a real way. In the following season, Damian Lillard will be returning from his Achilles injury. The young guys will have grown even more, and they'll have all of these pieces to finally put a real contender around Damian Lillard, although this time a much older Damian Lillard returning from an Achilles injury, but still a massive boost to a team that looked like they were building towards something and now look like they're building towards potentially being a semi-contender a year from now. Now, obviously, that puts a lot of faith in Damian Lillard's return from his Achilles injury and what kind of player he's going to be at that point, but I think more so just signals a team that is ready to make that kind of leap, and it's just a crazy situation in general. For the Blazers to, in 2 years, have gone from getting all of the assets that they got in exchange for Damian Lillard, guys like Toumani Camara that are really important to their team right now, and they kept the pick that was Scoot Henderson that Dame wanted them to trade for a contending level player, and someone else paid for his contract. He was on this massive deal over the following few seasons. Someone else is paying for that. And Damian Lillard is still on the team 2 years later. It's a situation that, frankly, I can't remember there being any comparisons to in the history of the league. And they're not getting back the Damian Lillard from 2 years ago. They're not getting the Damian Lillard that the Milwaukee Bucks traded for 2 years ago, but he's still probably going to be really good. He's certainly going to be able to shoot the ball. And frankly, it's just a really cool story to have a guy that was loyal to this franchise for a really long time. They had some success. They made a conference finals. They had some okay postseason runs and ultimately decided it was time for him to move on. And now he gets to come back with the team given 2 years to really build up this young core around him. And really the only thing I can think of as a real comparison is when LeBron left to go to the Heat in 2010 and then returned to the Cavs in 2014. Obviously, LeBron and Dame are on different levels in terms of, all-time rankings. And obviously at this point in Dame's career, he's much different than like LeBron returning to the Cavs in 2014. But there are similarities in the fact that they left. The team that they left got younger, they got better, they rebuilt, and then you just add that guy back into your team, in LeBron's case in free agency, in Dame's case in free agency via being waived and stretched by another team. And that's really my main takeaway from the entire situation, is that this is just really, really cool. These aren't stories that we get very often in the NBA, and I can't wait to see what the Blazers put around Dame a year from now. It puts into question, whether or not they're going to be willing to trade some of their young guys next year, or if Dame is just kind of along for the ride as this team continues to grow and improve. And as is stated in a lot of the reporting, the main motivation here actually wasn't even on the floor. It was to return to a place that he's familiar with. It was to return to where his family is and to really try and bring something to the Portland organization that's been missing ever since Dame left. But there is a lot of really interesting basketball stuff happening here, and a lot of it relies upon a lot of the stuff they were already counting on coming into the season before Dame ever agreed to return, and that is the development of the young guys. Scoot Henderson has to continue to improve for Portland to reach really any of their goals. He's had a pretty disappointing beginning to his career, started to figure some things out in the second half of the season last year, but he was someone that was supposed to be the primary lead guard on pretty good offenses, and that just hasn't been the case so far in his career. Denny Avdija had a really, really good, really second half of the season, but the entirety of the season really last year in Portland. They're going to need that to continue to improve. Shaedon Sharpe has to be healthy. They've got Donovan Clingan, they've got Jan Hansen. Like there's a lot of things all of a sudden happening in Portland, and then just add Damian Lillard back into that is really, really fun. And I think ultimately this is going to end up just being like a really cool story. I don't know that it actually has a seismic impact on the league as a whole. Like Portland a year from now, once they add Damian Lillard back into the equation, depending on what's happened with the rest of this young core, like they're not going to be on the level of a team like Denver or Houston or Oklahoma City, or even the Clippers have really set themselves up well this offseason. But I think it's a reminder of the storyline aspect of the NBA and how sometimes things aren't just about being a contender. Things aren't just about rebuilding in the draft. It's about having storylines and really cool things attached to your team. And I can't imagine a cooler story for the Trailblazers. From the moment that Damian Lillard requested a trade in the first place, any scenario that you could have envisioned would have not have been as cool as 2 years later him being back on the team, plus them having significant assets as a result of the Dame trade. And part of the reason that this doesn't happen that often is because there are rules in place to prevent this. Like teams that trade a player away can't then just go back and get them immediately. There's a time period in which you have to wait for that guy to return to your team to prevent a team from trading someone away and then having just like an insider deal for them to just leave and come back after also getting the assets for the player. So there's a reason why this kind of stuff doesn't really happen all that often. And there's a reason why this was even a possibility in the first place. And that's what we've talked about in Lillard videos in the past. Like Damian Lillard would be a member of the Milwaukee Bucks right now had he not torn his Achilles. Maybe there would have been trade discussions about sending him to Miami or a variety of teams, but at that point, prior to him tearing his Achilles, he was committed to being in Milwaukee, and what instigated them waiving and stretching his contract was him tearing his Achilles and then no longer being a player they could count out at all for this coming season. And then that ends up with the Miles Turner situation and Dame just becoming a free agent. And it's kind of similar to the Bradley Beal situation, where I think people's understanding and the reputation of Damian Lillard in general certainly decreased because he was getting older and his contract was so crazy. But there's a difference between, in Bradley Beal's case, making $50 million and then Bradley Beal now making $5 million to be like the fourth best player on the Clippers. And there's a difference between Damian Lillard making like $60 million on the Bucks and then being hurt, to Damian Lillard having a year to recover from an injury and making like $12 or $13 million to play for the Portland Trailblazers. This is one of the coolest storylines I can think of in a long time, and I cannot wait to see what it's like when Dame returns, when he plays his first home game back in Portland. And again, it sets the Trailblazers up for a lot of really interesting decisions next offseason, depending on what happens in a potentially really interesting year for the Blazers this upcoming season.
Dame and the Blazers are nearing an agreement on a 3-year, $42 million free agent contract. All-Star back home where his family and 3 kids still live. That left Achilles, which he had surgery on in May. Lillard will be paid this year by both Milwaukee and Portland.
This storyline sounds like a movie. A franchise superstar that's been loyal to his original team gets traded away in pursuit of winning a championship. Then he suffers a career-threatening injury, watches his championship dreams crumble, gets waived by his new team, and then he returns home to the place that started it all. But here's the twist that nobody saw coming. His original team may have pulled off the greatest front office heist in NBA history, but none of it makes any sense. Why would Damian Lillard return to the Portland Trailblazers when there were other contending teams that were vying for his services? This is a man that was getting paid $22.5 million per year over the next 5 years. He could have signed with any contending team for free and chased a championship ring, very similarly to what Bradley Beal did with the Clippers. So that's what we're jumping into here today, because the answer is going to shock you. Let's start with what went wrong in Milwaukee. Honestly, it's hard to believe how badly this super team experiment failed. When the Bucks traded for Dame in September of 2023, they thought they were getting the missing piece to pair with Giannis. Instead, they got 21 months of dysfunction that ended with one of the most expensive mistakes in NBA history. And the problem started before the season even began. Terry Stotts, Damian Lillard's longest tenured coach on the Portland Trailblazers, was hired as a veteran assistant with the Milwaukee Bucks to ease Dame's transition and give him a familiar face. He was also brought in to mentor rookie head coach Adrian Griffin, but he would quit after Adrian Griffin yelled at him in front of the entire team. Think about that for a second. They brought in Lillard's former coach to help, and he walked away before the season started because of how toxic things got, and the on-court chemistry never materialized either. In one particularly embarrassing game against Atlanta, Giannis sent exactly 4 screens for Damian Lillard during an entire blowout loss. 4 screens for a supposedly elite pick and roll partnership. Doc Rivers, who replaced Griffin after just 43 games, later admitted that they had to practice basic pick and roll repeatedly because it was almost like the team was laughing at the Bucks. But here's the most damning stat. The Bucks won 0 playoff series during Damian Damian Lillard's entire tenure? 0. They got bounced in the first round in both 2024 and 2025, despite having 2 MVP caliber players, although the injury bug hit them at the worst possible time. And the end of Damian Lillard's career with the Milwaukee Bucks was probably the most gut-wrenching. On April 27, 2025, in the most cruel way possible, Lillard suffered a non-contact Achilles tear just 6 minutes into Game 4 against the Indiana Pacers. This came after he had already missed the final 14 regular season games with deep vein thrombosis, a potentially life-threatening blood clot condition. And 2 months later, Milwaukee would admit that Damian Lillard was the most expensive mistake in NBA history, waiving Damian Lillard and stretching his remaining $113 million over 5 years, the largest stretch provision ever used, which means that Milwaukee will pay Damian Lillard $22.6 million annually through 2029 to 2030, regardless of where he plays. Also, they can sign Miles Turner for $107 million. Apparently, Giannis was not pleased with how the whole situation was handled, so the Bucks essentially spent $113 million to get rid of a player their franchise cornerstone wanted to keep, which is an absolute disaster. And here's where the story gets really heartbreaking, and it will give you an insight into why Damian Lillard made the decision to return to the Portland Trail Blazers of all teams, because from a basketball perspective, it doesn't make any sense. Milwaukee took a personal toll on Damian Lillard as a human being. We always talk about basketball moves in terms of wins and losses, but we forget that these people are real people with real families. In a February 2024 interview just a few months after being traded to Milwaukee, Damian Lillard described his profound loneliness in Milwaukee. It's definitely lonely because I'm such a family guy. After games, I would come out and my whole family would be back there. My kids would come out of the playroom, my mom, my brother, and my cousins lived there. And Dame's Milwaukee routine was depressing. He would go to practice, go home, watch boxing, play video games. Man, I type in fight hype on YouTube 100 times and would be praying for something new to be on there. This is a guy who went from being surrounded by his entire support system to being completely isolated 2,000 miles away. The worst part is his 3 children remained in Portland with their mother following his divorce filing just days after the trade. So not only did he lose his basketball home, but he lost daily access to his kids. That's not just a trade, that's a family being torn apart. Now here's where the story takes an absolutely wild turn that most people don't understand. While Lillard was suffering in Milwaukee, Portland's front office was quietly pulling off what might be the greatest asset accumulation in NBA history. We gotta break down what actually happened because this is genuinely insane. The original 2023 trade had Portland sending Damian Lillard to Milwaukee for Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, a 2029 first-round pick, and 2 Milwaukee pick swaps. At the time, many criticized Portland for not getting more star power in return. Portland then traded Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams III, Malcolm Brogdon, and additional assets, one of which eventually became Denny Avdia when they flipped those pieces. And in 2025, Portland got Damian Lillard and Jrue Holiday back. According to Shams Charania, Portland has signed Damian Lillard on a team-friendly 3-year $42 million deal. Plus, they kept all of the assets they got for him originally. The Blazers have Lillard and Holiday plus Avdia, Williams, Camara, a 2029 first, and 2 Milwaukee pick swaps. Think about this for a second. They essentially got a 2-year rental of their franchise players' prime to other teams while stockpiling young talent and picks, then got him back for basically nothing. It's like trading your car and getting 3 other cars in return, then having your original car delivered back to your driveway for free 2 years later, although with some mileage on it. And this doesn't typically happen in professional sports, but we need to talk about the elephant in the room. From a basketball perspective, going to Portland does not make any sense at all whatsoever. It's a cute story, but there's an immediate problem that this master plan creates. Portland now has way too many guards. The current backcourt situation is absolutely insane. You have Damian Lillard, who, yes, is out for the season, but he's a returning franchise icon, ball dominant, needs 28 plus minutes to be effective. You have Jrue Holiday, who has a $32.4 million salary, an elite defender, and an all-star caliber player and future Hall of Famer. You have Scoot Henderson, which was the 3rd overall pick in the 2023 NBA draft, a future franchise cornerstone who definitely needs development minutes. And then you have Shaedon Sharpe, who was a breakout candidate who averaged 18.5 points per game, who's a rising star with a tremendous amount of upside. In my opinion, Jrue Holiday will be traded again before the season starts. His $32.4 million contract makes him extremely attractive to contending teams with cap space, and Portland could flip him for even more assets or young talent. And they've done it before. The Lakers and Warriors have already expressed interest in bringing Jrue Jrue Holiday in, and this would complete Portland's asset accumulation masterpiece. That's the kind of front office maneuvering that'll win you a championship years down the line. The Trailblazers that Lillard would return to bear absolutely no resemblance to the team he left in 2023. Joe Cronin has completely rebuilt the franchise philosophy, creating a defensive-minded, youth-oriented roster built around different principles than the Lillard era. Scoot Henderson has shown massive improvement over the past year. Chauncey Billups has implemented an up-tempo, switch-heavy defensive system that contrasts sharply with Lillard's methodical half-court style. This isn't the ISO-heavy, Dame-centric offense that defined Portland for a decade. Portland's realistic championship window extends to 2027 to 2029, when their young core hits their prime. By then, Damian Lillard would be 37 to 39 years old, well past his prime and likely unable to contribute at a championship level. The timelines just don't match up. So this brings us to a question of why would Dame choose Portland over championship contenders? Why would a 35-year-old superstar choose a rebuilding team over a legitimate chance at a ring? Multiple championship level teams have expressed serious interest, from the Los Angeles Clippers to the Boston Celtics, with Jason Tatum actively recruiting Damian Lillard repeatedly. The Celtics had a very unique situation. Both Jason Tatum and Damian Lillard would be rehabbing from Achilles tears together in the 2025-26 season, creating a core four of Lillard, Brown, Tatum, and White. He could have returned to his hometown Golden State Warriors to join Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. He could have went to Miami, which is the team he originally wanted to be traded to. And Pat Riley has a great track record with extending veteran careers and rehabilitating injured stars. The Los Angeles Lakers and Houston Rockets both could have potentially worked out. Although the Lakers do have too many guards, I just can't help but say that every star player is going to go to the Lakers. So why Portland? Well, the answer clearly isn't about basketball. It's about the human element of Damian Lillard's job. And let's also be brutally honest about Dame's injury situation, because we seem to forget that this man just suffered an Achilles tear. Lillard's torn Achilles at age 34 presents sobering historical parallels. Kobe Bryant, my favorite player of all time, suffered the same injury at the same age and returned significantly diminished, averaging just 17.6 points per game in his final season compared to the 27.3 before the injury. Statistics show that only 73% of NBA players return from Achilles surgery, with the success rate dropping significantly for guards over 30 who rely on explosiveness. While Kevin Durant returned to elite form post-Achilles, his 6'11" frame allows him to shoot over defenders without the same reliance on his first step quickness that defines 6'2" guards like Damian Lillard. The more relevant comparison might be Damian Lillard's coach, Chauncey Billups, who tore his Achilles at 35 and played just 41 more NBA games. The best case scenario is Dame returns at 75 to 80% of his pre-injury level, which is concerning because he had already declined from 32.2 points per game in his final Portland season to 24.9 points per game when he was in Milwaukee. And there's mixed precedents in NBA history for superstar homecomings. LeBron James in 2014 obviously stands as the gold standard. He delivered the franchise's first championship in 2016, ending a 52-year drought. However, LeBron was 29 and still in his prime, with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love as his running mates. The more relevant comparisons might be when Dwayne Wade returned to Miami in 2018, which was a purely ceremonial farewell tour, or Derrick Rose's complicated relationship with Chicago. Historically, only 15 to 20% of major homecoming moves result in championships, with most serving as emotional and legacy purposes rather than competitive ones. At the end of the day, the money doesn't matter because Dame is going to receive $22.6 million annually for 5 years from Milwaukee's stretch provision, making any additional salary essentially irrelevant to his financial security. But at the end of the day, I think Damian Lillard knows that his legacy is secure with or without a championship. This guy has 7 All-Star selections, 7 All-NBA teams, was a member of the NBA's 75th anniversary team, is currently 4th all-time in three-pointers made, and is Portland's all-time leading scorer. His 71-point game against Houston was the most efficient 70-point game in NBA history, and cemented his place among the game's elite scorers. Dame doesn't need championships to validate his career, but it's going to be very interesting to see what role Dame eventually gets with Portland, because his ball-dominant half-court style conflicts with Portland's new defensive identity and pace. The current rotation already seems very funky. How are you going to distribute minutes with Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe, and Jrue Holiday? I think personally, at this point of his career, Dame might just be a 6 sixth man and a mentor, providing 15 to 20 minutes of veteran leadership while teaching Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe the nuances of clutch performance. It's not the role anyone envisioned for Dame time, but it might be the one that makes the most sense. Yet, basketball logic might be missing the point entirely. Some moves transcend wins and losses, speaking to deeper connections between players, cities, and shared histories. Portland's attendance would surge, merchandise sales would explode, and a generation of young fans would witness their hero's final chapter. So at the end of the day, if you're wondering why would Damian Lillard make this decision, it was bigger than basketball. He was separated from his children for 2 years, suffered a potentially career-ending injury, watched his championship dreams crumble in spectacular fashion, and the man just wanted to go home. When Dame was originally traded, he wrote in his goodbye letter to Portland fans that I do believe a day will come where I put a Blazers uniform on again, and hopefully by then, I'll be forgiven for breaking your hearts along with my own. And that day has finally come. At the end of the day, I think this is a beautiful move because in an era of player movement and championship chasing, Lillard choosing Portland would represent something increasingly rare in professional sports. The acknowledgement that legacy isn't always measured in banners, that loyalty still matters, and that sometimes the heart wants what analytics can't quantify. This isn't the story of a superstar chasing one last ring. It's the story of a father coming home to his children, a franchise icon completing his circle, and a city getting the chance to properly honor its greatest player. Whether wearing the number 0 for Portland one more time leads to playoffs or lottery balls matters less than the deeper truth. Some journeys are about the destination, but the best ones are about coming home. For a player who built his brand on loyalty and clutch moments, perhaps the most Dame time move of all is choosing love over logic, family over glory, and home over hardware. And honestly, that might be the most beautiful ending to this story that anyone can write. So let me know in the comments section down below, what do you guys think about Damian Lillard coming home?
Well, Dame is going back.
I never thought he'd really do that.
I'm going home, back to the place where I belong.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Dame time is back in Portland, with a no trade clause at that. Highly surprising, extremely rare. He now joins LeBron and Bradley Beal as the only players to have had such a deal in recent memory. And in my opinion, of the three, he's more deserving in having one. The man has shown staunch loyalty to his franchise. He was there through thick and thin, and he did wonders for the organization on and off the court. While I may be happy for his return, the basketball fan in me weeps. I wanted so desperately for this duo to pan out. The potential was definitely there, but due to cruel and wicked fate, we were robbed of what could have been. But as I recall, Dame was none too pleased about his time in Milwaukee. I go to practice, go home, watch boxing, play video games. Man, I type in Fight Hype on YouTube 100 times and be praying for something new to be on there. Seriously, I don't have much of a life. Apparently, there wasn't shit to do in Milwaukee, but there's shit to do in Portland? Before anyone says I'm city shaming, I live in Detroit. My pain is greater than yours. You call 911 here, they put you on hold. I'm not even joking. I'm not joking when I say that. It used to be that way. It was some years ago. Haven't tested it recently, but anyway. Not only has Dame time been restored in Portland, Dame Dollar has never been more fitting of a nickname. He's going to be getting paid from 2 teams simultaneously. He's signing with Portland for 3 years, $42 million. Now add in the $113 million he's getting from the Bucks. So over the next 2 years, he'll be making over $140 million, which doesn't include the money still left on the table he'll be making from the Bucks for the foreseeable future for the next 5 years, over $20-something million. Since when did being loyal pay this much money? While he's rehabbing from his Achilles, he'll be making bank. This deal also includes a player option in the 2027-2028 season. I just forgot he had a trade clause. Not even the IRS has it this good. Shams reported Dame had several different offers of mid-level exceptions from other teams, some of them contenders. But familiarity is very important to a lot of people. Feeling comfortable and at ease and at peace with your surroundings, an invaluable luxury while also recovering from a possible career-altering injury. This deal couldn't get more perfect for him if he were being fed grapes while laying on a hammock and fanned by somebody. Hold on, let me see that again. Ugh! Look at that arc. All nettles. That's dirty. Murderous shot. While it's heaven on earth for Dame, I can't really say the same for the Trailblazers. This just tells me their calendar is quite clear for the foreseeable future, or they aren't really thinking too much about it. They've really just got nothing going on. While Dame is back, he can tutor or take Scoot Henderson up under his wing. You've got Jrue Holiday back, which has me all types of perplexed, because look at what they gave up to get what they got, and now they have what they gave up in the first place. Everything. Blazers got Shady and Sharp. They've got Scoot Henderson. They've got Young Hansen. They've got quality defenders around Dame, but you're going to be without him for at least a full season. And by the time he comes back, you've got some players that are on deals that are expiring. It's not like Dame's contract is this obtuse, gargantuan thing that's just going to eat up the whole team, the salary and the roster, and you can't do anything. He'd be some sort of proverbial ball and chain. This isn't that. He's not a locker room problem. He's had a great reputation, not only here, but also while he was on the Bucks. He'll undoubtedly boost team chemistry. I can't imagine any of the younger players feeling a certain type of way, because this simply isn't a situation of somebody coming in, making everything about them and organization playing favorites. It's them basically doing right by someone who's done a lot for them. So it's a very feel-good deal, and I don't think it'll disrupt the team in the slightest. I just don't see this team making any noise whatsoever. If the Trailblazers were an Eastern Conference team, I could see them being a lower-seeded team or sneaking in through the play-in. But this Western Conference is a Cretaceous-era monster. This team won't be doing a damn thing but collecting lumps for the next few years. But in conclusion, I'm still very happy for Dame.
So we got some major moves here in the NBA offseason. Damian Lillard, one of the best point guards in the NBA, who was stretched and waived by the Milwaukee Bucks a couple weeks ago, so they can create the cap space to go out and get Miles Turner, just signed with his new team. We thought he could end up going for a ring before he retires, and while he rehabs from his Achilles tear, we thought he could end up on a team like the Boston Celtics or the Golden State Warriors, maybe the LA Lakers, but no, maybe the best storybook option happens. Damian Lillard is going to reunite with the Portland Trailblazers on a 3-year deal worth $42 million. And the deal is going to give him a player option in 2028 and a no trade clause in this deal as well. So Damian Lillard could end up retiring with the Portland Trailblazers. He will have a 2026 set salary of $70 million between his Portland and Milwaukee deals, and a salary of $141 million over the next 2 years ahead of an opt-out in 2027. But this is really cool. Damian Lillard got drafted by the Portland Trailblazers in 2012, where he spent all of his career up until the 2023 offseason with Portland. Obviously, he never had a chance to go to the NBA Finals. They did make it to the conference finals in the 2019 season, but got swept by a Golden State Warriors team that didn't even have Kevin Durant at the time. But Dame is going to be a Hall of Famer one day, given that he scored 25 points a night, 7 assists, 4 rebounds on 44, 37, 90 splits in his 11 years in Portland. That team looked so much different when he got drafted in 2012 to when he got traded in 2023. Obviously, the grass was not greener in Milwaukee. He ended up appearing in 131 games for the Bucks across 2 seasons, where he averaged 24.5 points. He averaged 4.5 rebounds, 7 assists, shot 43% from the field, 36% from 3, and 92% from the free throw line. And honestly, it would be cool to see Damian Lillard compete for an NBA title before he retires. There's a good chance he's not going to play at all in the 2026 season, but he gets a chance to return to the franchise that drafted him, and his family and kids are over there in Portland as well. He came out a bunch of times in Milwaukee saying how much he missed his family, and now he has a chance to go back and play for the franchise that loves him so much that maybe those fans thought they would never see Damian Lillard in the black and red ever again. And now he's joining a core of Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, Denny Avdia, Shaedon Sharpe, Scoot Henderson, Donovan Clingan, Young Hansen, and this could be a fun team for the Blazers going forward. It is wild that Portland traded away Damian Lillard for Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, and assets in 2023. Then Portland traded Jrue Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, and draft capital. And now the Portland Trailblazers have Damian Lillard and Jrue Holiday at the end of the day. They still have Robert Williams. They got Toumani Camara from that Yusuf Nurkic, DeAndre Ayton trade, and they have a 2029 first rounder from the Bucks and 2 swaps. So it is kind of crazy how much maybe Portland did win this trade now. I always thought they didn't really get the best return for Damian Lillard. Maybe they traded him a year too late, and their best asset they got back was Toumani Camara, because I don't think anybody was head over heels about Robert Williams long-term or Malcolm Brogdon or any of those pieces that went back to Portland. And now they have Damian Lillard, which is really cool. I hope he doesn't really block Scoot Henderson's development too much, but I think Dame is more so going to be a veteran for this group. And he's going to be somebody that's been in and out of some really good Portland Trailblazers teams and some bad Portland Trailblazers teams, but could just be a good mentor for the young core going forward. He's already getting paid a lot of money from the Milwaukee Bucks on a year-over-year basis. So this isn't really going to handicap the Portland Trailblazers at all. It's not like they had to max out Damian Lillard, and they get him for at least 1 year guaranteed of a healthy Dame, because he's most likely not going to play, like I said, in the 2026 season, but in 2027, he's going to be healthy, and then he's got that player option for 2028. And I'm sure a lot of teams are upset that they couldn't get Damian Lillard. Yeah, he could have ended up on the Boston Celtics to pair it up with Jason Tatum, who is also rehabbing from that Achilles tear, and paired up with Jaylen Brown and Derek White and Peyton Pritchard over there in Boston. And if he went to the Eastern Conference, he would definitely have the best chance at a ring. I don't think Dame now is going to get a ring before he retires. I know Portland is on a great track right now, and they've been one of the better teams developing as of late. They were one of the best teams in the second half as well, but I just don't think in the Western Conference that has Victor Wembanyama on the rise, the Mavericks who just got Cooper Flagg, Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic, the reigning NBA champion OKC Thunder. You have the Houston Rockets who added Kevin Durant this offseason. It's going to be tough for Portland to compete at least in the next year and a half without Damian Lillard, but once they get Dame, you know what? They could be a frisky team next year. The Trailblazers do have a deep roster, and I'm really excited to watch them now, especially when Damian Lillard comes back, because that first home game that Lillard is going to suit up for the Portland Trailblazers, I'm just going to have chills because of what he meant to that city. And he's been through some really bad teams. Like I said, they were 27-55 in 2022, 33-49 in 2023, and they've won a total of 57 games, but they also have 107 losses in the 2 years without Damian Lillard. So maybe, yeah, Portland, after all, did win the Damian Lillard trade. I know Milwaukee gave up all that they did. They gave up Jrue Holiday, who helped Boston win a title in 2024. They gave up a decent amount of draft capital to get Dame to not even win a playoff series, and now Dame is just returning to the team that they got him from a few years ago. I'd love to know your guys' thoughts in the comments below. What do you think about this pickup for the Portland Trailblazers? Do you think it's going to have that much of an NBA on the floor aspect and impact? Or do you think it's going to be something that's more off the floor, that's just going to be a storybook ending for Damian Lillard's career, for somebody that could go down as the best Portland Trailblazer of all time? Because he can now go head-to-head with Clyde Drexler and win shares. They're going to play a decent amount of years up against each other. Clyde Drexler, 12 years in Portland. Damian Lillard, like I said in the beginning of the video, has spent 11 years in Portland. So I think this may solidify Dame as he retires in Portland as the best Trailblazer of all time. And I do think this is the best storyline of the offseason. I just love a homecoming, and I didn't really think Dame was going to return to Portland. Like I said, maybe I thought he was going to go to the Boston Celtics. Maybe I thought he was going to sign with the Minnesota Timberwolves and team up with Anthony Edwards. Maybe he was going to go to Houston and kind of ring chase with Kevin Durant and try to compete for a title with the Houston Rockets. Or maybe he can go to Denver and play with Nikola Jokic, or go to one of the LA teams, or go home to the Bay Area of Golden State. But no, he chose the Portland Trailblazers. It's also kind of funny, too, because they were going to draft Scoot Henderson with the 3rd overall pick in the 2023 draft, in which they did, but Dame didn't really like playing with Scoot Henderson, and then they ended up trading him later that offseason. And now is Dame just going to start over Scoot in a year from now, or can they coexist? I think it's going to be something really cool to watch, but we know that Dame is still such a good movement shooter, and he's somebody that maybe won't be the best defender in the world when he comes back from the Achilles tear. So if you have him out there with Donovan Clingan, Toumani Camara, Jrue Holiday, they can help him out on the defensive end of the floor as he gets ramped up and worked up back to 100% to what we saw him pretty much in the middle of the 2025 season. Because when you talk about like the best moves this offseason, you probably say the Houston Rockets getting Kevin Durant's got to be up there. The Dallas Mavericks drafting Cooper Flagg. Maybe it's the Orlando Magic trading for Desmond Bane. But like I said, I do think this is the best storyline from the 2025 offseason. I just think this is a really cool reunion. Something we don't really see too often. Like we saw Dwayne Wade retire with the Miami Heat, and that was really cool. I didn't think we were going to ever head down this road again. And as I mentioned before, maybe the grass isn't always greener. So maybe Devin Booker is looking at this situation that's going on in Phoenix, and he's like, you know what? This is my home. I may go down as one of the greatest Suns of all time. Let me stay here. Let me not try to get traded at one point, and let me go through the ebbs and flows of a rebuild, a retool, and a contending team that he's going through right now. Maybe Giannis is going to look at this as well and be like, you know what? I have something really good here in Milwaukee. I won a title in 2021. Things could be okay at the end of the tunnel, because back in 2023, the future didn't look bright in Portland. And yeah, they get the benefit of getting Dame back for basically the mid-level exception and getting all the assets they got for Damian Lillard. But I just think it is really cool when a player can just stay with a team for his whole career. It's really cool to see what's going on with Steph Curry in Golden State. We're probably going to see that with Nikola Jokic in Denver, and we'll see what ends up happening here with Damian Lillard in Portland. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about this reunion. Did it catch you by surprise? Do you think it's something that is one of the best storylines of the offseason? Or do you think this can actually give a major impact for the Blazers going forward, for their young core, and maybe competing for a title in 2027? Let me know down below in the comments. Hit the like if you guys did enjoy the video, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
Well, would y'all look at this? Damian Lillard going back to Portland. I can't say I'm surprised by this, and let's just start off by saying what a cool basketball story, right? That he's ending up back there. Apologies that I'm a little bit slow on this. I know you guys are like, FVC, normally you post so fast to things. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Your boy just came out of a business meeting. That's why I'm actually like dressed up for one. I didn't know what Lululemon was. My wife took me there because I needed like nicer clothing. I dropped like $1,500 on clothes. I'm not gonna lie, but this shit comfy. It's comfy. But anyway, we don't need to talk about my clothes and the fact that I can drop it down in these pants that I'm wearing. But Damian Lillard going back to Portland. Absolutely incredible story, just of a guy that really did so much for this team and dragging teams that just weren't really all that great, some far distances in the playoffs. Obviously, this injury, he's not going to be able to play this season, but getting a 3-year, $42 million deal. What is that? That's $14 million a season. That's awesome, man. It's great that he gets to go back to where he was. I think we all know he kind of wanted to be closer to his family and being by his kids. That's the non-basketball side of things, right? Where it's like, look, man, like, you miss your kids, and I think he was going through a divorce and stuff. Those things, that just makes it hard to play basketball, man. These are people outside of the sports world, and it's great that he gets to go back and be around family. That I know how important that was to me and some of my sports decisions, so that's really awesome. In terms of, like, the basketball like implications of things, well, it's not going to be anything this year, right? Because he's not going to play this year. He just gets paid to, rehab around the team and probably be a mentor figure to people if he's going to be around. I know part of the issues that he had with the Bucks where they were like, no, you're not allowed to do your rehab out on like the coast or whatever. So now he will be able to be around the team, which is cool. He has a 25-26 salary of $70 million because of the buyout, which is incredible to say. Lillard and the Trailblazers both deeply cared about the comeback in recent weeks with multiple meetings, blah, 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 blah. Sure, Lillard will use this season to rehabilitate himself. By his family and kids. Great, there you go. He also had multiple mid-level exception and minimum offers, I'm sure. They're now talking about the fact that, yeah, Portland gave him up, got all this stuff back, and they got him back. So great asset management by Portland, I suppose. That worked out well for them in terms of just pure what did we get versus what did we receive. Whether or not Portland will turn any of it into anything is another question, obviously. But no, this is just cool to see him back in a uniform like this at some point in time. $14 million for a Damian Lillard is a great deal, especially because you just need more guys like this kind of around the team. I think that's a valuable thing. For guys like a young Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe, Danny Wright, Klingon, Hanson Yang, all of these guys, right? Just having a vet like that on the team is important. I do have to point out, because it's my job to point out the things that I see with this. We talked about a lot this offseason on this channel in particular. I mean, especially with like our ideal offseason series, when we talked about the Bucks, you heard me say, I'm like, there would be situations to where you could trade Damian Lillard. And the one that we brought up the most was Portland. We're like, it just makes sense to send him back to Portland. And I know $50 million a year, more than $50 million a year, that's different than $14 million a year, right? But Portland still does have, even at the beginning of this offseason, they had contracts on the books that they just didn't want. So I feel like there should have been a way for Milwaukee and Portland to figure out a swap of sending Damian Lillard back, where guys like Jeremy Grant and DeAndre Ayton ended up in Milwaukee, and like they at least get some serviceable basketball players out of it. We mocked up some of these trades. Maybe it was Anthony Simons and Jeremy Grant. Like that could have been accomplished. Because like Jrue Holiday's back on this Portland team too. Like all of this is so interesting. Like you just wouldn't have needed to do all of that. So there is the part of me that's like, how come this wasn't thought of and figured out? But, you know, it is what it is. Like, I do want to just celebrate this because I think it's a cool story. I'm glad he gets to be around his family again. I do think this will be a net positive for the Trailblazers. At the very least, you are still getting a good basketball player, we hope, after the rehabilitation and everything. And it's just a good vet to have on the team. That's all great. He gets to go back and kind of somewhat be a one franchise guy, I suppose. But he just went on a little vacation is all, to Milwaukee, a place that you don't necessarily want to vacation to. The shopping district of Milwaukee is actually pretty nice, but the rest of it, not so much, in my opinion, at least. But yeah, there is that part of me that's like, how come this wasn't able to be figured out? Because that just seemed like a logical thing, at least in my mind. But you know, I'm sure that there's reasons for things. Sometimes there isn't, but I don't know. That just seemed like something that made sense to me. But I'm curious, my Portland fans out there, you're probably looking at this and being like, what is the direction of this team? I don't know either. You hope that this year is all about prioritizing all the interesting young players that you have on the team, whether it's, we already mentioned Scoot Henderson, Shaden Sharp, Denny, Klingon, Hanson Yang, Kamara, right? I apologize, Tamani Kamara. You might be the most valuable of all of them at times. But I do find it interesting to kind of look at this team and be like, okay, what's the goal? Like when you sit down with Damian Lillard, it's like, okay, are we trying to win basketball games right now? Like, are we trying to be really good and with this young core? Like, what's the goal? I don't have an answer for you on that. I'm purely just looking at this as like hey, they've got Lillard back. That's good for the franchise, right? Fans are probably going to love having him back, right? At least I would hope so. I mean, this, like I said, this guy's done a lot for your team, but I don't know. It's an interesting move that I'm left with a couple questions, and I'm also just like celebrating the fact that he's back to where he is and being around his family. But it is just weird that now him and Jrue are both on this team after like Jrue was traded for him originally. It's so confusing. It's so confusing, like how all of this has transpired. But I'm curious to hear what you guys think. Let me know down in the comments below.
Breaking news literally 30 seconds ago.
Okay. All is calm.
No, it's not.
Everyone
relax. No, it's not.
Things
Damian
are okay.
Lillard is coming back to Portland. It's done. I got a text 30 seconds before it went out that it was going out. Holy crap.
Okay.
3-year, $42 million deal. Damian Lillard is going to be a Portland Trailblazer again.
Thanks for all those draft picks, Dame.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap.
We talking like porta potties again?
Holy crap.
Is this a porta potty segment again?
Shout out Big Dumper.
Shout out Big Dumper.
I talked to Dame a week ago.
He's so mad at
and
us.
He did not shoot down this idea.
Well, of course you wouldn't shoot down the idea. It's not a terrible idea. I would never shoot that idea down.
He intimated that there was a chance.
Wow.
I didn't believe it, but here we are.
Wow. Look at you. You're all like a kid on Christmas.
I mean, this is nuts.
Is it nuts? It's not that nuts.
Yes, it's absolutely nuts.
I think it's nuts that it's a 3-year deal. I think it's wild that it happened this year and this early. I thought Dame would take some time on this. I think there's no reason to rush to it, which is why I don't think this is that crazy.
This is nuts.
Well, then why is this nuts?
Well, number one, this does signify that the Blazers are pushing in going forward.
Yeah.
But, I mean, because they're giving him some real money.
You got 3 point guards now.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they all going to play?
Well, I would here's the crazy thing is, Dame is now coming back to the team to play for the team that 2 of the players he was traded for, plus the draft capital they used to go get Denny Avdia.
It's pretty crazy.
He is coming back. I've said this a couple times. Dame has flat out told me the team that the Blazers built is the team that he always wanted to play for. A team that is loaded with defensive-minded players.
Yep.
You want to know where the offense is coming from? After this season? There you go.
You're so excited right now.
Look, it's my guy, dude.
I know it is your guy. I don't mean to poo-poo you. That's
exactly what you're doing.
I'm not trying to poo-poo you at all. I'm just sitting back. I'm just kind of watching this all go down. Kind of enjoying it. You're so excited.
This is fun. This is bonkers. And
this is fun.
I cannot believe that this is actually happening.
Well, I guess it's a reality, huh? Maybe this is the Scotty Scheffler in me, where I'm just kind of like, oh, that is bonkers. But I don't know if I'm that surprised by anything more in life. This is great, though. I mean, on the real, this is fantastic. I mean, having Dame back in the city just in general is awesome.
He always wanted to come home.
To have him be a part of the team again is fantastic. I do have some concerns, though, Danny. I do.
Go.
There's a lot of point guards. You know, what does this do to, you know, why? What does this do to Jrue Holiday? What does this do to Scoot? The development of the future, not just the now future.
I'm worried about the now.
You're worried about the now.
No, in the sense of like, if Scoot goes out there and does the damn thing, great.
Ship him out.
But
get rid of him.
He has not done enough to show that, yes, we are going forward with Scoot Henderson.
Completely fair statement.
And Jrue Holiday has value.
Does have value.
Like, he's a guy that if all of a sudden, hey, the Toronto Raptors offered the 9th overall pick and, they wanted to dump RJ Barrett to the Celtics. Do the Blazers go, hey, Toronto, do you want Jrue?
Well, I mean, especially if the Blazers aren't very good this year.
Well, no, we'll take that same package. We'll take Colin Ori Boyles and RJ Barrett going forward.
Yeah.
You could go down that path if you wanted to.
You could go down that path if you wanted to. I'm very, very happy. If this is true, I'm not saying you're wrong or Shams is wrong. If this is, in fact, what's going down,
it's done.
I'm excited to have Dame back in town. I think he's a good dude.
I talked to Dame after the trade. And so many times I can't even count. Over that summer when we talked, during the 89 days of the trade saga, I'll be back.
Yeah,
I am coming back. And he wasn't talking about when he was done with his career.
Yeah.
This is home to him.
Right. But I mean, I think most people felt that way even before he asked for a trade. That eventually we're going to lose Dame. Eventually Dame's going to go somewhere else, but then he'll come back. That's why I don't think it's bonkers. And again, I'm not trying to poo-poo your excitement by any means, but I think that's kind of why I'm not that shocked. I'm a little surprised, like I said, that it's this early and like there's enough time for him to think about it. That the timing surprises me. I'm not shocked he's back. I'm happy he's back. I think it's all what we wanted.
The crazy
and sometimes you get what you want.
The crazy thing is, not only do they get Dame back, they get Dame back with the Bucks paying his salary.
Yeah. Paying his salary, which is
$3-year, $42 million.
42.
What's He's getting the MLE.
Really?
He's getting $14 million.
14 mil.
But he's also getting $22.5 million a year from the Milwaukee Bucks.
36 mil a year. It's not so bad. It's not so bad.
And if Dame comes back, even if he's 85% of what he was, that's still a guy that's going to get you 23, 24 a game. And you've got defense up the yin-yang to protect it.
Does this tell me that Dame is a Chance guy?
Yeah, he
He's
is.
a Chance guy, no Ant anymore.
Not only that, Ant's his guy.
I know.
Through and through.
They can be boys all they want.
I will tell you, here's the interesting thing. This lets you know where Joe and Dame sit now.
Yeah, really does.
For all of the Dame, screw Joe, da-da-da-da-da.
And no, but Joe gave him a fair shake.
Well, I mean,
he wanted to go to a contender, and he sent him to Giannis.
To what everybody thought would be the literal best pairing pick and roll maybe we've ever seen outside of Stockton and Malone.
And Miami would not have been good. Ew, is Miami going to melt down on this? Do Heat fans melt down on this again? Because that was my favorite part. When Dame got traded, my favorite part was Heat fans. Are Heat fans going to lose it?
I mean, I'm loving it from that perspective.
Do they want Dame for Tyler Hero still? Can we get Tyler Hero for Dame? I'm very happy for you, Danny.
No,
I'm happy for the city. I'm happy for this station. This is a great opportunity for us.
This is awesome.
To get him back, huh?
It's awesome.
What happens if in 20 minutes this is a lie?
It's not. It's not.
Danny's mad. I'm poking.
No, I'm not. There's a zero.
Stick's not sharp.
No, there's a 0% chance. It's done.
Right, it's official. It's on my phone.
It's done.
It's on my phone. It's official. The prodigal son has returned. He's coming home. He is coming home. Danny Meringue, Patrick Harris with you. The highlight of the day, the highlight of the week, and maybe the highlight of Danny Meringue's life over here. is that Damian Lillard has signed a 3-year deal to return to the Portland Trailblazers.
For what is effectively the MLE, $14 million a year. I was texting back for them during the commercial break. Welcome home. His response, I'm back, baby.
I wish he would have terminated it. I'm back, baby.
He followed that up. I said, do not rush back. You take your damn time. He says, I will come back to form in due time. This team is perfect.
This team is perfect, huh?
This is what he has wanted. He has wanted a team that is bigger, stronger, longer, more defensive focused.
This team is definitely longer than any team he was with.
Oh God, yes. When they started kind of adding guys to this team with 2, and then after the Denny trade and drafting DC, we were texting back and forth, and he was like, why couldn't I have this team? This is what when they were, because he wanted to get Mikal Bridges. He wanted to get OG Anunoby. He wanted to get this team that was going to be really difficult to play against.
And my head starts to think, I really love the excitement of a matured Shaedon Sharpe and Damian Lillard. What does that look like? That veteran presence with Shaedon, like baby Kobe, which I just want him to throw alley-oops all day.
I just
want him to throw oops to Shea all day.
Look, I said when they traded for Jrue was going to take Dame's locker. He's not. Dame is going to take that corner locker back.
Anybody got the number 0 currently?
I mean, Scoot has 0-0.
You could be 0-0. Melo had 0-0.
Yeah, they had 0-0 and 0.
But no single 0?
No, nobody's touching that number ever. He is the only one that will ever wear that number for this organization.
One thing that is fascinating and I think definitely worth bringing up is here on the fan text line 503-864-6326 and over on the YouTube chat. It's very all over the place. It is there's a lot. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Look, if you can't hear my voice, I'm smiling ear to ear. Man. I'm stoked.
I need to check my pulse. I'm gonna cry, etc., stuff like that. But then there's some other ones that are kind of like, why did we do this? This isn't worth the money, etc., etc.
It's not worth the money. 80% of Damian Lillard at the MLE is worth the freaking money. Stop it.
And I'm just saying.
I know. I'm telling them, stop it. Stop it.
This is one of the more longer withstanding moments in Portland sports history. I mean, it's not quite a title, but I guess today will be known, right? The day Dame came home.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll reiterate what we said when the news broke. They've already got, Chris Haynes has already reported out there that Joe and Dame have smashed all of that stuff. And
I think it just tells you that there was no beef really to begin with.
Well, there was.
I'm sure there's a little bit because nobody wants to break up.
No, there were some hurt feelings on both sides. And I know Dame's representation when, Dame left for Milwaukee, Goodwin and Joe were good. Mm-hmm. They were like, things got contentious, and they do. Like, that's the business side of basketball. The feelings get hurt on both sides. And when I wrote about it when the trade happened, documenting the whole 89 days thing, both sides regretted how they handled certain things.
Sure.
If they could go back and redo some certain things, they would go back and redo certain things.
I think we all look at that with some stuff.
Yeah, and now with that in the rearview mirror, have fun with this, man. Celebrate this. And everybody's like, oh, this, that, and the other. What about Scoot? And Scoot better figure it out.
Do you think
that's where we're at with this? Scoot better figure it out. They don't go make this move with an eye on the future if they think Scoot's going to figure this out right now.
You think this is an indictment on Scoot?
I don't think it's an indictment but the business is the business. They're saying Dame coming off of an injury, not this year, but next year, is more helpful to them going forward.
Fair. You know what I can't break from my brain? This is the greatest trade in the history of the NBA. Assuming Dame comes back healthy.
Here's a good question.
Assuming Dame comes back healthy. Well, maybe not. The SGA Paul George situation.
What's the mark? What level of Dame? Like 75%, 70%, 80%?
75% of a top 75 player of all time is pretty damn good.
Right?
That's pretty damn good.
Coming off the Achilles injury.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned,
how smart, how much he cares.
Yeah. And he gets it. He knows
how much
it.
His voice resonates.
I mean, you now have two unassailable dudes in your locker room in Jrue and Dame. Unassailable.
You don't think there's too many?
No, because both those guys played on the Olympic team together. They know each other very well.
Yeah,
They're tight.
They got a good relationship.
When Jrue was traded here, Dame reached out to Jrue and was like, "No, man, you'll be good there."
Because that's what it feels like. It feels like Jrue is supposed to be that guy, and now he's
Jrue
overshadowed.
No, he's not overshadowed. Jrue has been in the shadow everywhere. He was not the number one with Giannis. He was not the number one in Boston with the Jays. He is a dude among dudes. Jrue gets all of it.
Where is Joe Cronin right now?
I would imagine at the PF.
At the Summer League?
No, I mean, I guess they could be in Vegas still.
Could be in Vegas?
They are playing the night. So I know he's been down there, but I don't know if he came back already. But business is conducted in Vegas. So.
When was the last time you saw a player traded and then becomes a free agent, however that happens, and goes back to the team that traded him?
At the very
within a few years.
At the very end of their career it happens, but not like this.
Yeah, you get traded and you play another 10 years.
This is a one-off circumstance. I mean, that's what this is. It's a one-off.
This is kind of crazy.
No, this is an insane
story. Will, are you alive in there?
Yeah, man.
I love this kid.
It's cool.
It is cool. I haven't decided where to wrap my brain around the basketball portion of it. I'm still kind of just thinking about Dame being in the city. You know, Dame is the most beloved figure in the history of the Portland Trail Blazers. Right? Dame won.
Bleacher Report ranked Clyde 1.
Of the best basketball players? Maybe.
If you're talking about the biggest impact to Portland, it's Dame. If you're talking the best player at their peak, it's Walton. If you're talking about the best
complete
over their
package.
If you're talking about the best basketball over their career over a long period, it's Clyde.
It's Clyde.
But the entirety of it all, to me, it's Dame. But if you want to say the title matters in 77 and Bill Walton and an MVP, I'm not going to be mad at you. But it's those three.
Totally. I like that you mentioned the title aspect because Dame's looking for a ring. Do you think in Dame's brain he feels this is his best shot?
Yes.
Because someone came across on the text line, I told you it wasn't going to be Lakers or Celtics. I think the Lakers would be a terrible spot to land for him. Mostly style and fit, and I don't think that team's going anywhere anytime soon.
No, with Luka, no.
But looking across the league, Dame believes this is the best shot at a title.
Look, I think I said it yesterday. Like, if I was picking a basketball landing spot for him, like right now, it would be Houston.
Yeah.
Dame, Amen, KD,
Houston would be sick.
Jabari, Şengün. Yeah.
Houston would be sick.
But also, Portland is kind of following the Houston path.
That is true. We've talked about this at lengths, because I was with you during some draft stuff and things like that this is a little Houston light, and Houston is a little OKC light. They're looking for their SGA. They're not quite.
Well, I mean, that's why they went and got KD.
Exactly. Because they don't have a 24-year-old SGA.
No, they didn't have the offense kind of revolves around the sun kind of guy in KD. Like, that's what the playoff series they had, it was just like, oof, this is hard to watch. Their offense is really bad.
I do like the concept though that it does put guys on watch, because I think there is an aspect of somebody like Scooten and even Shea at the two, like, of kind of like, I know I'm going to be here. I know this is my spot. I know I'm going to get my reps. Now you might not know when you're going to get those reps. I mean, obviously not anytime soon. We don't know when Dame's coming back from that Achilles, but because he will be out all this season. The Bucks said he was going to be out all season, right? Am I hearing this right?
I mean,
no. I'm thinking of Hallie. But Dame could come back this year, right?
I will read
I
am going to read you the text from Dame. What is it? What time is it right now? This text is from 2:31. It is 10 minutes old. And the text reads, I asked him, like, do not rush back. He says, I'm not. I will come back to form in due time. The team is perfect.
I love that. If he's buying in, I mean, the fan base is going to buy in. It might not come to anything, if we're being real. It might not be a Western Conference Finals. It might not be a finals appearance. But you won the city back. I don't see how anybody that was mad at him for wanting to be out, which I don't think many were, this has got to make you feel a little better, right?
Look,
sometimes the grass ain't always greener. You say he says that all the time.
He flat out told me, he's like,
the grass isn't always greener.
When you are not the guy anymore, life is different.
Yeah.
And he knows everything here.
Yeah, we were having that conversation. It's weird to like we were talking about Luka Doncic in the break and how he lives for the moment but doesn't live for the guy.
Well, look, you want to take it to a smaller level. When Denny first got here, he got here, for training camp, but going into the season, I want to say it was like 2 weeks into the season. And I was just trying to get to know Denny a little bit more, and he was really honest and open with me. Because he started kind of rough. I'm like, how you doing? Like mentally, man, like where are you at?
Sure.
Like, you're still a young guy. And he goes, Danny, man, like, I don't, this is an excuse because nobody recognizes the fact that I'm 23 years old. Like I'm still young. He goes, I moved out here. I don't know anybody here. I don't even know the name of the person who just gave me a massage.
That's a pretty mature 23-year-old.
Oh, dude, Denny's maturity is beyond what you would imagine. He is super smart with that. But like guys that are that mature in the life stuff, it typically impacts the basketball and it allows them to process changes and things that are different and be okay with it and not have it be a problem in the long run.
Sure.
And, you know, with Dame, he's a guy from day one when he got here was in the spotlight and was, you know, there's only one time that I know in his career where when he was healthy at any given point, he did not make himself available for an interview. And it was because he was super pissed off.
One of my favorite Damian Lillard moments is him walking across the Burnside Bridge.
Oh, during
the protest.
Yeah, during the protest.
That's awesome. That's how you know this city loves him.
I mean, he gets it.
He does get it.
He gets it. And I don't think everybody's like worried about what he's going to get in the way of. Like, you know, somebody's on the YouTube comments like, oh, Dame can play around Scoot. No. The first ballot Hall of Famer does not play around the young guy unless he starts showing he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Do not get that twisted. That's not a shot fired at Scoot. That's a note to literally any single player in the NBA.
And I think that's what we'll spend some time on tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, we can let's have our flowers now. Let's be excited and be stoked about this. And tomorrow, you know, from noon to 3, we'll start breaking down what this actually looks like from a basketball perspective.
Damian Lillard is back on the Portland Trail Blazers. What is going on, everyone? My name's Devin, and we're back with another video. Damian Lillard is officially back on the Portland Trail Blazers. I am still shaking right now. This notification just dropped from Shams Charania saying, breaking 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers, sources tell ESPN. The deal is expected to include a player option in 2027 and 2028 and a no-trade clause, a storybook reunion home for the 35-year-old. He goes on to say Lillard now will have a 2025-2026 set salary of $70 million between his Portland and Milwaukee deals and a salary of $141 million over the next 2 years ahead of an opt-out in 2027. Blazers officials and Aaron Goodwin of Goodwin Sports Management are finalizing terms this week. This is literally amazing. I don't even know what to say right now. I've never really been one to just get on the microphone and record a video when something happens like this, but this is absolutely insane. I'll make a video sometime in the future talking more about what this means for your Blazers, but immediately, this is by far the smartest move the Blazers could have ever made. The Blazers currently have a team set up that Dame had been wanting for years before eventually getting traded to Milwaukee, and now he's gonna come back and be able to play alongside an elite front court duo of Tamani Kamara and Denny Avdia, with one of the best defensive big men he's ever been able to play with, or will be able to play with Donovan Clingan, and will be able to be here to help mentor guys like Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe. And I just think this is such an amazing story. This is truly a textbook reunion story for Damian Lillard. And I always had hopes that this was going to happen, but never expected it to actually pull through. But man, I don't even know where to begin with this. Damian Lillard will probably be out most of this season, and so likely won't affect how this season actually goes for your Portland Trail Blazers. I think there was hope that maybe he would be able to come back sometime during the playoffs, and without him though, I'm not sure the Blazers will even be able to make the playoffs. But if he is able to come back a bit sooner than that, then we might have a really intense and amazing season on our hands as Blazer fans. And that leaves a lot of questions still on the board. What are the Blazers going to do with Jeremy Grant? Of course, Jeremy Grant just simply does not fit this roster anymore, but obviously we know Dame and Jeremy Grant are close friends. And what does this mean for Jrue Holiday? Because obviously with Jrue here, if Dame was healthy, you can't have Dame, Jrue, and Scoot all starting at the same time. What I think is going to happen though is the Blazers play Jrue Holiday up until the trade deadline, hopefully giving him enough time to get a bit of value back after a down season last year. Hopefully trade him. Shams Charania just tweeted that Lillard will use the 2025-2026 season to rehabilitate a torn Achilles tendon, which that makes sense. But a return to the franchise in Portland where his family and kids reside were the ultimate importance for him. He also had multiple mid-level exception and minimum offers from NBA contenders. This is just so cool, guys. Lillard is back in Portland where he belongs. I think us as fans, myself included, I always hoped and kind of expected Dame to come back, but I did not expect for him to return this soon. And now Dame is back in Portland with your Trailblazers, and I think he's ready to truly take this team to the championships. This is by far the best team that has ever been put around Damian Lillard, and we'll just have to see how good he is when he comes back. Sometimes players come back and they're not that good after a torn Achilles, and so maybe Dame comes back and he's just a better player off the bench than he is starting, and I think he'll still be this team's #1 option, even behind a guy like Denny Avdia and a growing Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe. Comment below your thoughts on Dame returning to the Blazers. What do you think about this? This is by far the craziest news I have seen this offseason, and this just makes me really happy to be a Blazer fan right now, guys. If you're new, hit the subscribe button, please. Like the video to show your support, and comment below your thoughts on Dame returning to the Blazers.
Dame Dollar, Dame time. That's right. Damian Lillard is back with the Portland Trailblazers, and of course, that was some breaking news today. He is going to do a 3-year, $42 million deal that includes a 2027-2028 player option, and then here's the key part too, Rob, a no-trade clause. So he'll be one of the few guys who have that. Bradley Beal, LeBron, and now he. And Lillard plans to rehab, of course, his torn left Achilles. You know, he did that late part of the season with the Bucks. And he's going to do that for the entire upcoming season before getting back on the 2026-2027 team. So he chucked the deuces to Milwaukee, and now here we are. He's going to be getting a bunch of money, about $70 million, because you remember Milwaukee owes him 50-something, I think 52, and then they're going to fill in the blank Portland, and he's going to be about $70 million he's going to make. So he's back. He's bike, as they say down in Florida. He's bike.
I would not welcome back Damian Lillard if I was a Portland Trailblazers fan. He didn't want to be there. The jersey that I threw away or gave to the Salvation Army, I wouldn't go back and try to get it back. I wouldn't pull it out of the attic and put it on now and feel good that Damian Lillard's back. Hello, Portland? Is this on? He's using you. He didn't really want to be there. You know what? He got kicked to the curb by the Milwaukee Bucks. So now he's slinking back home where he feels comfortable and where he probably still has a house and let me play out the string. We're not going to win anything here. He was so hell-bent on getting out of there so that he can have a chance to win. What happened to that dream? Why didn't he wait, right? He's not playing this year, right, or
Correct.
most of the year.
Next year. He won't play the whole year.
He's not playing. Why didn't he wait to go hook up with a team, okay, that has a chance to win? Because I thought that was the goal when he went to Milwaukee to play with Giannis. But apparently not. And apparently he's just about comfort. He looks at Portland as a comfort food, like mac and cheese or something. Let me get a blankie, and let me get some mac and cheese, and let me show up to back to Portland. And not be looked upon for anything. I could just play out the string, make my millions, and everybody will look at me as a hero because I came back and I'm the favorite son. And how great! What a reunion! How great this is. Sorry, I'm divorced. I'm not remarrying my wife. He divorced Portland. They shouldn't welcome him back. It's just that simple.
Well, let me tell you what it is, Rob, as well. Number 0 is about to get his number back. He's about to get his jersey back. Number 0 is back, and Damian Lillard can officially say he's getting 0 rings, Rob. He's going to get the 0 jersey back. He's about to get 0 rings. I think what happened was Damian Lillard realized the grass wasn't always greener. He wanted to get out of there. Justifiably so, in the sense that they hadn't really paired him with anybody. Had LaMarcus Aldridge for some years. That didn't quite work out, really getting past the second round of the playoffs. And he wanted to go somewhere else where he could play with somebody. And between injuries and it just not playing well together, him and Giannis didn't work. And I think what's happened is, by the way, he did have some contenders. There were the reports are there were a handful of teams that were interested in him. Boston being one where Jason Tatum had been flirting and saying we would love to get him there in Beantown, but obviously that's not going to happen now. And I think what you saw happen is Damian Lillard has prided himself on being a town business kind of guy. If you know what that is, that's Oakland. Town business, they call themselves. He's a loyal to the soil kind of guy. And I think that's what he was. Many people were mad at him. He should have left 3 years, 4 years, 5 years earlier in Portland. What are you doing? You're giving so much time there and not being able to accomplish anything. You're great. You're a top 75 player, and you're not doing anything. Some people thought he was too loyal. And I think what ultimately happened was Damian Lillard realized, even if I go out and I never win something, at least I want to go out my way. At least I want to do it my way. I'm not going to go chasing rings. I'm not going to go to this team for a year, this team for a year, that team for a year, go out like Shaq towards the end where Shaq had 7 different jerseys at the end. I think he said, no, I'm going to stand on the business, stand on who I am, go back home where his family is, where his friends are, where obviously his comfort, and help be a part of the rebuild for Portland. We know they're not about to win. That's why I said he's about to get the 0 jersey back with 0 rings, but he can be a part of the rebuild. He can be back part of the community, obviously make some good money too. And I think that's what's happening to Damian Lillard. I think he absolutely wants to go back to what he knows and, more importantly, his ethos, his ideology, his way of doing it my way. I'm not like everybody else. I'm loyal to the soil, and that's what you get now. So he's getting ready to go home, and that'll be that. He'll be the big brother to some of these guys. Scoop Henderson, he'll be a big brother to some of these young guys they've got. He's going to be kind of a part of the rebuild, help out the coaching staff, and show them what professionalism looks like, and hope they get it right in the next couple of years. And he can maybe be a part of a team that's better. But obviously, they're not going anywhere. We know how stacked the West is.
He walked out on them.
And that's what I'm saying. I think he tried. He gave it a shot. And he said, at the end of the day, you know what? That wasn't me. I'm a loyal to the soil, probably default guy, and let me go back where it is and just finish up here. And now he's about to do it and make a bunch of money.
So you welcome people back who walk out of your life? I'm just asking you personally. I'm dead serious when I say this.
I'm going to tell you this.
Because I'm not doing it.
You can have a falling out where you both realize we're both better together. And that doesn't have to be romantic. It can be friends where you realize, man, that was petty. We beefed over a couple of dollars, or we beefed over, I yelled at you at the this or at the basketball court or whatever. You know what? That was childish. Let's get back together. I had that happen with my best friend, man. We had a little moment, and we both came back together and was like, yo, man, what we doing? And we've been locked in ever since, man. I'm his godfather to his kids. He's godfather to my kids. Best man at weddings. That's my brother for life.
I'm exact opposite. I'm exact opposite.
You like to do that. You want to do me. You're dead to me.
You're dead.
That's ridiculous.
Damian Lillard would be dead to me.
So ridiculous.
I'm dead serious.
So wait, Rob Parker, you're perfect?
I'm not perfect.
So there's somebody right now. You don't even know. Watch this, Rob. You don't know. There's somebody who is like, man, Rob's dead to me. But after some time and after they said, you know what, man, Rob's my man, $100,000. You know what?
No, I could be dead to them, but trust me. Okay?
Call up Steve. Shay, call Stephen A. Smith right now.
What? No.
Call Stephen A. Smith right now. I guarantee you ticked him off.
I'm dead to Stephen A.?
And you were dead to him for a couple months, a year, and he was like, man, Rob's my man, whatever. He got past it. Don't act like you over here perfect. Somebody said Rob Parker. Martin White said that. Martin White said, man, I'm sick of Unk. Unk driving me crazy. I'm done with Unk. And then at the time, he was like, you know what, man? That's Unk. I'm
doing a Rob Parker imitation in case my audience doesn't know.
Tell him, Stephen A.
No.
Tell him, Stephen.
My point is, once you decide, I've always felt like this. If I got to convince you of the friendship or convince you to be romantically, interested in me, it's done. I'm done.
Can I throw a caveat?
It's done. And I'm saying, I'm not going to make a stink if me and you are not on the same page or whatever. I'm just going to leave you be. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to bother you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you.
It ain't that. I'm not going to be confrontational and say, you're dead to me. I'll never call you again.
It's just when I call you and text you don't text me back.
There you go.
It's just when I call you don't call me back. If I see you in public and I go in for the bro hug, you just shake my hand.
I'll be like, yo, what up?
All right.
You know what Stephen A. said to me?
What?
The thing that I love and admire the most about you is that no one knows who you don't like.
See, I don't like that because now I'm sitting here next to him, Martin. I don't know if we good or not. Are we good or just at the check? You're collecting checks right now doing a show with me.
Dang.
Now
Alex, you thought you've been cool with him 7 years. He just needs you for
Alex.
Dang.
You know how I get down, Alex.
That's true.
And I'm a loyal. If you're loyal to me,
you're right.
I'm loyal to you.
But here's my caveat.
I am.
And here's my caveat.
I am.
No, I know, but here's my caveat for you. The only thing you're missing in this equation, I get what you're saying. I truly do. The thing you're missing is I think you in this case being the Portland Trailblazers, would say, but dang it, I wasn't right to Dame either, or the girl or your friend in this case. I wasn't right. I didn't get him the best players. We didn't commit. He was here through thick and thin.
So what is he coming
game winning,
back
series
for?
winning shots.
But what is he coming?
Because you and I realized we were better together.
No, they're not. He's not coming back.
Reconciliation.
He's not coming back to win a championship for Portland because he felt like I made a mistake and I'm going to come here and win a championship.
Well, we know he ain't winning.
He's coming back because this is comfortable and easy for him.
But
that's
why is
the
it
only
easy
reason.
knowing it's about to be terrible?
No.
Knowing I'm about to rehab to a horrible team that's probably going to win 25, 30
because
games.
I guarantee you he still has a house there.
without
and
a
it's
doubt.
just,
of course.
It's a lot easier, and that's the life. And that's why he's not waiting to rehab and wait for us. So you got a stomach ailment, and you didn't even bite the sandwich.
No, that's all this Coke I'm drinking over here.
But you get my point.
That wasn't a sponsorship either, Coke.
No.
I'm not saying Nick Saban.
All right, where are you? 877-99 on Fox. 877-996.
Loyal to the story. He's going back to where he's
63-69.
from. To fault, by mind you.
Are you like Portland and just going to accept them back? Or are you like a little more hardcore like me and saying no way, no how? If his phone, after he got injured and then got released and he called, I would not have picked up. Don't call here now. It's just like, that. You walk out on your girl, you go with the other girl, you realize she ain't on that.
Rob, you got back with somebody.
No, I don't do it.
You lucky this ain't a love dating show. I would call all your exes right now. Hello. Sherelle, how you doing, Sherelle? Sherelle, I'm sitting here with Rob. He's lying on the air right now. Rob, we got back together for 6 months.
Nope.
You missed this thing, Rob.
The only thing Rob goes backwards in is in that car. That's it.
That's about it. All right, 877.
I'm scared where you were going with that, Alex.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? It's Cone, and Damian Lillard is back with the Portland Trailblazers. He signs a 3-year, $42 million contract with a player option and a no-trade clause. He said, yeah, that leaving Portland thing that I did, let's never have that happen again. I want to be here to retire. It seems like this is probably the contract that's going to take him through the end of his career, and it goes back where it all began, where he became a multi-time All-Star, a multi-time All-NBA guy who gave us some of the most iconic moments in recent NBA playoff history, 2 series winners. He ends up becoming a future Hall of Famer, an NBA 75 guy, one of the greatest scorers I've ever watched, one of the best guards of this generation. He did it all in Portland, and he ends up leaving for 2 years to Milwaukee. Doesn't really find much success. They lose round 1 last year with Giannis injured. This year, they lose round 1 with Damian Lillard being not in the lineup to start and ultimately tearing his Achilles in that first-round matchup against the Pacers. And coming into this summer, there was some speculation about Dame's future with the team. Most of it was surrounding Giannis, but to try and keep Giannis, the Bucks waive and stretch Dame's contract, and suddenly everybody's like, where could he go to finish his career or at least play this next chapter? I always thought Boston made a lot of sense. He and Jason Tatum could both rehab from the season-ending Achilles injuries, come back next year, and be a dynamic duo that really bolsters the Boston Celtics and boosts them back up to being probably the best team in the Eastern Conference. I thought that maybe like a Houston could make sense if he wants to go back out west closer to his family, or Minnesota if he's willing to go ahead and move there. It felt like there were a lot of options for Dame if he wanted to play at the highest level and compete for a championship. And according to Shams, there were a number of NBA contenders that offered him mid-level exception and minimum deals to rehab with them and come back next season as a force. But he decided to just go back to Portland, and I love it. There are going to be the detractors, the people that say, oh, Dame's never going to win a ring now. He's not really serious about this, all that. Like, I'm sure ring culture is going to have some pushback on this move from Dame. But for me personally, I think it's great. I think it's an awesome storybook, full circle moment for one of the most loyal superstars of this era. He never really wanted to leave Portland. They just didn't do a good enough job of getting him supporting pieces. The amount of times where it's like, can someone please help Damian Lillard? Can they get him a real co-star? He played alongside LaMarcus Aldridge, but after LaMarcus, he never played with an all-star level player again. CJ was like kind of there, but that's not the ideal fit next to Dame as another not great defender in the backcourt. As good as CJ is, he's had a great career, a great player. it never really felt like they found that piece to help Dame try and get over the hump. He leads them in franchise scoring. He leads them in three-pointers all time, has 7 55-plus point games. No one else in Blazer history has even one of those. He led them to the Western Conference Finals one season. Like, Dame did so much for this franchise and never got the support that was needed. And ultimately, it did seem when the breakup happened that it was the best move for both parties. Dame could go and try and play for a championship somewhere, whether it was Miami, where he did want to go, or even in Milwaukee, which, you know, he didn't really expect or want to go to, but now he gets to play with Giannis, who isn't just the best player he's ever played with, he's a bona fide top 3 player in the entire sport, an MVP, depoy type of guy over the last few years. He had a great supporting cast next to him. It felt like Dame, Giannis, and that Bucks team was going to have the chance to really compete for a championship at a level that Damian Lillard himself had never had in Portland. And for the Blazers, they got to bring in Scoot Henderson immediately to potentially be the guard of the future. They still had Anthony Simons and Shaedon Sharpe and could make all these moves to go further into this youth movement. It really felt like it made a lot of sense, but it didn't work. The grass isn't always greener on the other side for Portland. It's been very up and down, but I do really like the direction that they're going. And for Damian Lillard, again, it never really worked with the Bucks. We talked about the first round exits, how he and Giannis never really felt like they clicked as a duo, nowhere near to the level of where it felt like they should have ultimately been. And now, despite the fact that there were some real tensions between Dame, Joe Cronin, the overall front office of the Blazers, following the fact that they refused to send him to Miami where he wanted to be when he got that trade, it sounds like they met up, they kind of made amends and decided that they wanted to both seek a reunion. And here it is. Dame is going to be back with the Portland Trailblazers. And the question is, what is the meaning of this move beyond just the symbolic? Like, what does it mean for the basketball? And I don't know what Dame is going to look like coming back next season off an Achilles injury as a small guard who's going to be 36 at that point. Probably not going to be an all-NBA player ever again. I'd be shocked if he is. Maybe not shocked because Dame's that level of guy, but I think all-star is very, very attainable. I mean, maybe he won't make the All-Star game because the West is super, super deep, but I think he could be that level of player, still a hyper-dynamic scorer, and someone who could ultimately boost up this team. I mean, right now, Portland is currently in the process of building out this elite defensive team. Like, they bring in Jrue Holiday, and they've got Tumuni Kamara and Donovan Clingan and Denny Avdia. Like, they've got defenders all over the place, Jeremy Grant, and Dame now can give them an offensive boost. Even if it isn't something massive, it is definitely going to help when he comes back. And at the very minimum, he can be a mentor to the young guards on this team, the young players in general. Scoot Henderson, you know, he was supposed to be Dame's replacement and now gets the chance to play with Damian Lillard. Or maybe there is a world where they're like, hey, this Scoot thing isn't really working. Like, he's not lived up to our expectations over the first couple of seasons. And maybe they picture eventually moving off of Scoot in favor of like a front court player, and they picture a backcourt next year of Damian Lillard and Jrue Holiday. I don't really know. It feels like it's too early to truly figure out what this all means going forward for the next 3 seasons, or I guess 2 years, because obviously Dame isn't going to play this year. But it does feel like there are going to be questions on the table going into next summer of what the guard rotation looks like. I mean, maybe Jrue Holiday is going to get flipped at some point. We did get a report that he wasn't the happiest about being in Portland. I don't know. There is a lot up in the air. And if the Blazers want to add another piece next to Dame and Jrue or whoever on this young core, if they want to, they can do that. Like, Jeremy Grant's contract is pretty sizable. They've got future draft capital. They've got interesting young pieces. The Blazers have put themselves immediately in one of the more interesting spots in this Western Conference, where it feels like already with the Jrue move, they were trying to go closer to competing now, to being a force in the Western Conference. I mean, they made that great run towards the end of last season, and adding Damian Lillard only furthers the fact that they clearly believe in that agenda, that direction. So maybe it means more youth is on the way out to try and bring in another star. People could become available in today's NBA. You never really know. It feels like anybody, almost anybody, could be available before a trade. If you know it or not, if there's a rumor or not, doesn't really matter. The Luka trade taught me one thing: I don't really know whatever to expect in the NBA when it comes to trades. And with this, I didn't expect this. I really thought Dame was going to go to like Boston. To me, felt like the most likely outcome, or that maybe he would just wait until next summer to make a decision, but instead he just goes back home. And again, I know some people aren't going to be happy about this, saying, I want to see Dame win a ring and this and that, but he's also, in a lot of media interviews, talked about how he really wants to be close to his family, how that's super important to him, how he's a guy that really, part of the reason he struggled in Milwaukee was because he missed his family and he felt so uprooted. It was a hard time adjusting. He's going to get to be a lot more comfortable in the place where he played his entire career before the last couple of seasons. And it's also funny to think about, you know, looking back now in like 20 years, there are going to be NBA fans that are like, what do you mean Damian Lillard played 2 years in Milwaukee and wasn't a Portland Trailblazers life? Because with the minimal playoff success of the Dame Bucks era, it's kind of, I think, going to get washed away. And there will be people in the future who are like, yeah, Dame would just play with the Blazers his whole career, and they're going to see Dame in a Bucks jersey, and it's going to hit him like a flashbang. So those are my thoughts on this. I absolutely love it. I think it's a great move for Portland right now. It gives them a really feel-good story, something that they can lean on going into next season, even if they don't take this big jump in the West like they want to. And then the season following, there's something to be really, really excited about with Dame making his comeback, where it all started, this young core growing. I've really liked Portland's direction. I think this is a good move. We'll have to see what it means for Scoot, the rest of the young players on that roster, how much they're actually going to commit to trying to win in the last couple years of Dame's career. But maybe this is the chance where they're really like, hey, Dame, we owe it to you. We're going to go for it. We'll have to wait and see. But for right now, those are my thoughts. Let me know down below what you think about the Damian Lillard return.
Damian Lillard is back in the Rip City. On the surface, this sounds like great news. A feel-good fairy tale ending to one of the most loyal player-team relationships we've seen in the modern NBA. But as much as we all want it to feel like that, something about this return just doesn't sit quite right with me. This is not the triumphant homecoming as it appears. Because in the making of this move, Lillard passed up some very real opportunities to still chase a title. And in doing so, he's left his legacy hanging in a strange, almost confusing space. Now, don't get me wrong, this is still a good story. The idea of Lillard returning to the city where he poured over a decade of his life, where he became a superstar and carried a franchise on his back for years, is heartwarming in so many ways. But let's be honest, the Portland Trailblazers haven't been a serious contender in a very long time, and Lillard knows this better than anybody. By coming back, Dame is essentially accepting that winning at the highest level is no longer part of his NBA journey. As Shams reported, being at home with his family played a massive role in this decision, and that is fair. You can't fault a guy for choosing life over basketball at this stage of his career. But as Shams also alluded to with other team interest, now this decision makes his basketball legacy a bit harder to pin down. To really understand why, let's rewind back to the summer of 2023. That is when Dame shocked the league by finally requesting a trade out of Portland. After years of publicly pleading his loyalty, he decided it was finally time to go and chase a championship somewhere else. The ensuing saga dominated the offseason, with Dame being heavily linked to the Miami Heat. It felt almost inevitable until it wasn't. At the 11th hour, the Milwaukee Bucks swooped in with a blockbuster move that paired Lillard with the two-time MVP, Giannis Antetokounmpo. On paper, this looked like the perfect situation. Dame finally had a co-star good enough to win it all, but things just did not play out the way they were supposed to. That Bucks run fell apart almost as quickly as it started. Chemistry issues, injuries, including Dame suffering a brutal Achilles injury, and a team that just never found its rhythm led to an underwhelming stint with Milwaukee. Eventually, the Bucks decided to buy out his contract, sending him into free agency, which is how we got here. From there, Dame was in the position that very few superstars ever find themselves in. Thanks to the Bucks still owing him a ton of money, he simply got to pick wherever he wanted to go to write the final chapter of his career. One of the best options on the table was the Boston Celtics. Celtics. In my instant reaction video of Dame's buyout, I said that Boston should have been Dame's top priority. Imagine him joining a fully loaded Celtics squad ready to go for the 2026 season. Lillard would have rehabbed alongside of Jason Tatum, who's dealing with the same Achilles injury, and the pair would have been supported by arguably the best medical staff in the NBA. The Celtics were already going to be treating the 2025 season as a gap year, but heading into 2026, they'd have a comeback at full strength with a starting five of Damian Lillard, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and then you'd have to go out and get a solid starting caliber center. But really, that is a team that could have won it all, boasting enough defense and floor spacing for Dame to really thrive in that offensive system. It could have been the perfect landing spot for Lillard to finally grab that elusive ring. But Boston wasn't even the only spot that I really liked for him, because the Minnesota Timberwolves also emerged as a real option, with Mike Conley clearly showing signs of decline towards the back half of last season, and a young Rob Dillingham still not ready to lead a contender. Minnesota has an opening for a point guard to slot in and help push them over the top. Playing alongside Anthony Edwards, a dynamic two-way shooting guard whose game would have perfectly complemented Lillard's, could have really made the Wolves the potential favorites in the 2026 season. It was all there if Dame really wanted it, and yet he passes up both of these opportunities, choosing to instead go back where it all started in Portland. So many people have continued to gloss over the actual basketball fit and the legacy consequences because, well, it is a feel-good story, and I get it. I'm not saying he made the wrong choice here. I'm just saying, what if? On the surface, Damian Lillard coming back to Portland is certainly heartwarming, and it does feel like somewhat of a fairy tale ending. But when you really sit with it, when you strip away all of the emotion, it becomes very clear this decision says a lot about where Dame is at, not just in his career, but how he wants the rest of his NBA story to be read. For so long, Lillard was the poster child of loyalty. He stayed in Portland year after year as the franchise struggled to put together a true contender around him. Just when it felt like he was going to spend the rest of his career as a Portland Trailblazer, he shocked everybody by asking out. Something the NBA media was practically begging him to do because we all wanted to see him play with a contender. Dame eventually agreed. He wanted to win, and he made that super clear. The problem was, by the time he made the decision, it already felt like it was a couple years too late. He went to Milwaukee, a move that, at least on paper, looked to be the perfect destination, as he was in a position to finally chase that ring. But of course, it doesn't work out, and after 2 injury-plagued seasons, including that devastating Achilles tear, Dame seems to have decided that the whole winning thing just isn't for him anymore, and instead, he goes the loyalty route. So now he's back in Portland. Looking back, I really believe that his best chance to win wasn't forcing his way out of Portland via trade. Instead, I think he should have left in free agency. That would have given him all of the freedom to choose his destination without a team having to gut their roster and draft capital to sign him. He could have landed in a fully loaded destination where he would have walked in as the final piece to a championship puzzle. But instead, he signs that massive extension back in 2022, which only made it more difficult for the Blazers to get rid of him, as he then decided to leave just a season later. That choice shaped everything. It's a rare set of circumstances that we really don't see in the NBA, and the closest comparison might be Dwayne Wade going back to Miami. But even that was different. There was a little bit of bad blood between him and Pat Riley that needed mending. With Dame, there really isn't any bad blood. Portland opened its arms, the city is overjoyed to have him back, and honestly, that's what makes this feel so unique. The Blazers made their commitment clear with Dame's new deal. 3 years, $42 million, including a player option and a no-trade clause. That no-trade clause is huge. It's something that only 2 players in the league have, Dame and LeBron James. On top of that, with his Milwaukee buyout money, Lillard is going to make $70 million next season, and in total, $141 million across the next 2 seasons before an opt-out in 2027. If nothing else, that tells you how much Portland really values Dame, both as a player and the face of their franchise. But here is where things get a little weird. That 2023 trade that sent him to Milwaukee ended up reshaping Portland's entire roster in a way that nobody could have ever predicted. They traded for Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, and picks, then flipped Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, and even more assets. Those assets eventually led to them landing Denny Abdia, and now, just 2 years later, Portland somehow has Lillard and Jrue Holiday back, plus Abdia, Williams, Camara, a 2029 first-round pick, and 2 Bucks pick swaps. It's a wild full circle moment to say the least. And while it's not fully guaranteed that Jrue Holiday is going to be on the team in 2026, it's pretty funny to see that both of the key pieces in that blockbuster deal are now both back in Blazers uniforms. This is also a very different team than when Dame left it. They actually closed last season on a 22-18 run, ranking in the top 5 in defensive rating and 3rd for transition defense over that stretch. This young core is finally showing some signs of life, with Scoot Henderson, Donovan Clingan, and a new rookie, Yang Hansen, all needing some more minutes to develop. So there's no rush for Dame to get back on the court, especially as he rehabs from that Achilles injury. In fact, his absence might be a blessing in disguise. It gives the team another season to experiment, figure out what they do have, and let Scoot Henderson run the show without pressure. When Dame does return, he would have already had the time to watch, learn, and understand how Portland now plays in this new dynamic system. But let's be real, this isn't Dame coming back and expecting to contend. The Blazers aren't there yet, and even if they do get there someday, it's very likely that Lillard probably won't be a part of that team that does get to the mountaintop. That's the bittersweet part of it all. It's hard not to feel for him. His Milwaukee stint was so hyped up, as we all collectively lost our minds over the potential of freak time, with he and Giannis dominating the league for years to come. But instead, they would end up logging just 30 minutes of playoff time together, as injuries completely tore that team apart. As a Bucks fan, that still stings. For Dame though, maybe this really is the fairy tale ending. Even if he's not putting himself in the best position to win, I don't think that really tarnishes his legacy. Not at all. But it does leave some things a little foggier than they would have been if he had stayed in Portland the whole time, or doubled down on still trying to win by choosing Boston or Minnesota. But what do you guys think? Did Damian Lillard make the right call by going back to the Blazers? Or do you think he should have kept ring chasing, doubling down on his decision in the first place?
Breaking news in the NBA, former 9-time All-Star Damian Lillard is returning to the Portland Trailblazers on a 3-year, $42 million contract, and the deal is expected to include a player option in 2027-28 and a no-trade clause. This is a reunion for the 35-year-old Damian Lillard, who I am so happy for. I am so happy for the Portland Trailblazers, for that organization, and most importantly, for those fans, because Damian Lillard, who suffered that torn Achilles, now is not only going to be able to rehab for the entirety of the season, he's going to be able to rehab somewhere where his home and his heart and his family is, right in the city of Portland. And also, let me say, I am right now in the process of moving. Like, I literally got this notification as I'm in the middle of moving everything. Almost everything in my apartment's empty, so I apologize. This is rushed. This video is not going to be great, and I just had to quickly get my thoughts out. Let me say, although I did believe that Damian Lillard was ultimately going to end up with the Boston Celtics to get one more opportunity to ring chase and to get that NBA championship before his career is over, I couldn't be any happier for him, because we all know Damian Lillard loves the city of Portland. Hell, I love the city of Portland. But there's something about a guy who not only resonates within the community, but he's shown time and time again his willingness to embrace the community, embrace the fans, embrace the city in a small market. This kid comes from Weber State, a small little college just north of Salt Lake City. This kid isn't used to the big bright lights of Madison Square Garden and TD Garden in Boston. He wants to be somewhere where he is happy and content, and that's exactly why he went back to Portland. Joe Cronin and the Portland Trailblazers have already had a terrific offseason. I already made an entire video talking about why I believe that this team is going to be a surprise team in the Western Conference next year, and why I'm super excited for them. So if you want to watch that entire video where I go through all of Portland's offseason moves, I talk about Jan Hansen and everything else that has transpired with Portland this offseason, I will go ahead and link to that video up above for you guys to check out. But I just have to say that although Damian Lillard is now going to be joining a backcourt that features Jrue Holiday, Shaedon Sharpe, and Scoot Henderson, despite the fact that he's going to be rehabbing this year, I love this. You still bring back another veteran into this locker room, a guy who is going to be able to provide, just that veteran leadership that Jrue Holiday is going to bring, that Jeremy Grant has, even though you need to get off that contract, that guys like Robert Williams have. Like, there is such a beautiful and unique blend of good veteran present talent on this roster with young ascending talent, with young players like I've mentioned, Denny Advia, Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe, Donovan Clingan, Jan Hansen, the list goes on. Joe Cronin has done a terrific job this offseason. I think that this is just another check mark. They still have some work to do, like I said, trying to get off of some contracts like Jeremy Grant. They have to find a way to maybe get rid of Robert Williams, despite the fact that he's dealt with a litany of injuries. There are just so many things that I am excited for about this Portland team. And now Damian Lillard, despite the fact that he's going to be rehabbing this season, is giving me and Portland fans and everybody else out there in the NBA community another reason to be excited about this upcoming season for the Portland Trailblazers and the foreseeable future. Lillard is going to bring that veteran presence to the locker room. He's going to be able to help mentor and develop some of those young guys. And more importantly, he's back where his home and his heart and his head is at, right in the city of Portland, in the Pacific Northwest. Couldn't be happier for Damian Lillard. Could not be happier for Rip City, the entire community, and the organization. Like I said, this just had to be a very brief video. I had to make it out really quickly. But Portland fans, NBA fans, please let me know your thoughts in the comments down below about your initial reaction to Damian Lillard signing back with the Portland Trailblazers. I want to hear your guys' thoughts in the comments down below.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the Rip City Rundown Podcast Emergency Pod, probably the greatest podcast we've ever hit record on. Damian Lillard is back with the Blazers, and if you want to talk about something that's going to get me excited, that's literally exactly it. I just ran upstairs to let my family know that Dame is back, ran outside across my backyard to let my dad know Dame is back. I let my girlfriend know Dame is back. She doesn't even know Dame is back, and I don't even know if I could be happier in this moment.
You were the one that let me know when I saw the text. You give me all the NBA news because you got your Twitter X notifications.
Yeah, I got my noties.
Yeah, you got your noties on, and right when I saw it, the dopamine in my brain, I don't know how to describe it. And then my brother was sitting at the table, and then I showed him, and he actually started crying. So
that's insane.
Dude, this is awesome. I can't believe this.
Off the top, I'm just going to read some tweets, okay? Hit me. Okay, so 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Blazers, a player option in 27-28, and a no-trade clause. Lillard now will have a 25-26 set salary of $70 million between both deals because he got bought out, and a salary of $141 over the next 2 years. Then Shams has to plug the agent because I don't know why he has to do that. Then, hold on. Lillard and the Trailblazers both deeply cared about the comeback in recent weeks, with multiple meetings among the Portland franchise icon, Joe Cronin and Chauncey Billups, to bond together and move forward united on a new deal. He'll use this season to rehab the torn Achilles, but will return to the franchise in Portland where his family and kids reside were of the utmost importance. He also had multiple mid-level exception minimum offers from NBA contenders. Portland traded Damian Lillard for Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, and assets in 2023. Then Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, and assets. Now the Blazers have both Lillard and Holiday plus Williams, Kamara, a 2029 first rounder, and 2 Buck swaps.
Guys, we've traded Anthony Simons for that package. That is the only outgoing player, and Nurkic. Nurkic and Simons for Jrue Holiday.
Hey, Nas.
First, 2 swaps, Tumani Kamara, Robert Williams, Denny Abdia. Literally, all of those things are from the Damian Lillard deal. And of course, we didn't want it to be like this. We don't want Dame to be hurt, but like, I don't know if you could write it up any better because, like, think about it this way. There would probably be, if Dame could play this year, you could probably see some fans arguing that, like, oh no, we need the young guys to play. Well, the young guys, this is like their prove it year. We said it before we even brought Dame back. Like, this is the prove it year for Scoot and Shaden. And if they go off, then you're just adding Dame to the roster. Like, they're still going to get as much room to operate as they will. They are going to have a full season of the backcourt to pretty much themselves outside of Jrue. So you're literally almost dipping into every aspect of like what you would want as a Blazer fan. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, and like, Wes, dance on my grave for me. Like, you were right. Like, I was so out on Joe, and I think Joe started turning it around when he traded for Avdia. But like, even this Yang pick, like, I was out on it. I watched him in something like, sure, that's irrelevant. But like, Dame is back on a cheap deal. He is going to be a mentor, be a great person to have in the locker room this year. And then next year, Damian Lillard, he doesn't have to be Damian Lillard of 5 years ago, and he won't be, but he's going to be a freaking good player. And even in the event he's not, I just don't see how this is a losing move. This only has upside from every aspect.
Oh, I don't even know where to go. I mean, like, Dame is just, he's so all in with this team now for winning a championship. He wants to win so badly. He's going to retire a Blazer because he ain't leaving again. Dude, once he retires, we're gonna be like, remember when he was on the Bucks for that weird 2-year stint? Like, that's just gonna be weird to think about. But he's all in for this. Just he's gonna give us morality.
There's no athlete like this, especially if, like, sure, there could be an athlete like this for LA or New York. There's no athlete to the equivalent of Damian Lillard. There really isn't.
And it's cheap, guys. It's cheap too. We're not paying him $60 million. Like he's
Thank you, Bucks.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Bucks.
Bucks.
Funny is,
the Bucks.
The Bucks are paying him more than the Blazers the next 2 years. That
Do
is
you
absurd.
Remember a time in the NBA where this has happened? Where you get like a package like that and then the dude just comes back? I'm sure it has.
Yeah.
But my head is spinning right now because like
I don't know what to say.
I mean, I guess the only equivalent is like, even though they didn't get a package, like I'm just talking like a superstar coming home is like LeBron, but like that's not a good comparison. And of course, the Dame thing, like with the Achilles and everything, changed everything. But I don't know. Like, this is going to be mega glaze, but of all athletes, like in their
my favorite
30s, who would you think has the best chance of like grinding back and getting back to like a solid level? Like, low key be Dame, because Dame has been extremely durable his career, and anytime he's come back from injury, he's been still very good. He's the second highest scoring Buck points per game wise of all time. I saw that stat yesterday. Like, wow. The Bucks was not a failure for Damian Lillard. Like, that was a David Horst thing, or John Horst, not David Horst.
David Horst, wow, Timbers legend. He was the striker, right?
I think he was a defender.
I thought he was a defender.
Yeah, David Horst was a big center back. He had a tough leg injury though. That ended his Timbers stint.
Or Portland Timbers. Okay. Anyway, speaking Timbers, went to a game last night, lost 1-0. Terrible. What are we doing? Right, back to Blazers. Okay.
I feel like I don't want to make this about Joe Cronin. Just because like GMs, I hate talking about like GMs, but you mentioned like I can dance on your grave. I feel like everyone had that opinion about Joe because it was more of like everyone, and I was too. I'm always the optimist. Like, I'm the guy who says the Blazers are going to get home court when they're in the lottery. But we were all just emotional that Dame was leaving, and I think that's why we hated the move.
Yeah.
Ever since we traded him to Milwaukee, I have talked about or we've discussed, but I've always been like, hey, like those Bucks picks, like Dame is going to retire a Blazer. It's just, I had thought he's going to be he might be cooked. Like, who knows with this injury? Like, let's not we're not going to talk about like that right now. That's not what this pod is for. But I had thought he'd come back when he's 39, 40 on like a 1-year vet min, maybe when we're good, and kind of be that like bench guy to like compete one more time for a championship. Hopefully he already has a ring somewhere. I thought it'd be in Milwaukee. But Giannis didn't want to roll on Dame on one of the didn't want to be the roll man on one of the best pick and roll guards in NBA history, but whatever. And I knew like Milwaukee, Dame was old enough to where he wasn't going to be there by the end of the decade. So I was like, hey guys, like those are good picks. Like, and Dame will probably come back at some point and we'll have Dame and those picks. I just didn't think it'd be this quick. And I think, like you said, Cole, Dame has stuff left in the tank. Sorry, I'm rambling because my head is I'm in shambles right now.
That's what this is. This is a ramble.
So, but then you said like this is a prove it year for the rookies. All right, so Scoot and Shane don't work out. I'll take a Dame and Jrue backcourt.
Yep. Literally the best defender of best player to ever guard Dame is Jrue Holiday, so we'll take it.
Cody,
and also,
Cody.
I just want can we take a moment real quick? Give me 30 seconds. This intro is going to be better than ever now that he's back.
Yep, it will be.
Damian
Lillard. The whole thing. I love our intro.
Okay.
Who did that?
That was Lillard.
Who did that?
Cody, do you remember?
Yeah.
I think you literally said this like 2 to 3, maybe a month ago. It was one on the recent pod. You're like, it's so crazy that the Blazers like finally have like everyone you want around Dame, and we don't have Dame. Like we now.
I mean, I was saying, I remember the discussion. It was when Tumani Kamara won second team all defense. We were like, why can't we have had that when Dame was on the team? So now that we are going to have that when Dame is on the team, it's just beautiful. And this is just a perfect, and I mean perfect puzzle piece for like, it just fits perfectly. Transition year for an injury. The Blazers have been on an upward trajectory since we traded Dame. We've gotten better and better. Last year we ended the season with play-in talks. And now, yes, true, he still can't play next season, but we're just going to keep getting better, and the morale is going to be so much better. Dame's going to, you know.
Dude, Dame is Portland, man. Like,
he's going to bring everyone together.
Bro,
yeah.
Then my brain goes to, like, okay, forget, like Giannis is an MVP, but outside of Giannis, like, the Blazers have a better roster than the Bucks. It's not even close.
Dude, the Bucks are done. I'm telling you. I'm sorry.
The Bucks have a terrible roster.
The Bucks were just, that was the whole awkward. I mean, that was just, ever since their championship, what was their goal of playing that play style with Lillard? That made no sense.
I don't want to pull a Halliburton and like front run now that the Blazers are up and Dame's back and now like poop on the Bucks, but like you get Dame and then you like, okay, like you fire Bud, whatever, but then it's like you're going with Doc Rivers and then you're like, You're trading for Kuzma.
Your premium trade during the time is to trade the guy that I don't care if his legs were cooked. You traded a guy that was the only reason you pushed that Pacers Bucks series 2 years ago to 6 in Chris Middleton, and you traded it for a guy that literally is now known, maybe just in the RCR world, as modern day Tony Snell. You traded for Kyle Kuzma.
That's where I was going to go.
I have to laugh at this. I just go on Twitter and just everyone's just like Dame just couldn't resist the grind again. Dame ran back to the grind. Also, Chris Haynes said, just to get back on a serious note, Joe Cronin met at the Stars' house weeks ago, and the two made amends and focused their attention on getting a deal done to give Lillard the opportunity. I wonder who reached out. I'm sure it may have been Dame, but I wouldn't be surprised if Joe did.
See, but in Dame's letter to the organization 2 years ago, he thanked everyone, didn't mention Joe. And we all thought, like, well, that bridge is burned. Like, as long as Joe's the GM, Dame's not coming back. But Dame's also like...
Dude, okay, you know Aaron Fentress?
Oh, I was about to read the
tweet.
Dude
is such a clown!
No, and it's not... Like, for me, fine, you can have your opinion. But when it's like, he's literally always wants to zag and, like, make it about him. It's like, dude... No one cares what you have to say right now.
Cody,
just be happy that a franchise icon is back in the city, especially when there's like talks about like we need a new arena and people are like, oh, they're gonna relocate from Portland. Like,
yeah. So
Dame's
Shams
back
just
now, so
tweeted.
shut-
Shams just tweeted. Portland traded Damian Lillard for Jrue Holiday, Tamani Kamara, assets in 2023. Then Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, assets. One led to Denny Avdia. Now the Blazers have Lillard, Holiday, plus Avdia, Williams, Kamara, a 2029 first, and 2 Milwaukee swaps. So he's basically praising the Blazers for doing solid work. And this Blazers reporter or this Portland reporter who just like, I just don't know. There's probably not a point in doing this. But he said, but lost 2 years of Lillard's prime while going 21 and 61 and 36 and 46. Lillard is out next season and will be 36 when he returns. And Holiday is 35. Those are important factors here. It's
Hey,
just
guess
like,
what? He's on it. He is a how many time All NBA? How many time All Star?
Yeah, I'm not saying he's going to be
what
Damian
is it?
Lillard.
He's on $15 million a year, bro.
Yeah, I just
Bradley
like
Beal gets now he doesn't, but like DeAndre Ayton was getting paid double that.
You're Portland. You're getting a bunch of national media and you're getting praised. Why not as an Oregon reporter and a Portland reporter? Like add to the praise at least in the moment while it's happening. Anyway,
I think in the NBA locker rooms, I think just chemistry is just such an underrated and just such an essential factor. And when we're getting rid of players that we have got rid of that we're like, we don't think your head's in the game, you're a lunatic, blah blah blah, and you bring in Damian Lillard, who's just going to help the chemistry so much. Even without playing, he's just going to make such an impact on the team. He's going to get wins,
dude. It's just
going to get
vibes.
us wins sitting down.
The vibes,
exactly.
Vibes are elite, and like for a team that we always talk about is small market, and like we talked about this when we traded him. When will the Blazers ever have a player as good as Dame that cared as much about Portland as he did?
Exactly,
or was as loyal?
Yeah,
so
and I just want to get ahead of it.
Like I don't care if he's bad because in theory we like Scoot and Shaden. In theory, we were trusting in them to like Fentress was trusting them to lead us to the promised land.
Exactly. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, we're winning a championship now because Dame is going to be the number 2 option. I don't have that belief. That sure, there's a world where that could happen.
Number 1 option,
but it probably won't. I'm not saying like if we're gonna win, it'll probably be on the backs of the guys that are already on the team. But like, there's so many things that go into a basketball team, like ticket sales, brand, fan engagement. Like you said, team chemistry, all those things are taking a massive boost, and the play on the court is going to take a boost too. There was not a better shooter. We asked for a shooter. That was what we said we needed to do. We got one of the best shooters you could get. You don't need to move like you're a 27 and prime athlete to be a good shooter. Like the best shooters in the league still are pretty solid late into their career. So I got to ask a question, guys. What team is probably pissed right now?
Miami is pissed.
Miami. Remember that whole thing?
Just because they won a Dame and now they're going to be like not even a playing team.
Well, when Dame got bought out by the Bucks, a bunch of Miami fans were like, "Here he comes!" Like Blazers are clowns, Bucks are clowns. Oh my gosh, dude!
What happened?
I can't believe. Oh my gosh! Well, okay, so we gave him a no trade clause, which again, we're not here to break that stuff down. But if I'm Dame and I get 3 for 42, you're also getting paid all that from the Bucks. You're basically getting paid 2 salaries. The Bucks are paying you like $22 million a year. The Bucks paid Dame $22 million a year to not be on their team. We were making that joke about Ayton, like
Dame's story right now. Just a bunch of things about the Blazers.
And it shows that like the NBA, man, like 1 year is a long time because it was 2 years since Dame and Joe like literally wouldn't talk. And there was those articles about Joe like being like passive aggressive and trying to force him out. And of course, like Chris Haynes was carrying water for Dame, I'm sure on those articles, but it's probably, there is truth to that article. And, the truth is lost like somewhere in the middle, but didn't think Joe and like, my holdup was like Joe was. I low-key thought Joe like might be stubborn and like no, like we're building something good over here. So respect to Joe for signing him. I mean Chauncey was brought to Portland because of Dame in the first place. Like Dame wanted Chauncey, so now that's back. Yeah, I can't believe it. Like we got literally 2 Denny. Like we got the 2 best forwards we've ever had in the Dame era. And the way we had to get them, the only way we could have got those guys is we had to get rid of Dame for the assets. And now he's back. So it's like you said, Cole, it's like I don't know. You're just getting you got paid back for it, and you kept your asset.
Transition to just team construction. Like, how is this going to work? Because obviously, in a
This
year from
doesn't
now,
change.
Yeah, I agree this year because we already kind of know our starting lineup this year. Jrue's going to play, whether Tumani or Shaden starts, whatever. But Abdia's going to play. Jeremy will probably start, and Klingon will probably start. But next year is just going to be interesting because you're bringing Dame in, and then Jrue's going to be on this, like, who knows? Like, there's speculation that he will be gone potentially by the trade line or next summer. And I don't think you can have Jrue, Dame, and Scoot. Maybe you can, but
I think in a like
what do you think happens?
In a realistic world, one of Jrue, Scoot, or Shaden is like not as good with the Blazers as we expect.
We did this 2 years ago with the 4-guard thing. And
yeah, but it's different.
Like, to be honest, like, if I'm Joe, like, this is not like we didn't just open up 6 years of competing with Dame. Like, Dame's 30, he's gonna be 36 when he plays again. So, like, you can't just to make room for Dame, you can't just trade one of those guys so Dame can play more. Now, if Sharp doesn't show it this year, then I get it.
Exactly.
Sure.
And Dame's a guy that, like, if Scoot and Shaden go off this year, and Dame comes back and is like told he's a 20-minute a game guy and is coming in to shoot threes and like play off the ball, Dame's not a star that's going to be pissed off and ask out now. Dame wants to win in Portland and he wants to live in Portland. And again, I just like, if you get to we had this 4-guard conundrum 2 years ago, but we had it with realistically 3 guards that at the time probably weren't good enough to start for a championship team. We didn't know about Scooter Shaded, and we kind of knew about Simons. Now you have Jrue Holiday, who's been on 2 championship teams. Dame, who knows, coming back from pre-injury, he's good enough to be a starter on a championship team. Post-injury, we don't know. And then we still have to learn with these next 2 players. It's going to be, you're most likely going to have better options with 4 guards. And at the end of the day, like, look at how the NBA is going right now. The 2 teams that made the finals made it because they were going 8, 9, 10 deep. Like, I think we're past the days of you shorten your rotation to 6 men in the playoffs.
Yeah. And so, again, like, we're not talking about it, but like contract. Like, everyone's like, well, we overpaid Jrue. Now we have Dame. Like, Dame is on a crazy good contract.
Yeah,
Dame and Denny are getting paid combined like $5 million less than DeAndre Ayton.
DA, man. We were on a trip like a few weeks back, and we were talking about just how good this defense would be. And you mentioned, I think we were the 3rd or 4th or 5th best defensive team in the league in like the second half of the season or something like that last season. We bring in Jrue, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't want to like bite my words here, but like I genuinely feel like we should be a top 10, yes, defense this season. And I don't know, like when we were talking about the 4 best defenders Dame's ever played with, we were blanking because there's nobody. And now we have a second team defense, Tumani Kamara, the best role player, a role player where if he was on our team in 2019 instead of Maurice Harkless, our defense would have just been that much better.
Do you think there's the top 3 defenders of Damian Lillard's career?
They're on the team right now.
All for the Blazers. In a Blazers jersey are on the team right now?
Yeah.
Jrue, Tumani, and maybe Klingon? Well, I don't know who else you could go with. Like, maybe,
I mean, like, Wes Matthews was kind of a dog.
Yeah, it's fair.
I feel like Klingon's a little early.
Yeah, I think Tumani and Jrue, are, especially Tumani. Tumani is the best because he's young. Jrue, we had to see it this year, but he's got the reputation that he would be second or first.
I think Drew's feeling right now because he was
I think this is great for Jrue because Drew's thinking, I don't have to be this, like, I'm not coming into this team that it's just gonna be I bet is gonna love Dame. Like, he's gonna love playing with Dame. Not playing with Dame necessarily, but being with Dame.
He has 2 rings.
Again, this doesn't change anything for this next year. The only thing it changes is the fact that Scoot has a little bit better chance to be better. Shaden has a little bit of a better chance to be better because unless these people are, I hope that Scoot and Shaden don't like get all like scared and view this as a threat. I don't think they would.
They're not.
Seems kind of
He's not playing this year. Like, every opportunity that Scoot and Shaden have this year is the same because Dame's not playing this year.
Yeah.
So, like, like you said, just having a guy like Dame, just him in the facility, him like being around like his coworkers, like staff.
He's home.
The vibes are gonna be great. It's just great
He's home.
vibes.
And you know what? I'm home too. I just graduated college, and I'm living here. And I'm gonna go to some Blazer games, like I used to do in high school again. So, with Dame back, it's just gonna be so great.
Wow, Dame just posted on Instagram.
Oh, legit post?
This is it. It's just going through the lockers, and I'm sure it's going to go to Dame's.
Yeah. Dude, this is...
Yeah, it's Dame right next to Scoot. That's so dope.
Yeah, 0 and 00 right next to each other. Ready for takeoff. Let's go, bro. Oh my god. This is like one of the best sporting days. Like, this is by far the best sporting day ever. Like, winning games, non-game related. Like,
I don't think my teams that I liked have ever made a. Like, that's Cap. There's only one comparison. It's Cam coming back. Like, Dame's my second. That's actually crazy. Cam's my favorite athlete of all time. He comes back. Dame's my second favorite athlete of all time. He comes back. Hopefully, it goes better than Cam.
Dame's your favorite athlete.
No, it's definitely Cam.
That's Cap. Well, anyway, yeah, Cam. Okay, well, Dame should be better than Cam because I'm remembering that whole situation, how that unfolded. But, dude. I just don't know what's gonna happen. Like, who's gonna start? Is Dame gonna start next season? You probably think he would.
Hey, let's.
Dude, does Dame come back for the playoffs?
Now that's a question that I'm
just tossing up there. I'm just tossing up there.
Let's stop talking about next year because Scoot could still end up being buns. Shaden could be buns. Dame could be buns. All those things can happen. They could all be elite. Jrue could be old and buns. Those are all relatively possible.
Han Youngson could be the next Chinese.
Yeah, we could not need Dame because we're running through young Hansen.
Jokic.
So let's talk about this season where I think you shouldn't come back if you're Dame. That's just real.
You know what? I probably agree with you. Because I think did he rush back from the calf injury? You just can't play around with calf injuries. You just can't.
I mean, KD rushed back. Ali rushed back.
The Bucks wanted him to come back faster, and then Dame did his best for Milwaukee, and then they said, "Thanks, man. You're getting."
I have no respect for Horst.
Calf injuries, man. Be careful. If you got a strained calf, take it seriously. Sit out.
It's also
time and some like.
Okay, I have a question now for you guys. This hypothetical. If Dame is fully healthy on this Blazer team, and let's say I don't want to say he's like Milwaukee level, but he's
80%.
He's a little below the like Milwaukee level. Where are the
like
Blazers?
An 88 overall in 2K.
Sure. Where are the Blazers stack up in the West? How many teams do they jump?
Okay, that's hard.
Like 2 years from now.
I
can't. I mean,
that's so hard.
It's so impossible.
No, I'm saying if Dame is healthy right now, and you add him to this team.
Oh, I think the Blazers.
We're better than Memphis.
It's pretty elite backcourt. Healthy.
You gotta think we were a good defensive team last year, so that's just a scary factor to throw in there.
Is it crazy to say we could beat the Lakers, bro?
No,
I think we're just in the same tier as all those Western Conference teams that are like, I think we're firmly in the plan picture.
We better than the Spurs?
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
The Spurs have a top 10 player.
You know, I was kind of talking on my ass, but someone asked me yesterday, "How do you think the Blazers will be this season?" And I was just feeling optimistic at the moment. I was like, I think we can make the playoffs. But now that we have Dame, we might actually.
No, he's probably not going to play this year.
No, not this year. I mean next year.
Oh, yeah. I think this upcoming year we should still fight for the I think we should make a plan.
I just saw a tweet.
If we play like the way we did to end last season and we get a good start,
just
and
imagine the vibes in Portland where if we say we are the 9 seed and we have a home playing game, we win that game, but then we lose the next game, we don't make the playoffs. But like the vibe leaving that season, knowing, wow, this team just grew a lot. We have a little postseason experience, and now we're adding Damian Lillard. Like that is going to be an off season. That's going to be very fun. And you never know. By then, we could be like the picture could be a little clearer. We could be trading some young guys for some established players. Like,
all right,
we're just taking steps, man.
I got another question. This one's could be way in the future. I don't know, but question we always ask ourselves on this podcast post Dame, since we've been rebuilding these guys, Scoot, Shade, and everything, is who's going to be that big guy, carry us to a championship? Who's going to be that name, that elite player? Can Damian Lillard be that at 36, 37 years old?
Cody, question for you.
Yeah.
I think the Blazers are going to go the Pacers route. Like, yes, Halliburton's great and Siakam's great, but like, they're not top 15 players in the league, in my opinion. Halliburton had a crazy run. There's people I'd take over Halliburton for sure.
So you think
depth?
Let me rephrase the question. Let me rephrase it. Is it worth still going after that elite player, or can a team that's built just so perfectly with these role players that we got, our guys take our jumps, and Dame plays at that 86 to 88 2K overall level? Is that team good enough to win a championship, or do we need to still go and more get that guy?
It just all comes down to like
we're talking about a championship
at the end of the year.
Why are we talking about championships?
Yeah, let's.
Well, because we were talking about
35 on an Achilles tear.
I mean, that's the goal.
I agree. I
Dude,
think
it's just amazing.
I think Denny could elevate to number 2, 1B option. I think he's that good. Damian Lillard's the best free agent signing in Trailblazers history
of my life.
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah, gone are the days where we're signing Nick Stauskas.
I'm actually trying to think of like what would match this in terms of like productivity. Like, it's probably like freedom.
I was thinking about this. Let's say the Bucks, right? Let's say the Bucks. Their roster sucks, and Giannis plays at an MVP level, and now Giannis is getting to experience what Dame did for all those years in Portland, where he was elite and had no help. Let's say the Bucks get the 6 or 7 seed, lose in the first round, and the Bucks think like Giannis asks out. The Bucks come calling for their picks back.
I don't know. Bucks.
It's not ridiculous. I'll say that.
The Bucks are in one of the worst places. I mean, yeah, they have Giannis, but
dude, if Scooter Shaden elevate this year, and we've got have a little more stability in the backcourt to where in an event we had to. I don't even want to go there, but in the event we have a ton of young guys, and now we're adding vets to where we might have the opportunity to move off of a young guy. Plus, we've got a very good pick cabinet. It's future's looking pretty good. I don't want to. A Damian Lillard signing shouldn't change our perspective of the future that much, but at the same time, if any other team signed him, they'd be doing the same thing.
I feel like we're a little down. We're putting a little too much on him for this injury. When have we seen Dame actually be bad minus injuries? He had the blood clot, and then after that, he played less than 10 basketball games ever since. No,
probably
NBA. His first game back was game 3.
Okay, so he literally got hurt right away. So all we're judging his deterioration off his age is just a number, and he's getting injured. But do the eye test. Did you watch the 2023 playoffs where he scored 33 at half, the most points in a half in NBA history in a playoff?
Hey,
and as a Buck,
you don't need to argue with us over how good Dame is. I'm
just saying, fine if you want to follow the Klay Thompson's not as good as he was narrative with the injury.
That's Klay Thompson.
But KD wasn't. So I don't know. It's
KD's
just
fire.
Everyone that's saying he's not going to be as well is just judging it off, age and injuries. And it's we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen him being bad yet.
True.
Guys, I think next year, I'm calling right now, 2026, from 2026 to 2030 is going to be, that is our window to win a championship. I'll say it. Because we're getting better, and we're going to have basically the Bucks first for 3 years in a row. And I'm banking on Giannis not being on that team later in the draft or later in the decade. So those are Blazers aren't going to sign anyone in free agency, even though they just did. But those juicy Bucks picks, 3 years in a row, 1 pick and 2 swaps. I mean, in theory, the Blazers, if these guys, if like the trajectory is correct and things are progressing well, you're going to be in the playoffs when you're picking in the lottery 3 years in a row. So that's just like more ammunition to go get like a dude. And like, I'm curious, like now the next thing is like for Joe, well, it's going to be hard for Joe. Is he's going to have to like weigh when we get to like 2027, 2028 is like how like slow do I want to continue to take this? And like, you know, with the new CBA, am I drafting like rookies, or am I going to like literally sell out here at the end of the decade to get Dame a championship?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a question he's got to ask. Also, I was curious. I was thinking about this. What if Dame in his head was like, gosh, man, the Blazers just need to get better. So let's trade me for a great package and I'll just come back in a few years.
Just pull apart too.
That would be hype.
Dude, I'm sorry, but every Bucks organization decision since 2021 has just been sickening. Like, none of it makes sense to me.
Yeah. Even like, you know, the Dame trade made sense for them, but I don't know, man. It's now, I think, finally starting to hit me, the fact that he's back, because like I can dust off my Dame jersey now. Like, how awesome is that?
Gosh, bro, like we traded just Dame, got 2 in Holiday, and then also used that, traded Jrue for Time Lord, Brogdon, and then the picks. And 2 years later, we have Jrue, Time Lord, Chumani, the picks, and Dame. So crazy, bro. You got, dude. I bet you, bro. Simons is probably like, damn.
Well, he's in a solid spot.
Yeah, I think
that's true.
There in Boston.
I think he's fine right now.
The next
anything else? We gotta get this up for the people.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm just so happy. That's all I'll say. Like,
I'm happy. I'm excited. I just can't believe it, man. Like, honestly, good on the he's good on the Blazers to do that, because Dame clearly wanted to be back. Like, he never like uprooted his family or like everything. He's still involved in Portland. Like, he stayed involved in while he was in Milwaukee. Like, long term, he was always going to be back here. So I'm sure, just from a quality of life perspective and like being with family and being back in the
that's a big thing, yeah.
And it goes back to the point, which is the biggest argument for keeping Dame in the first place, is like there's so few superstars that have the mentals that Dame has when it comes to loyalty and grind, and like basically like that. Dame, perfect example. Grass is not always greener on the other side. Like,
yeah.
And honestly, it's like the Bucks, like, at the time, that was a good swing. It just didn't work out. Like, that's it. If that's us down the line, the Blazers making a swing to win a championship, like this is worst case scenario. Like, just because you trade for a star doesn't mean it's going to work. How many star laden teams have won chips? Yeah. I mean, KD's
one team wins every year
30 times.
It's not the Dame decision that sucked for them. It's the way they played him. It's the Doc hiring. It's firing Bud. It's signing Kuzma. It's everything about that.
It's Kevin Porter Jr. playing meaningful playoff minutes.
It's called the Bucks are the worst team in the NBA. Yes, the NBA without Giannis. There, I said it. Like, they were that bad.
That's an interesting one.
So
I think, yeah, I mean, that's an argument, and that's why I think they're going to trade him within the next 2 to 3 years, because Giannis has talked about, he's like, I got to get more than one. And I'm sorry, but like I love me some Miles Turner, but that he's not good enough.
We saw him in the finals. And final thing on Dame is like, it's a real thing on like being comfortable where you are, having a good home life, playing like in a place that like you're in a good headspace. Like, now the more and more I'm thinking about it, I have no doubts that Dame's going to be a great player, because like,
there's no pressure.
It would be totally different if he was playing in Milwaukee coming off of this, in a city, like, no offense to Milwaukee, that he doesn't have a love for. So that's all we got. That's really all we got. We will discuss Summer League in a pod in the near future. Summer League last game is tonight, and then 2 hours as we are recording. So I'm going to be excited to watch that game because I'm sure the broadcast will not stop talking about Dame, and I am ready to just hear all of it.
Dude.
So
I'm just feasting on content now.
I love it.
Out of the NBA, a story that, look, I admit there's not a lot that really surprises me, but seeing this today, I was initially very surprised. Then I got it. But to make a decision this fast, Damian Lillard is going back home. And by home, I mean he's going back to Portland. As he rehabs all year from the injury suffered. Look, he had the blood clot as well. He had the torn Achilles, missed the playoffs this year for the Bucks, and it was an easy exit for Milwaukee out of the playoffs here. Milwaukee buys him out for over $100 million, and hey, the narrative was Damian Lillard, one of the most exciting players in the NBA, who's kind of past his prime a little bit, but still incredibly exciting. He's going to take his time, can rehab on his own, back in Portland with his family and everything. He'll take his time picking his next team. He'll take nothing but time. This is a decision that could be a year away. Nope, it's already made, as he has decided to go back to Portland for 3 years and $42 million. Now, it's not a lot of money, but obviously he's someone who is, now you get to your age 35 year, coming off an injury. The Blazers are going to pay him this year just to rehab because he's not going to play all season long, and they're looking at what's going to be likely a 2-year deal. He's also getting a no-trade clause, and now he and LeBron James are the only ones in the NBA with no-trade clauses.
He also gets all that money from Milwaukee. I mean, he does. So like we talked about with Bradley Beal yesterday, it looks smallish. No. He's still getting a novelty check from an old.
I said he's getting the $113 million, but this contract, this is what the Blazers are on the hook for, and it's 3 years and $42 million. And I'm happy for Damian Lillard, and I'm starting to realize that not that I feel guilty, but that I feel looking back at his career. There was a lot of players. Let me start here. There's a lot of thoughts in my head. I've had a lot of coffee in the last few minutes. So one of the conversations,
listening to Coldplay all day.
Yeah, one of the conversations that Rick Bucher and I have had for a long time, right, whether it was on the air, off the air, is about how there are a lot of NBA players that enjoy the lifestyle of being an NBA star, and the winning is not something that they're so obsessed with. And look, this is why players like Kobe and LeBron all cut through, because we know how badly they want to win, right? KD, Steph Curry, right? Why we gravitate to these guys we talk about all the time. We know how badly they want to win. But not every star is like that. And you see many stories of stars who get to the NBA and are great players, but is winning their ultimate goal, winning an NBA title, and then when they win, go win one again? Or is the ultimate goal, hey, this is my dream to play in the NBA. I love the lifestyle. Winning is great, but if I don't win, it's okay. Like the old Scotty Scheffler, hey, winning is not that big a deal. You're only going to like it for 2 minutes anyway. And there's a lot of players who are like that. And now seeing Damian Lillard, who it took him forever to leave Portland, and it was, kicking and screaming, hey, dude, you got to go, man. I'm sick and tired of talking about how great a player you are at 10:30 at night in the West Coast when only, a dozen Portland Trailblazer fans live got to see you go for 50 and start hitting stuff from the logo because the Blazers are terrible and they're not on the radar screen. Dude, you could be winning titles, man. You could be going places. You could go somewhere. And finally, after years and years and years of this, okay, I'll go. And he goes to Milwaukee, and it doesn't go great, and it didn't seem like he was ever really happy. His preferred destination was Miami, and he couldn't get there. So now what does he do? He goes home. Clearly, he doesn't care about winning. Clearly, I wonder how much he ever cared about winning. And you know what? Sometimes I can say that's okay, right? It's okay if this is the kind of player, but you have to understand if you're going to trade for a guy like that, that's what motivates him. And so clearly seeing this with Damian Lillard, already with this injury coming, I want to go back home. Maybe I never really wanted to leave to begin with, but I want to go back home to play and play the rest of my career. Whatever it is. I can still find enjoyment. I'm still going to go out and try to win every night, but but if I don't make it far in the playoffs, okay. If I don't win the title, it's okay. I'm going to try to win wherever I can, but am I going to go crazy about building a winner, or am I going to go and just enjoy the rest of my career? That's Damian Lillard, and I feel like we've underestimated or misappropriated him into the the group of players where it's like, hey, you're a difference maker, go win a championship. You, of course, burn to go win. He doesn't burn to go win. He burns to play. He loves to play. He loves the game. He does incredible things in Portland. He's one of the most beloved players in franchise history in the area. But he's not quite wired like we've come up with Kobe and LeBron and Shaq and all these guys that want to go and win and win and win, and Steph Curry and give me another title and give me another title. He's just not that guy. And I think now that we see him decide very quickly, hey, I'm okay going back home, and if I don't win, I don't win. That's kind of the guy he has been throughout his career. Wasn't so much loyal to a friend. I found a place I like to play, and I like playing here, and that's enough for me. And that's kind of Damian Lillard. That's who he's always been, but it took to get to this point where he goes back home for us to really see it, that 3D.
Well, you might always have that moment of clarity along the way, too. To everything, turn. I'm going to quote the Birds all night now. But we or the Bible, I guess they took that from. But you look at the situation, right? He goes home where his kids are, so that was swirling in the background of a lot of this when he requested the trade in 23. I think it was only the Heat that really came out and all the reporting as a preferred destination. Goes to Milwaukee. How much, this now you can have the side conversation of how much of this is Giannis telling him, yeah, I ain't going to be here when you get back. So so you got that going on for you. Maybe that's swirling over here too. But, in all walks of life, you come into a situation, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. I got a lot of people at work in education. I'm going to be, a creator of young minds. I'm going to do this. And then 10 years later, it's like, boy, I'm in for 10, so I got to stay for the extra, 15 or whatever it is until I'm fully vested in age and whatever else. So, you come into those continuums. So whatever it is you do for your job. We talked about this a lot last night. You can find the podcast about the Scottie Scheffler stuff, etc. For Dame Lillard, you might have had that guy that burned with desire back when he was drafted in 2012. You have a couple of big runs, CJ McCollum. They've had a pretty good squad. And then things change. You have a major injury where you're not going to be able to play for a year. Puts things in perspective that, you're on the back nine, as it will, to continue the golf analogy, and you've only got a couple of years left. You're in the Western Conference. You're not expecting to win anything. The $14 million seemed like if you really wanted to go home, you might have taken a little less and given them some more flexibility. Since you are still getting the $100 million from Milwaukee, but you get your closure. And it might have been loving it and wanting to fight for wins for a long, long time. But at some point, you have that moment where things change and you recognize, hey, I still love the job. I still love the paycheck. I still love the locker room, whatever else. But winning maybe pushes away. We've talked with guys a long time, right? A lot of football players. Hey, I happen to be 6'7". What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And that's
how it goes.
Basketball players. I was good. And I kept going. I mean, you make fun of my guys, Evan Eschmeyer and other guys from Northwestern as they played through. A couple of those guys went and played, made pretty good money in Europe. Did they make NBA money? No, but they were taken care of pretty well. Yeah. Were they really good players? Yeah, at college they were good, not great, but there's a market for it. And you play as long as you can, right? Rip the jersey off my back. And for Dame Lillard, he gets to go home. Your girl Jennifer Nettles sang about that with Bon Jovi in his hair.
Yeah, he said, well, yeah, of course. One of the best duets ever. Who says you can't go home?
See, now I got you. You're going to be off track all night because I brought up Jennifer Nettles.
Oh, I'll be singing Sugarland all night.
You either do that
the
or
Birds, I'll be singing Sugarland.
Well, I'm going to sing you some of the duets from the Righteous Gemstones, so take that.
But look, not every NBA star we say is Kobe, LeBron, Steph, KD, Brunson, and that's okay. Right? It's okay because it's not like I've seen him come out and he doesn't look like he wants to win, right? Like I could say that for someone like Lamar Odom, who, his goal was to get to the NBA. And he was a guy who was an every other game guy. In lots of games, he didn't try to get into the game. Like I felt like he was just there to play. Damian Lillard plays hard. It's just he didn't burn to win like the fans wanted him to. Like we wanted Lillard to win. Like I feel like we wanted Lillard to win more than he wanted than burn for. It's like, go somewhere and go win a title, man. It'll be awesome. And Lillard was like, yeah, I'm going to play hard and try my best, but if I don't, it's okay. I'm happy. I'm happy with what's going on. And we we get that mixed up sometimes because, hey, we always think, well, guys want to win as much as we want them to win. And look, certain sports, look, football, everybody wants to win, right? The stuff they put their bodies through, they want to win every single time they set foot on the field, right? There's not that out there. But there's other sports because of what you put your body through. But other sports, there are stars, and that's okay. And if your effort's never in question, if you don't put everything on the floor, leave everything out there, okay, then I can look at you and go, all right, I don't know that you really deserve this money, deserve this credit, but you see Lillard play, you know how much he tries to win every time he gets on the floor. It's just, hey, I'm not going to sit here and try to recruit guys to come, and I'm not going to try to worry about circumventing the salary cap to sign here and go here and play for a title. Like, he's not made to win. He's not made and judged by how many finals he gets to like LeBron does. And and that's okay. Mm-hmm. It's okay it's just weird for us to see this because we want to think that, hey, all the stars we watch, they want to win just as much as we do, and that's just not the case.
Well, but as you led the analysis was the idea of he was allegedly going to take a bunch of time, take some time to heal. See, it all ties together, and then make a decision. Other teams potentially interested, but that's a year. Like, he's not in the plans now. Right? He's okay. You can come and use the facilities. We'll get you a key card and you can go hang out with the trainers. So we'll have to put you in their schedule. Beyond that, you're not banking on them for this year at all. So if you're roster building with the idea that you're trying to win, well, he's not a fit, nor are you going to commit that kind of money to it for a guy that's not going to play. Where does that make sense? Portland. Feel good story. Maybe some folks still have the Damian Lillard cards that they didn't burn in the barbecue pit this offseason, and you just get to dust that out because your guy came home.
September 27th, 2023. That's when Damian Lillard was traded away from the Portland Trailblazers. This came after a trade request in July after Dame saw the Portland Trailblazers prioritize building a young core over prioritize building around him. Now, fast forward right now. A lot of people see this as a feel-good story for Damian Lillard and the Blazers. But slowly but surely, I think the Portland Trailblazers are building a legit team out west that can start competing in the next few years. Now, I think there's a lot of people confused about what the Portland Trailblazers are doing. Are they not supposed to be a super young team? Why are they signing Damian Lillard? Why are they trading for Jrue Holiday? And these are absolutely valid questions, but think to yourself more. What team also did something similar? A few years ago, there was a Western Conference team in the lottery that was very young, very athletic, and had a very deep prospect pool. They decided to add veteran players around their young core to help establish an identity and help establish a winning culture. That team was none other than the Houston Rockets. In 2023, they were a lottery team. Then they added Dillon Brooks and Fred VanVleet, and every single year since then, they've gained at least 15 wins. And I know Dame's going to be out next year, but I think it's really similar to the Fred VanVleet signing. Right now, the Portland Trailblazers don't have a lot of natural point guards, a lot of natural good decision makers. Scoot Henderson's there, but he's still developing. Having a steady and efficient ball handler like a Damian Lillard will be really important for them. He limits the overall mistakes on the floor, he helps control the tempo, he helps run the pick and roll. Think about the things that Fred VanVleet does in Houston. He helped table set the entire team, he helps get Sengun involved in the pick and roll. And obviously the Houston Rockets were banking on previously Jalen Green and then Amen Thompson to take on that role and eventually develop into that. But Fred VanVleet served as a beautiful bridge and helped those players develop in their own role. In a similar manner, I think Damian Lillard will take pressure off of Scoot Henderson and Shane Sharp and let them play more natural roles. Another trait both of these guys have in common is that they both are high volume pull-up shooters. Obviously Damian Lillard is a bit better. And the ability to shoot and the ability to hit a pull-up three stretches out the floor so much and makes it so much more easier for an offense. It helps develops a lot of space and a lot of looks for the bigs, especially someone like Hanson Yang who will get a lot of looks in a short role. In a lot of ways, the Houston Rockets signing Fred VanVleet was a way to open Sengun and fully unlock him. In a similar way, this could be the way that the Portland Trailblazers unlock Hanson Yang in the short term. And what I like about this Blazers team outside of Dame now is that you have a lot of skilled players around him. Obviously this team is not going to be built around Dame, he might not even be a starter when he comes back. But now you see the idea of having a lot of skill around the floor, a lot of athleticism. I don't expect this to be a great offensive team, they still lack a lot of shooting talent, but when you get an advantage from Damian Lillard or someone like that, you're going to get a closeout from Denny Avdia or Shane Sharp. You're going to have good players to finish these plays. And that's why I think Dame's such a great addition to this team. A lot of the Blazers core and team is a lot of play finishers, and now you have someone who can create advantages even if it's at a lower rate now that he's injured. And in a way, I guess you can say Jrue Holiday is kind of like the Dylan Brooks. He's a player who's comfortable taking tough shots and take a lot of grenades for the team. He's not going to be the most efficient shooter, the most efficient player, but he's definitely going to help set a tone defensively for this team. And I'll talk about the Portland Trail Blazers defense a bit later, but this is where they can absolutely hang their hat on the perimeter. Deni Avdija, Toumani Camara, and now Jrue Holiday. And I haven't mentioned it yet, but the prices for both of them were pretty cheap. They practically got Damian Lillard for the MLE. He's going to rehab in his home in Portland next year, and then Portland will basically get him for $13 million a year, which is an extremely good price even for Damian Lillard coming off an Achilles. Most metrics had Damian Lillard as a top 20 player last season, so if he can return at least 80% of that value, maybe you can get a top 50, top 60 player for only $13 million. And if I had to be honest, the most shocking part when I got the notification that Dame's going back to the Blazers is that he's playing under Joe Cronin again. They left off on really bad terms when Dame got traded. Dame obviously wanted to go to Miami and the negotiations were stuck. Come September, when trade talks looked dead, Damian Lillard requested to stay in Portland. And Cronin essentially still wanted to trade him and moved him to Milwaukee, where obviously Dame wasn't really happy. But it looks like Dame and Joe Cronin made amends last weekend, so that's nice to hear. Now, the two Portland Trail Blazers with the most stress on the team next year are definitely Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson. They're the two highest drafted Blazers picks in the last decade, Scoot Henderson at number 3, Shaedon Sharpe at number 7. Scoot definitely had a disappointing first 15 to 18 months in the NBA. He just started off really slow. The main issue with Scoot is he doesn't look as athletic as people advertised him pre-draft. He definitely isn't a Russell Westbrook, John Morant, John Wall level athlete as a point guard, and I think that's what holds him back from being a true star. Now, there's still a lot of ways that Scoot can be a really impactful player. I think he has a lot of good drive and kick instincts. He's still pretty fast and he's really built, so he can put a lot of pressure on the rim and a lot of pressure on the defense. And I think to end the season, he did that a lot better as an overall playmaker. He was much more efficient with the ball in his hands. And since he's probably not going to be a dominating athlete or the dominating interior force that we thought he could have, him becoming a much better shooter like he did to end the season is definitely the path going forward. Teams were daring Scoot Henderson to shoot, going under on every single screen and daring him to take that pull-up free, but he was consistently making them pay to end last year. Now, with Dame out for 2026 and every time is traded, this is a year where Scoot Henderson needs to prove himself in year 3. If Scoot stops playing so frantic and plays more under control and with better pacing, which usually happens over time and more age, maybe we're looking at a good point guard at the end of the season. It's definitely been a little bit underwhelming in the first 2 years for Scoot, but I definitely think there's still something there. I still think there's a good player deep inside. Now, Shaedon Sharpe's another athletic guard, but he's definitely a different archetype. He's more of an off-ball player, more of a shooting guard. Now, I'm pretty high on Sharpe. He's a pretty absurd finisher, and when he's healthy, he can be an absolute closeout demon. He's a crazy athlete and he can cover a lot of ground in a matter of seconds. For a player this young, his finishing is absolutely insane according to every metric. He has elite vertical control, elite athleticism, and more times than not, you'll find him floating on air. Now, Sharpe does have a lot of things he has to fix though. His motor's pretty awful, he's a pretty bad defender, and he just doesn't provide much outside of his closeout attacking. But the natural talent is absolutely there, and if Shaedon Sharpe can become a good shooter, maybe 37-38% on good volume, you're looking at one of the best off-ball offensive players in the NBA. I'm really happy the Blazers took a big swing at pick number 16 this year with Hanson Yang. I think right outside the top 10 of the draft is a perfect time to take a swing on someone like Hanson Yang. A player who's very productive, a player who's very smart, a player with a lot of post moves, a lot of post work. Now, it was definitely the most risky pick that the Blazers could have done. He was a projected second round pick with clear athletic limitations. But as a guy who scouted Hanson Yang for over 3 hours a few weeks ago, I absolutely loved the upside here. The level of touch and coordination at 7 feet is extremely rare. Usually when you see these bigs, they're much smaller, like 6'8 to 6'9, like a Şengün or like a Derek Queen. This guy's a legit 7 foot and he's even comfortable taking 3-point shots like we've seen in Summer League. When the Blazers drafted Yang a few weeks ago, I had two main concerns. The lack of playing time since they have so many bigs, and 2, the lack of point guards. Obviously, Dame will not help Yang as a rookie, but beyond that, they have some stable pick and roll guy to help him long term. And then they bought out DeAndre Ayton on an expiring contract, which I loved. You open up playing time for Donovan Clingan, who we'll talk about it in a minute, and obviously Hanson Yang. The Portland Trailblazers also acquired another first-round pick by trading down for Hanson Yang, and now Portland kinda has a stockpile for picks going forward. In 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030, the Portland Trailblazers can swap their first-round pick for the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks lack a lot of young talent, and who knows, there's a good chance that Giannis is gone or heavily regressed by the end of the decade. Now, the one issue the Portland Trailblazers do have is Jeremy Grant's contract. At this point in his career, Jeremy Grant's not a very good defender, and he's not an efficient scorer. In fact, he shot 38% from 2 last season, the worst in the league. And he has 3 years left on his contract at an expensive $105 million. Now, if I'm Portland, I think you have to bench Jeremy Grant next season because of the wings I'm about to talk about. But more importantly, I think the Portland Trailblazers will try to use Jeremy Grant's contract in 2027 or 2028 as an expiry to get a big piece. They don't have many big contracts on that team, so having a guy like Jeremy Grant to match in a deal for a potential star or something like that will be huge. But as of now, it's definitely the biggest regret and one of the worst deals in the NBA. But there's one player on the Portland Trailblazers who I haven't talked about, and he's probably their best player. Deni Avdija was an absolute monster last year, averaging 17 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and he's one of the best offensive wings in the NBA. He's insanely strong at 6'8", he's kinda like a baby Braun, he just trucks over you. He has extremely good craft, extremely good touch, extremely good coordination, and a great handle. And he quietly emerged as the #1 option for this Portland Trailblazers team to end last season. And I think Portland's going to fully embrace him as a point forward next season with no true point guard in the rotation. But they also got Deni Avdija for extremely cheap, not only in the trade for 2 first-round picks, but his contract is great also. He's also improving as a shooter, he's a very good playmaker, a very good connected player, but more importantly, he might be a 20-point per game wing on the ball. And finding players with this size being able to finish like this is extremely rare. And if I had to say right now, he's definitely the building block of the future for the Portland Trailblazers. He's also an extremely smart team defender, he's a great rebounder, and the entire wing core really possesses all these traits. I think with another year of him playing point forward with no Simons and no Dame, I could see Deni Avdija having another big leap and maybe getting to 20 points per game. But the player who really completes this core is Toumani Camara, maybe one of the best 3-and-D wings in the NBA. They got him in the Dame Lillard trade and he's been an absolute steal. He's one of the craziest wing defenders on the planet, he's 6'7" but moves like a guard on defense. He's extremely athletic, it almost feels like he's always in the play, he always recovers. He has an extremely strong core body so he doesn't get pushed off the spot like other wings. And for some of the top players in the Western Conference, like a Luka Doncic or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's a perfect cover. He absolutely wreaks havoc every time he's in the game, he has an insane motor, and he's just constantly a very fun player to watch. And now you add Jrue Holiday in the mix, and now you see why I'm so excited about this Portland perimeter defense. You have one of the best guard defenders ever in Jrue Holiday, you have one of the best wing defenders in the NBA in Toumani Camara, and then you also have one more piece. And that piece is none other than Donovan Clingan, who was one of the most impactful rookie shot blockers in recent memory. Donovan Clingan graded as a 92 percentile defender as a rookie. Clingan has an absolutely massive frame, 7'2", with a positive wingspan, and he's extremely broad, so it feels like he's taking up the entire paint. He's like a brick wall down there, he's kinda built like Rudy Gobert. He has great drop coverage instincts, he has some shot blocking, he can move his feet a little bit, but more importantly, Clingan is so technically sound for a player his age. He rarely makes mistakes on defense, and he's always in the right spot. Now he does lack some motor, which is why he doesn't play a lot of minutes, but if they're healthy, him and Robert Williams bring 48 minutes of elite rim protection, and then you add Gang for a different offensive element. And teams with really good rim protectors and really good perimeter defenders rarely fail on defense. And for a team this young and athletic, I can really see them make a mark and be one of the best defensive teams in the league next season. After the turn of the calendar, Portland quietly became a top 10 defense and started winning some more games to end the year. Add Jrue Holiday, add a year of experience, and carry that over, and maybe we can see that sustained over a full season. And while all the young players continue to develop and improve on offense, Damian Lillard will be waiting in the shadow for 2026.
Breaking news, after 2 seasons in Milwaukee, he's coming home. Damian Lillard back to the Portland Trailblazers. I'm Trevor Lane. This is the Basketball Bulletin. Make sure you subscribe right here to the channel. We're going to be on top of all the latest NBA breaking news. In fact, right now, about 70% of you watching this, you're not subscribed. Let's fix that. Hit that subscribe button. So this was a shock. Shams Charania reporting that Lillard and the Blazers are now reuniting. In fact, here it is. A lot of information here from Shams, but the breaking news, Damian Lillard finalizing a 3-year, $72 million contract to return to the Blazers. And I do have a bit of a bone to pick with them about that. I'll talk more about that in just a second. The deal is expected to include a player option in 27-28 and a no-trade clause. Damian Lillard is missing an Achilles. He is recovering from a torn Achilles, and he got a 3-year deal at 35 years old and a no-trade clause. Unbelievable. By the way, happy birthday, Damian Lillard. Just a couple of days ago, he turned 35. Happy birthday indeed. Got a big new contract from the Portland Trailblazers. Now, look at this. Unbelievable. Now, Damian Lillard, because he's still getting paid by the Bucks, is going to make $70 million between the Blazers and the Bucks over the next 2 years. Oh, my goodness. Dame Dollar indeed. Damian Lillard bringing in the money, and his agent Aaron Goodwin of Goodwin Sports Management. Yeah, if I was the agent, I'd be making sure my name was getting in there as well. What a deal for Damian Lillard. What is Portland doing? I don't know. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Lillard and the Blazers both deeply cared about the comeback in recent weeks, with multiple meetings among the Portland franchise icon, general manager Joe Cronin, and head coach Chauncey Billups to bond and move forward on a new deal. Lillard will use the entire season to rehab from a torn Achilles tendon. So this is not about Dame joining the Blazers right now. This is about Dame joining the Blazers next year. He'll be under contract this year, but he is going to rehab. This is similar to Kevin Durant signing with the Brooklyn Nets with also a torn Achilles, knowing that he was not going to play the entire season. Now, there has been some reporting that Lillard, back before this move was made, that Lillard could potentially return maybe in the last couple of weeks of the season if the team he was on was making a playoff push at that point. I would assume that would still be true for the Blazers, but it sounds like that's not going to be the expectation. And frankly, this is the right way to approach it. The expectation should not be that he plays at all this season, just recover. And then if the Blazers happen to find themselves in the playoff mix and Lillard happens to be ready to go and we've got a few weeks left in the season, okay, then you see what's what. But the expectation should not be that Dame's going to play at all this season. So Portland is going to be paying him to rehab, to get better, to return to full strength, and he'll get to do that in Portland where his kids are, his family is, and I think that's a big deal for Dame. And you know what? From a human perspective, I'm happy for him on that front. Obviously happy for him that the dude's going to get paid $70 million per season for the next few years. That's a lot of money for Damian Lillard to get, so happy for him for that. But from a human perspective, he gets to be near his kids. We're already seeing Chris Paul in his free agency right now, prioritizing teams that are close to his family in Los Angeles. And I get it. It makes a lot of sense why these guys want to be close to their family, want to be close to their kids. And that's certainly the case here with Damian Lillard. And so from that perspective, that Dame now gets to, while he's going to be off the floor for the next year, while he gets to be close to his kids, his family, that's absolutely awesome. But there's another element to this, and that's that Damian Lillard is a legend in Portland. He's a legend there. And now he gets to finish his career there in Portland, where it all started. He spent 2 years away, but Damian Lillard being a Blazer just feels right. Seeing him in a Milwaukee Bucks jersey, it just never was the same. I know there were rumors linking Damian Lillard to Boston, and frankly, that would have made some sense. I think on the basketball court, coming back next year, Jason Tatum would have been back. You could have made some noise there, especially in a weaker Eastern Conference. But Dame in Portland, especially when you add the family element to this, it just makes too much sense to not do this if you're Damian Lillard. Now, as Shams notes that Portland traded Dame for Jrue Holiday, Toumani Camara, assets in 2023, then Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, and assets, which partially became Denny Avdia. Now the Blazers got Holiday back and Lillard back, plus Avdija, Williams, Kamara, a 2029 first, and 2 Milwaukee swaps. So, I mean, the Blazers wound up getting back the same guys that they traded away. If we kind of look at, the big picture of this, which in that sense, it's not bad work. In another sense, though, what do we do? What do we do in Portland? Here's the deal. When you have a player who's bought out like this, one of the benefits is the guy is already getting paid by somebody else. And that typically will allow teams to sign them at a very below market value contract. And you can say the money Lillard is getting here, which is essentially MLE money, is still a below market value deal. Maybe it is. But like the Clippers got Bradley Beal, who has 2 healthy Achilles, for $11 million for 2 years. The Blazers are going to be giving Damian Lillard much more than that. And obviously Damian Lillard's star has shined brighter than Beal's did when they were both at the peak of their powers. But Lillard is older and coming off a significant injury. And you look at, again, what buyout guys tend to go for because they're already getting paid by another club. They typically will go for a minimum salary, maybe part of a biannual exception or a taxpayer mid-level. This is full mid-level money. Now, Portland has enough flexibility below the first apron to do this, to make it happen. And I don't think this is terrible value for Damian. I don't look at this contract and say, oh my gosh, this is going to be an albatross on their books or anything like that. No, it's $14 million. Not that big of a deal. But all of that, Dame's going to get $70 million. Perhaps is some of this like a thank you from Portland for the years of service? Maybe. But on top of all of that, he also gets a no trade clause, which, to be honest, was a little bit of surprise to me that he was actually eligible for it. I thought you had to have those years of service with the club consecutively heading up to the year that you signed the contract. So leaving would then dismiss your ability to sign a no trade clause. Clearly, I'm wrong in that thinking if he's getting one in this deal. So that's interesting that you're giving him a no trade clause as well. Now, the goal here, maybe this probably matters. A no trade clause probably matters less here than it does in just about any other situation, because the goal is not going to be for Damian Lillard to ever leave again. The goal is going to be for Lillard, and rightfully so, to retire as a Blazer. And that's what I think everybody wants to see. So Lillard having or not having a no trade clause probably doesn't matter all that much in actuality. But it is interesting that he's getting a no trade clause, according to Shams, in this deal, on top of the fact that he's going to be making $70 million. Now, again, only $14 million from Portland, but ideally would have liked to have seen them get a bit more of a discount than that. Now, what does this mean for the Blazers, though, in the Western Conference? The West is wild. It is an insanely stacked conference. We know the Blazers are going for it. They're going to make a playoff push this year. We know the teams like the San Antonio Spurs are expected to be on the rise. You've got clubs that are on the go. Basically, in the West, 14 of the 15 teams fancy themselves as legitimate playoff teams heading into the season. It is going to be a dogfight getting through the season in the Western Conference. So where does this slot the Blazers? Well, for this year, you still have Jrue Holiday, 35 years old, who's a good player. I like his game a lot, but personally, I was not a fan of the trade for Portland, getting Jrue Holiday back, given what they gave up, that they gave up some capital to get him. Now, I believe that second round pick has since come out of it. That makes it a little bit better, but you gave up Anthony Simons, a younger player, expiring contract to take on Jrue Holiday, who has 3 years remaining on his deal. Wasn't a huge fan of that, but next year, let's say the Blazers, this is the ideal world now that the Blazers are looking for, that the team makes a step this year. Maybe they make the playoffs, maybe they don't. We'll see. I don't think they're a lock to make it. I don't think they're a lock to miss it either. I think they had a legitimate run next year. I wouldn't pencil them in as a playoff team, though. But Deni Avdija made legitimate steps forward. I think he's an incredible value contract. Toumani Camara is an insane. I mean, look at this. Toumani Camara is not even on my screen right now. Right? There he is. I got to move all the way down. Non-guaranteed money. He wound up being the best player in the DeAndre Ayton trade. Go figure, with the Phoenix Suns. Toumani Camara has been a hell of a find for the Portland Trailblazers. Then you've got guys, another veteran, Jeremy Grant. Can he have a bounce back year? Last year was awful for him. He's an extreme negative value, I believe, on his contract right now, particularly with 3 years remaining on the deal, but maybe he can bounce back a bit next year. If you ever get a healthy season out of Robert Williams, he's phenomenal. He's so good when he plays, but he's played 26 games total over the last 2 years. But you put these pieces together. Matisse Thybulle, Can he bounce back from an injury-plagued year last year? Can Shaedon Sharpe take another step forward? What about Scoot Henderson? Can he continue to improve? There is a world where the Blazers get the young guys up to speed using veterans like Jrue Holiday, Jeremy Grant, to pour some gasoline on that fire, to increase the speed at which the young players pick things up because they're around adults in the room every day who have been there, who have done that. Jrue Holiday has won NBA championships in multiple cities. There is a world where the young players on the Blazers pick up the habits, the work ethic, all of that. And I don't suggest that they have poor work ethic right now, but that there's a benefit to being alongside those veteran players who have been there, who have been to the heights of the tallest mountain in the NBA. And by the time Dame comes back next year, then the team is really ready to roll. That is, I think, the ideal situation for the Blazers. And what will Dame be coming off of a torn Achilles? We don't know. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But for the time being, the Blazers, clearly, they are done with rebuilding. They don't want to they want to make a push. They want to be making the playoffs right now. I don't know if they're going to do it this season. That's how if they were in the East, sure, I would pencil them in as a playoff team. In the West, it's stacked. It's going to be a challenge. But I think the plan is get these guys up to speed, get the young players another year of development, and you're off and running. Now you're doing that with a 36-year-old Jrue Holiday at that point, a 36-year-old Damian Lillard. Jeremy Grant will be 32, still under contract for multiple years. Is it a foolproof plan? No. No, it's not. There's a way that this could all go very, very wrong. If the young players are not ready to make that leap, if the veterans are not able to stay healthy, they're not able to get on the floor, you've got an interesting mix of much older players and some talented youngsters. There's going to be a lot on Donovan Clingan, Hanson Yang, some of these guys to fill in the middle. Can Rob Williams get healthy? Shaedon Sharpe, does he continue to take another step? He is so bouncy, so athletic. Can he take that next step? What about Scoot Henderson? Can he become a dependable piece? Those are the questions for the Portland Trailblazers. It's an interesting build with this mix of veterans. It reminds me a little bit of the Washington Wizards, but a better version of that with the mix of veterans and then young players. It better in that they're more ready to win right now. Maybe not better top end. I do think the Wizards have an interesting top end skill set here that they can potentially hit. But the Blazers are done with the tanking. They want to move forward. And I think this year will be the ramp up. And then next year, Damian Lillard comes back and it's a full go in Portland. All right. I'm not totally for this move for the Blazers. From a human perspective, I love it. But the amount of money they're given, the no trade clause, a little bit of a surprise. But what do you think about Portland's plan here to build up their young talent alongside veterans and make a real run right now?
Dame Lillard re-signs with the Portland Trail Blazers for a 3-year, $45 million deal and a no-trade clause. And he's still getting, so he's gonna make like, what, $14 million a year from the Blazers, and he's still getting $25 million a year from the Milwaukee Bucks, all right, who stretched out his contract. So Dame got the best of both worlds. He's getting super paid, he's getting paid like a superstar, and he gets to retire as a Portland Trail Blazer, which is what he wants to do. Dame seemed to be miserable in Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he ever really wanted to leave Portland. But, you know, at the same time, he wanted to take a shot at winning the title. Things just in the universe, the stars just didn't align for it. You know what I mean? He just wasn't a good fit for Milwaukee. On paper, it looked like him and Giannis was going to be trouble. That they were going to just go out here and destroy everything moving. But Dame was, it wasn't the same Dame. He just was extremely slow. You know what I'm saying? He just wasn't running the fast-paced offense like when Kevin Porter Jr. and them guys came in the game. It was just a totally different. When the second unit came in, it was just a totally different game. You know what I'm saying? So I think that Dame is in a good spot for himself. You know, going back to Portland where his family is, he can rehab next year in Portland, and then he'll play 2 more seasons with Portland, I guess, and he'll retire there. He'll be 37 by the time he comes back to play. So, yeah, he'll probably retire, in a couple years as the Portland Trail Blazers. So congratulations to Dame if that's what he wanted. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, on the other side of the tracks with the Milwaukee Bucks, a lot of people are on John Horst about this was a desperate move. It was stupid. Why would you stretch Dame's contract out? Oh, now you're going to be paying Dame for another 5 years and instead of just paying him for 2. First of all, the media can miss me with acting like y'all care about the Bucks' financial situation. The only reason why the media is slamming John Horst and saying that the Bucks organization is stupid for doing this, the only reason is because they're mad because they wanted Giannis to leave the Bucks. Matter of fact, I keep hearing guys saying, "Oh, well, I don't understand. If you're the Bucks, why not just trade Giannis? If you're in this situation, why not just trade Giannis?" They want Giannis out of Milwaukee so desperately, so badly. But guess what? He's not leaving. Giannis wants to be a Buck. He's not leaving. Y'all said all this stuff the year before we won a championship. Stephen A. Smith, who's on the screen right now, literally, famously said, "If I'm Milwaukee, believe it or not, I trade Giannis." And then Max Kellerman agreed with him. Yeah, get what you can get for him. Yeah, just get what you can get for him before he leaves. All these lies that the ESPN and Fox Sports 1 have been putting out for years, trying to finesse Giannis into leaving Milwaukee. He wants to be a Buck. He already won a championship despite y'all telling him he couldn't win one in Milwaukee, right? He won. He beat y'all super team, the Nets. He beat y'all super team, ruined all the media hype job plans, ruined them. You understand? And now John Horst has done an amazing job. The GM for the Bucks has done an amazing job in this offseason. We had 7 free agents, 7. And we re-signed all of them except for the one guy, Brook Lopez, who we did not want to re-sign anyway. So it's funny to me. You can always tell when guys don't really watch the Bucks. I heard, Brian Windhorst, I think, say, well, the Bucks lost Brook Lopez, so that's going to be a loss. Like, what? Clearly you don't watch the Bucks. We wanted to get rid of Brook Lopez. Shout out to Brook Lopez. No disrespect to him. He helped us win a championship. He's been a great center for us. But Brook Lopez has been slow as Frankenstein. And I've been pushing. All last year, we need to get faster. I like the second unit with Kevin Porter Jr., Giannis, Gary Trent Jr., and them young boys. What's the boy name? What's that young boy we got? The center, backup center, Jericho Sims. You know what I'm saying? And Bobby Portis. That was a mean lineup right there. That was a mean lineup. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was Bobby or Jericho Sims in there, or I think they had Kuzma on the bench when we was winning those games in the second half of the season. But regardless of the point, is what I'm saying is, Doc said what I said. Doc said, look, we want to get faster. We as the Bucks want to get faster, right? So we made the decision to go away from Dame and to go away from Brook Lopez. That's all I've been saying. It's good to see that Doc and John Horst see what the problem is. We were extremely slow. We played like one of the oldest teams in the league. Giannis has never had the opportunity, really, since he's been in his prime, to play with a young team, fresh legs. I was so elated to see Kevin Porter Jr. out there with Giannis, this dude throwing lobs and stuff like that, getting steals, fast breaks. We're getting fast break points again. This is good. And that's what we need. And I got the Bucks. Listen, we're going to win over 50 games next year, this season. We're going to win over 50 games. I know the haters going to be like, yeah, right, man. Y'all always hate on us. I don't care. Come around hate. You know what I'm saying? Most of y'all dudes, y'all dudes living in one place, and your favorite team is somebody else, man. Everybody a Laker fan and all that stuff. Man, get up out of here. Y'all a bunch of front-running flunkies. At the end of the day, the Bucks going to win over 50 games next season. Last year, we won 48 games, and we sucked. Dame Lillard was hurt last year for a lot of games. We missed Bobby Portis for 25 games. Bobby was out because of some banned substance he took, right? So with all that being said, we still won 48 games. Still, after we're missing our 6th man of the year and missing Dame for a bunch of games. And we still won 48. This year, we're going to win over 50 games, and we're going to be top 3 in the East. We're going to be top 3 in the East. That's what I'm calling it. The Bucks going to be top 3 in the East, and we taking the East. We're going to win the East. We're going to the NBA Finals. And when we go to the NBA Finals, all you Johnny-come-latelys going to be coming around this channel, sniffing around my sack. Hey, man. Hey, 78. Hey, man, what you think the Bucks going to do? They're going to do what I said they're going to do. We'll worry about winning the championship once we get there. But I believe we're going to win the East. The East is going to be, listen, it's wide open. This is a match made in heaven for us. Look here. Indiana was our Achilles heel. Indiana then smoked us the last 2 years. Halliburton going to be out. We stole Miles Turner. We stole Miles Turner for them, right? So we got Miles Turner. Halliburton is out. Indiana got another player that they lost, I think, or is out. Then we got who else? Boston gonna be trash. Tatum gonna be out. Then they got rid of Porzingis and they got rid of my boy Jrue Holiday, right? So Boston is trash. So that's 2 teams right there that's gonna be out of the playoff chase as far as their rankings. So the only people we gotta really worry about this year is Atlanta. Atlanta gonna be much better this year, all right? I think, unless they have some type of injury or something. The Knicks gonna be a problem like always. And who else? Cleveland gonna be a problem. Let me see who else. Whatchamacallit gonna be a problem. Detroit ain't messing with us though, because Malik Beasley got his little problems going on. Detroit ain't gonna mess with us, but Detroit definitely gonna be a problem. So they're gonna be in the playoffs for sure. But the Bucks gonna be top 3, top 4 in the East, man. You know what I'm saying? The Bucks gonna be top 3, top 4 seed in the East, and then we're gonna win the East. You watch what I tell you, man. Book it. I said it first, and you ain't heard it from nowhere but right here. The Bucks gonna win the East. 78 Sports TV. Salute to the mighty LDBC. And I actually I think we're gonna have 2 All-Stars, at least 2 All-Stars this year. Giannis, of course, gonna be an All-Star, but I think we're gonna have another All-Star this year, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who's gonna step up. Is it gonna be Kevin Porter Jr.? Is it gonna be Gary Trent Jr.? Is it gonna be Miles Turner? But I think we're gonna have it might be Miles Turner. Actually, it might be Miles Turner now that I think about it.
The Damian Lillard signing for Portland is kind of incredible. Let's talk about it. It's the Hoops Nerd Show. All right, guys, this signing is really one of the most feel-good stories out there. But on top of that, it's just kind of remarkable what the Blazers have pulled off here. It's pretty amazing what has kind of transpired basically from when they traded Damian Lillard to now. So Damian Lillard is now signing with the Portland Trail Blazers after being waived by the Milwaukee Bucks. Lillard is going to make his contract with Portland, which, by the way, let's see. The contract for Lillard is going to be a $42 million contract, I believe, over 3 years. He has a no-trade clause in 27-28. To me, this is just like a feel-good contract for him. He's going to make the money from Milwaukee and Portland. It's crazy. So it's a win for Lillard. Lillard is going to be out this season as he rehabs his Achilles. And I think there were a lot of teams, including like the Utah Jazz, who probably had interest in Lillard to have him as a mentor to a young team. And, this Blazers team is on the upward trend. Their defense was phenomenal last year as it got better. Tumani Camara is just a revelation. They had a really good draft this year. I like what they do. Like, what if Hanson Yang is as good as he looks? Holy smokes. So this Blazers team is just getting better and better. You know my love for Scoot Henderson too, and I'm really excited to see what Scoot Henderson does this year. I feel like him being a little let loose and not just completely coming off the bench and having to wait his turn is just going to make him better. And I honestly, the times I watched Portland last year, I felt like they played better when he was on the floor. I just felt like he was a good distributor, a good hub with the ball from the point guard position. But we'll see. We'll see if he improves and how good he plays. But the nice thing is that someone like Scoot Henderson gets that mentorship from Damian Lillard, and the mentorship does matter. It will help. What's crazy about this is that the Portland Trail Blazers, they traded Damian Lillard. It's kind of this incredible triangle. They trade Damian Lillard to the Bucks for Jrue Holiday, who they ended up trading to the Boston Celtics. They now have Jrue Holiday back after trading for him. So after trading Damian Lillard initially for Jrue Holiday, who they traded away, they now have both Damian Lillard and Jrue Holiday. And they have like all this, they have all these players, all this infrastructure that they've built, and that guard line, I think it's a lot of fun. Damian Lillard is going to be a mentor for them, and then the following season, he'll just play. Who knows if he starts? Who knows if he comes off the bench? Whatever you need, and maybe he comes at 100%. Maybe you play him in spot minutes, and then I think the Blazers are going to be a playoff contender this year because that defense is legit, and I think that offense is going to get better. I mean, they had one of the better defenses, and they're adding Jrue Holiday. And Jrue Holiday is a little long in the tooth. He's getting older, but he's still a solid defensive player. He's not what he once was, but he's still someone that helps you defensively, doesn't take away. So this is going to be great. And, Scoot Henderson is getting mentorship from Jrue Holiday for defense, and then he's going to get mentorship from Damian Lillard for offense. So this is kind of incredible for this Blazers team. I'm really happy for Blazers fans. They got to be happy because really the thing is Damian Lillard is coming back to Portland. Shams says it's because he wants to be with his kids, which makes a ton of sense. We know that he was just not very happy in Milwaukee while he was away from his family. So he goes back, he's with his family. He gets to have the retirement tour with the Portland Trail Blazers, which I'm sure Blazers fans will love. It's just a really cool story. I'm really happy for you Blazers fans.
Elsewhere, more contract news as we go to the NBA. A rather shocking development, but cool just from the nostalgia perspective of Damian Lillard returning to his NBA home of Portland. He spent the past 2 years in Milwaukee, a disaster for Dame and the Bucks, but the first 11 of his NBA career in the Rose City. Dame is back with the Blazers on a 3-year, $42 million deal that includes a no-trade clause and a player option for the 2027-28 season. Does this change things for Portland this upcoming year? No, Dame is recovering from a ruptured Achilles that he suffered in the playoffs against the Indiana Pacers. He just turned 35 on Tuesday. Happy belated B-Day to Dame, by the way, but he is back in Portland. It's cool, DRS. It's nostalgic. But again, we kind of thought that Dame would maybe go to a surefire championship contender. The Blazers, even with some young talent, are not that.
I mean, I guess you could just equate it to this. Like, you see Milwaukee, like Giannis, like nobody's a free agent wants to go live in Milwaukee. They don't. So you got to keep your superstar happy and cut Dame Lillard and pay a ton of money to get other players, which doesn't make any sense on your roster and probably won't make you better. Portland's the same way. No superstar wants to go to Portland there. So you go, oh, well, Dame actually wants to be back here and this is going to hurt us. It sort of brings back those vibes where Kobe Bryant was in LA. Great basketball player, horrendous basketball team. But maybe he could sell a couple extra seats and be a star in the building. That's Dame. And also from a perspective of what Dame wants, Dame just doesn't care about championships, and that's okay. Like, he makes a lot of money. He can do that and continue to lose in Portland. Can have it both ways, I guess.
Listen, Kobe got 5 in LA as we make those comparisons. More on Dame later. We also, Fonseca, want to talk some NBA offseason drama. Damian Lillard signing a 3-year, $42 million deal to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. The past 2 seasons in Milwaukee, that didn't work. The first 11 years of his career, maybe the most notable Trailblazer of all time. But Fonseca, we talked about after he was released, waived, and then stretched over the final 5 or the next 5 years by the Bucks, Dame would kind of have his pick of the litter. we thought he would consider a championship contender, either this year as he recovers from a ruptured Achilles or even to start 2026, 27. So outside of the sentimental value, why did Dame choose Portland again?
Well, people have speculated whether or not this is about his personal stuff that's going on. I'm not going to get too deep into that, but I do wonder if, because there's a world where, because it doesn't make sense if you're trying to win a title, if you're Damian Lillard and you care about that, but maybe he just needs to go home and handle some business for a little while. You know what I mean? And the puzzling thing for me was the no trade clause, which also tells me if Damian Lillard wants to, now this is kind of like a half-baked conspiracy theory, but is he just going home to take care of what he has to take care of, rehab at the crib, and then after a year try to get moved to a contender and actually the team he wants, because he wanted to go to the Heat before, and then he ended up in Milwaukee and was open to going to the Nets reportedly, but ended up going to Milwaukee. So there's kind of a world where it's like, all right, let's try this again, even though I'm going to be a little bit older. I'll rehab, I'll handle what I got to handle, and then go somewhere else with my no trade clause, because I can just force myself out. I don't know if that's going to happen. Like maybe he just really loves it there and just wants to retire there. I don't think he ever wanted to leave to begin with, but it just made sense in terms of wanting to try to capitalize on what was left of his prime. And now we could all agree, like his prime is probably done. That's not to say he still can't be a really good player, though, even if he has to be relegated to a 7th, 8th man a year. But having an Achilles at this stage of your career in your mid-30s when you've been in the league for 10 plus years is tough. And I do think that like when he comes back, he could still be a really good player. I would just personally want to see it on a better team. I don't think Portland's terrible. I think they're actually going to be like pretty fun to watch. Like if you're a league pass junkie this year, they have some guys and we'll see, like seriously, like Denny Advija, Tumani Kamara, Scoot Henderson. Like we'll see what some of these guys can become. Hansen Young.
Who else? Thank you.
Who am I missing? Oh, okay. Hansen Young.
No, yeah, Mr. Handsome and Young. Yeah.
Sure. He looks like he's going to be really good potentially, even though people thought he was drafted too soon. So I think Portland could are they going to be a play-in team? I don't know, but they could be young, fun, and exciting. I don't know if that's what Damian Lillard, if he wants to win a championship, should be around right now. But again, he could rehab at home. Why not? Just why not? And then potentially even play for them at some point, and maybe they're a lot better in a year using some of the draft capital and the young guys that they have. But I don't know. We'll see.
Are we surprised, Brian, that the deal came together so quickly here? Because it's not a rush. Like, he's not going to get back on the court, let's just say in September, October, or November. Was there any thoughts? Because we were hearing like behind the scenes, like, hey, you know what? The Celtics might be interested if his rehab goes well. We can use him for a playoff push. Like, I was just surprised that I was hearing yesterday, like, oh, he might want to go back to Portland. And before you know it, within an hour, Brian, he was back in Portland.
It was 5 minutes. Zach Lowe tweeted out the rumors, and then Shams was like, all right, here's the deal. And I feel like Zach Lowe knew it was coming, but he just didn't want to go all in with it. I mean, he's like the best at what he does, but he doesn't try to break news, and he's upfront about that. So maybe he just didn't want to anyway. But I find it interesting that it was 3 years, $42 million with a player option, because what that also is a very tradable contract. And if Portland does want to quote unquote do right by him this time, they can do that. Or if he just retires there, then I don't think people are gonna be pissed off about it, because he's arguably their best player ever. It's either him or one other dude. We know who that is. And with Damian Lillard, it's just I'm not surprised at the timing, Donnie, but I just am surprised, I guess, that it is in fact Portland. But when you really think about it, it's like, okay, that makes some sense. And if I'm Damian Lillard, why not get paid this year to rehab with a team instead of just rehabbing on my own and being out of the league?
I have a dinner date that I have to go to with my lovely, lovely girlfriend. But Blazers signed Damian Lillard to a 3-year, $45 million deal. Yes, crazy news. Who would have thought Dame Dollar was heading back to Portland? And to me, I think it's interesting because now Jrue Holiday, Shane Sharp, Jeremy Grant, Tumani Kamara, Donovan Clingan, Robert Williams, Hassan Yang, already said Denny Obvious, Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson, Chris Murray, Rain Rupert, City Soko, Caleb Love, Matisse Thybulle, Damian Lillard make up the squad as of right now. And let's just read the report. It's a 3-year deal. It was first reported, I believe, by Chris Haynes. Crazy thing about, like, I know Mark. I actually know Mark very well, Chris Haynes' brother. And crazy thing about all of this is that everybody knows Chris Haynes and Mr. Damian Lillard's careers are intertwined. Used to watch games on weekday nights, end the night with a Portland Trailblazer game with sideline reporter Chris Haynes. But it's a 3-year, $45 million deal, paying him $15 million on average annual value, with him returning to Portland where he's doing his rehab. This will include a player option for the 2027 to 28 season, which really just makes maybe potentially a 2-year deal, and has a no trade clause. So if he were to be traded, he's going to have a decision where he wants to go. The 9-time All-Star was waived by the Milwaukee Bucks after tearing his Achilles during this year's playoff, and he returns to Portland where he spent 11 years of his career. He was drafted 6th overall in 2012, won Rookie of the Year, became an All-NBA player who averaged 25 points per game. And look, this past year, he only played 58 games. He was an All-Star back-to-back years. But you think about what they're building here, having this veteran presence. If he does come back, it would probably be for the playoffs. But I just think when you look at this squad, especially, let's go ahead and put the depth chart. We said it before. Right now, I really think Denny's starting. I don't know why Real GM is showing Denny coming off the bench. Jeremy Grant's going to come off the bench. Their starting lineup, more than likely including Tamani Kamara, Denny Abdia, Shane Sharp, either Scoot Henderson or Jrue Holiday. Probably Scoot Henderson. Jrue Holiday's the 6th man. Then you have Jeremy Grant, Hassan Yang, Robert Williams, Matisse Thybulle. Right, that's a good 9-man rotation. Dubrief, Hassan Yang, Rain Rubin, and Caleb Love. Like, this is a good team. And for me, seeing Dame come back, you know, the full circle, that's a cool thing to see. And the reason I say that is so many times we see these guys' careers just, not saying that they just end, but it's almost anticlimactic. This could have just been a swan song for Damian Lillard, where he just camps out. We don't see him for a year, and then he finally signs with a team. But instead, he's going to be a locker room presence, taking up a roster spot, rehabbing in the area. His kids are there, and he's going to be able to be a mentor, be in a place where he wants to be. And he actually left Portland a lot more amicable than people would assume. So this is why this whole reunion is a lot better than it would typically be in comparison to other players. And that's because he was leaving because they were going into a rebuild that he wasn't really he didn't see a part in. And I think a big part of that was the team had not done a good job of putting, you know, with where the league was. So they were not in a position to compete in the West. And I think now with the parity in the NBA, especially with how he can be a mentor to help shape this locker room, especially as young as they are, and Mr. Scoot Henderson and Jrue Holiday is another veteran there, but also having Shaden Sharp, you're putting yourselves in an opportunity to really build this team into a dark horse contender. And what, 37 of the, or 20 something, or 30 of the 37 years Paul Allen owned the team, they were playoff contenders. So I think this is an organ, especially also that they're being sold and stuff. I think this is an organization that people are kind of just counting out. But that's it. I hope you guys did enjoy. And if you guys are like me, let me hear your thoughts down below. If you guys agree, I'm super stoked to see Damian Lillard return to Portland.
Yo, so by now, we've all seen the Damian Lillard news. Damian Lillard is returning to the Portland Trail Blazers on a 3-year deal for, I believe, $48 million. Hell of a contract, right? Of course, he's going to be able to double dip because he was waived from the he was waived from the Milwaukee Bucks. So he getting money on top of money. So shout out to Dame for that. Personally, I think this is a bit of a questionable move by Damian Lillard, only for this reason. When shit got hectic in Portland, when things got hectic in Portland, you bounced. Now, Damian Lillard, he was responsible for all Portland's success. He was an incredible player, picked up the mantle after what happened with Brandon Roy, carried the torch after LaMarcus Aldridge left, Greg Oden, this everything. Dame was a consistent, he's a bona fide Hall of Famer. But to me, it's a little LeBronish. It's a little LeBronish. Because it's like, all right, y'all doing bad. I'm out. Peace. Now, they didn't send him to Miami like he wanted to. They sent him to play with arguably the best player in the NBA, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? And a lot of the reasons things didn't work out in Milwaukee is because of, Damian Lillard prior to his injury. I don't think Dame lived up to his end of the bargain in Milwaukee. So, of course, he suffers a devastating injury. Get well soon, thoughts and prayers to him. But now, Portland is on the upward trajectory. They still got Scoot Henderson. They just traded Anthony Simons to open up some more minutes for Scoot. They got Sharp. They got Grant. They got Deeney. You know what I'm saying? They just got rid of Ayton, so they got Klingon. They got Yang. You know what I'm saying? Things looking up. Things looking up for Portland. I'm not saying they're a contender or anything, and I don't think them adding Dame makes them a contender, especially since Dame isn't expected to be back this season. But I just think, like, yo, man, it do kind of seem like, you coming back home now that things looking good on this side. You saw the grass wasn't greener. Now you want to come back to death row and shine with us. That's kind of how it seems to me. So, I mean, that's just my opinion. Give me y'all thoughts. Shout out to Dame. Best wishes to him. I'm sure he's going to be working out in Portland at that Nike facility they got there, recovering. Wish him a speedy recovery. And, yeah, man, I'm out. Peace.
In news, y'all. 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers, sources tell ESPN. The deal is expected to include a player option in 2027 to 28 and a no-trade clause, a storybook reunion home for the 35-year-old. Lillard now will have a 2025-26 set salary of $70 million between his Portland and Milwaukee deals, and a salary of $141 million over the next 2 years ahead of an opt-out in 2027. Blazers officials and Aaron Goodwin of Goodwin Sports Management are finalizing terms this week. I'm shocked by this, man. Now, we all know that last season, Damian Lillard played for the Milwaukee Bucks. I think for the past 2 seasons, he was playing with Giannis, and he basically was trying to get his first NBA championship, and things just didn't work out. Obviously, he ended up getting waived in free agency this season. But I just don't understand why Damian Lillard would do this. Obviously, after this contract is up with Portland, Damian Lillard is going to retire. He's already 35 years old. So by the time he retires, he's pretty much going to be 38. And I think he's going to hang it up, man. I think he's going to go ahead and retire. I think that he really didn't like that experience in Milwaukee. Because it was the first time in his career that he actually had a real chance to really compete for a championship, especially in the Eastern Conference, which is less competitive than the Western Conference. But I thought Dame was going to go to Boston. From what I heard, Jason Tatum was recruiting Damian Lillard to go to the Boston Celtics, and I think that would have been a perfect fit. You got Damian Lillard at point guard, Jaylen Brown at shooting guard. You got Tatum at the 3. I thought that would have been a very dangerous big 3, but I guess that Damian Lillard is no longer interested in ring chasing, man. I think that he really felt some type of way that the Milwaukee Bucks waived him, and I think that after that happened, he pretty much just decided to just finish his career with the team that he started with. He became a superstar level player with the Portland Trail Blazers. Obviously, he had that game where he dropped like 70 something points. And I think Lillard I just think that he's uninterested in joining a super team and especially taking less money for it, right? He could have went to the Lakers. He could have went to, like I just said, he could have went to the Boston Celtics. He could have went to the Golden State Warriors. But in order to make that happen, he would have had to take a pay cut, right? And I guess Damian Lillard, he's securing the bag. Listen, man, you can't get mad at a guy for securing the bag, man, because at the end of the day, if he would have joined a team like the Celtics or if he would have joined a team like the Warriors or the Lakers and they didn't win, then it would have tarnished his career, man. So I respect Damian Lillard for going back to the team that he started with. That's loyalty. I don't think Dame really wanted to get traded from Portland in the first place. I feel like he was kind of forced out the same way that Carmelo Anthony was forced out of the New York Knicks. And I think that Dame is going to be happy being back with the Trailblazers. And, I damn sure don't think they're going to win a championship. That's not going to happen. But this is very shocking, man. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section. Like, I didn't see this happening, bro. I don't think this makes any sense. I really thought that Dame was gonna try to spend his final years in the league, giving himself the best chance to compete for a championship. And the fact that he was being recruited to go to the Celtics, I'm pretty sure LeBron James was recruiting him to go to the Lakers. Well, probably not, because LeBron's pretty much walking out of the Lakers. But we did hear that Golden State was interested in signing Dame. And out of all the teams that he could have went to, this guy's going back to Portland, man. So, I guess his family still lives in Portland, and I guess he just wants to finish his career with the team that he started with, man. But I'm very disappointed to hear this news because Portland is not one of the top teams in the West. Now, obviously, maybe they're going to try to make some moves, so by the time Dame comes back next season, because he's not going to play this season, maybe by the time that Dame comes back next season from that Achilles tear, maybe they'll make some moves. That maybe they can recruit somebody else to go to the Portland Trailblazers. We all know Nikola Jokic is going to be a free agent after this season. Maybe Dame can recruit Nikola Jokic to play. Maybe Dame can recruit Jokic to play for the Trailblazers when he comes back. You never know, man. But I'm surprised, man. I don't like this move. I think this was stupid. And I just think Dame should have went to either the Miami Heat or the Boston Celtics, man. But let me know what you guys think about this, man. Damian Lillard is back to the Portland Trailblazers on a 3-year, $42 million deal. He secured the bag. And let's be honest, Portland probably offered Dame the most money out of everybody. And I think that's what really convinced him to go back, right? He had a great time with the Portland Trailblazers. He competed, right? Even though he didn't go to the finals, he competed, right? He got to the Western Conference Finals and fell short, I think, once or twice. But Dame secured the bag, bro. This was a money move, bro. This has nothing to do with, Dame ring chasing. Dame just wanted to secure the bag and finish with the team that he started with, man. So it's your boy Wavy. Make sure y'all subscribe, thumbs up. Let me know what y'all think about this, man. I'm gonna be looking at the comments. I really want to know, what do y'all think about this move for Dame Lillard, man? I'm out.
This is breaking news.
Chance to send the Thunder home. Lillard, long range three, and it's good at the buzzer. Damian Lillard, are you kidding me?
It's about Dame time. 9-time All-Star Damian Lillard returning to Rip City. It's a storybook ending for the 35-year-old who was drafted by the team in 2012. Lillard spent 11 seasons with the team before being traded in 2023 to the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks waived him a couple weeks ago. That breaking news came in around 2 this afternoon, sending shockwaves through the league and our newsroom.
KATU Sports Director Tyree Smith joins us now to break down the deal. I know our newsroom was pretty excited about this deal, but you give us your take. Is this the right move?
I heard him coming in.
I was ecstatic coming in. I mean, to be honest, folks, yes, I do. I think this is the right time. I mean, has a reunion ever felt so sweet? You talk about what was happening in 2023, and for it all to come full circle now in 2025. And just within the last 30 minutes, actually, Lillard posted this video on his social media, and it shows the Blazers locker room. And then he scans through the different players, including some Jeremy Grant, new pick, Jan Hansen, Caleb Love, Donovan Clingan, and it lands on his old friendly shot with number 0 jersey hanging up. And it ends with the card saying together again. Now, folks, I got to talk to a little bit about these details. ESPN insider Shams Charania reports the 9-time All-Star will sign a 3-year, $42 million contract. The deal is expected to include a player option in 2027, 2028, and there's no trade clause. According to Shams, Lillard will now have a 2025-2026 set salary of $70 million between Portland and his Milwaukee deals, and a salary of $141 million over over the next 2 years and have the opt-out in 2027. Sources say that both general manager Joe Cronin and head coach Chauncey Billups had multiple meetings with Dame before this deal was officially made. Lillard will use the upcoming season to rehab a torn Achilles tendon. And then you were thinking, it was all the talk of when the Milwaukee Bucks waived Dame, where was he going to go? Was he going to take a year off? And I guess in a way, he is taking a year off, but at least we'll know now after that year off, he'll be playing right back here at the Motor Center.
What a big week for Portland basketball fans.
Motor Center is on fire. The sales are up. I'm sure Damian Lillard Toyota is going to be crazy. This is great stuff around here in Portland. And if you're a basketball fan here, I'm sure you're just buying jerseys out the wazoo.
My jersey's now no longer a former Blazer.
Oh, you got the Dame jersey now.
That's true.
All right, you got to wear it to next games.
Well, let's find out what our viewers think about this. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. Weigh in. How do you feel about Damian Lillard returning to the Blazers? Do you think it's great for the franchise? Obviously, that's 64% of the viewers are saying that's what I want. He should have signed elsewhere. That's 21%. He should retire. And again, you can scan the QR code to vote. You can also vote on our website at KATU.com.
For the record, the only correct answer is the top one.
Yeah.
We'll continue to cover Dame's return to Portland throughout the evening. We're working to get reaction from fans and the team tonight. Keep it here on K2 for the very latest.
But first, we have breaking news here. 4 sources tell ESPN that 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. This comes after the Milwaukee Bucks waived Lillard earlier this month, clearing the way for him to sign anywhere as a free agent. Let's bring in our Evan Watson with the details on this deal. Evan, very exciting news for a lot of people out there. So what do we know so far?
Sure, Christine. It's a homecoming for Lillard, the Blazers fan favorite and franchise icon. After 2 years away, he returns to the team that drafted him in 2012. Even after he was traded to Milwaukee, Lillard said his goal was to return to the Blazers before retiring. Well, this move comes sooner than many would have expected. Lillard tore his Achilles during a playoff game this spring, so he's expected to miss most, if not all, of the upcoming season with his recovery. That played a role with the Bucks letting him go. But the Blazers and Lillard saw it as an opportunity to get back together. The 3-year deal includes a player option on the last season, according to ESPN. Dame has a home in Portland and his children live here, major factors in the reunion, according to reports. And in case you want extra confirmation, within the hour, Lillard shared this on his own social media account. The video shows a scroll through jerseys in the Blazers locker room, ending with Lillard's trademark 0 and signed "Together Again." So in the end, after all these dealings, the Blazers traded Lillard for point guard Jrue Holiday and other assets. They then traded Jrue Holiday for other players and assets. And ultimately, for this upcoming season, ended back up with Lillard, Holiday, starters Deni Avdija and Toumani Camara, and future draft picks, all for the cost of Anthony Simons and 2 rebuilding seasons. So it is once again Dame time in Portland. Christine?
Yeah, Dame time coming much sooner than ever anticipated, I think. Okay, thank you so much, Evan.
Home is certainly where the heart is, and it's where Dame will rehab from tearing his Achilles during the most recent playoff run with Milwaukee. The Bucks waived the 35-year-old earlier this month. Lillard himself took to his social channels to post a video of his locker and the Blazers with the text of "Rip City." Together again. That was about an hour ago. ESPN reporting Dame and the Blazers are nearing an agreement on a 3-year, $42 million free agent contract to bring the 9-time All-Star back home to where his family and 3 kids still live. Milwaukee will be paying Dame the remaining $113 million on his deal. So while rehabbing that left Achilles, which he had surgery on in May, Lillard will be paid this year by both Milwaukee and Portland. The injury will likely keep him out of all this upcoming season. The reported deal to return to Portland is expected to include a player option in 27 and a no-trade clause. So after 2 years in Wisconsin and 2 first-round playoff exits, Dollar returns to perhaps close out a pro career where he spent his first 11 NBA seasons. He wanted to chase a title. Blazers weren't close to winning. No one was real happy. Some fences needed to be mended, though, between Dame and management to make this a possibility for the franchise leader in points, assists, and 3-pointers to be back to where he was once beloved and belonged before. This is the original move with Milwaukee. We can chalk up a big win to Blazers general manager Joe Cronin. Jrue Holiday is here again, plus Denny Avdija, Toumani Camara, Robert Williams, and a first-round pick in 2029. All eventually came to Portland via that mega swap. Now his veteran presence will be around for the team facility and the community, which, of course, he did so much for on and off the floor. And by the time Lillard gets healthy enough to get returned to play for the 26-27 NBA season, could the Blazers have new ownership? The franchise is up for sale, and that might be when they're ready to win big, too. Blazer fans can only hope both of those dreams certainly come true. Wow, what a day. It's actually happening. Live in studio, Nick Krupke, Fox of Oregon.
Listen. We got breaking news to discuss involving Dame Lillard. This is breaking right now. Fresh off the press, I can't believe that the Portland Trail Blazers have brought back Damian Lillard. I mean, I guess at some point you just got to go on home. I guess Dame is going to finish his career off. I don't blame him. I mean, it clearly, the way the landscape is, you just go back home. I mean, finish your career there, mentor Scoot Henderson. Maybe a championship isn't in his cards, but the 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. Sources tell that the deal is expected to include a player option in the 2027-28 and a no-trade clause, a storybook reunion for the 35-year-old. So this is big time, for the Portland Trail Blazers. It was just seconds ago that rumors came out that basically LeBron was the only one with the no trade clause. Clearly, you see now things have changed, in that front. Damian Lillard joins LeBron James as, that big time, just big acquisition. What I will tell you is this: Damian Lillard going back to Portland, I think that they're not going to win anything. Obviously, you got Scoot Henderson there. You got a nice crop of young talent, but I just don't see, I just don't see it. Damian Lillard, like I said, I'm going to go back to it. We'll have a 2025-26 set salary of $70 million between his Portland and Milwaukee deals, and a salary of $141 million over the next 2 years ahead of an opt-out in 2027. This is what all of the people are reporting. So Dame is really getting the bag. You remember when he said he about to hit the jackpot, he called this the jackpot. So clearly he never wanted to go to the Milwaukee Bucks. We all know he wanted to go to Miami to play with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler, we know right now, he is all the way in Golden State. He's not even in Miami. So that option for Miami clearly would have never been a long-term, solution. But for whatever reason it is what it is. The Milwaukee Bucks have turned in the direction of Miles Turner in this free agency. They had their back against the wall. You had Giannis flirting around like he was ready to leave and this and that. That was a big problem, So Lillard right now, he is recovering from that torn left Achilles, but he'll be back. And I like what they're doing. He'll rehab in Portland. That's home at the end of the day. He just did a pit stop up there where basically he just had a pit stop. That's all that was, a pit stop, ladies and gentlemen. So now he's headed back. Chauncey Billups is there. Clearly he liked something that was there. I don't know what it was, but now you got Dame coming back in a different role. I think Dame now, he's not coming back to be the Dame that he was prior to leaving. And that's another thing. Dame has a big shadow. But I do see with that opt-out and the no trade clause, that gives him some wiggle room, especially with that opt-out. He could possibly look to go for a championship still if the opportunity presents itself. He does have an out. And that's around the time where maybe he'll be right back healthy, right back for the full swing of things. Because you got to think when he gets back, it's still going to be some minutes restrictions. It's still going to be a lot of different things. So I'm pretty sure he's comfortable with these Portland doctors and trainers and everything. I mean, it's just time to go home. I remember there was reports that he possibly was going to go to Boston. to rehab with Jason Tatum and company, but obviously the door didn't materialize. Boston is just moving in a complete different direction. You got Anthony Simons there, his old running mate. So that would have never been a bad look if Dame elected to go there, especially when they have a superstar, who is dealing with the same situation that he is. So that would have been really a shoe-in for me. I thought Dame should have went there. But pardon me, the Portland Trailblazers, we all know their record is just, like I said, it's just crazy. How far are they from even competing in the Western Conference? I mean, that's beyond me, at this point. They got a long road ahead of them, especially when you have all of these heavyweights that's out there in the Western Conference. I mean, it's nothing easy out west, nothing easy at all. So I mean, this is some serious stuff, y'all. I can't believe that we even bringing this news to you right now. The Portland Trailblazers, have stepped it up. So give them major props. So this is an upgrade for him. Obviously he's not going to play right away, but when you talk about having Dame on that bench, I mean, that's big time. That's what you want. That's what you need. I'm telling you, Dame is going to work wonders for this basketball team just by being back alone. And we all know Dame, the ticket sales. Could you imagine his first game back in Portland? I mean, this is just going to be a movie. I like Portland. I'm going to keep it real with you. They took Carmelo Anthony in. Carmelo had a rough little ride. And before you knew it, you seen that basically Carmelo still had it. And then he had it with the Portland Trailblazers. So clearly I really like what happened there. I just got to keep it real with you. I like the way Portland brought in Carmelo when everybody turned their back on him. So I'll never forget Portland for that. And I think that Dame, he was loved. He didn't want to leave. He got pushed out. And they haven't gone anywhere. Who's to say that Scoot is going to do anything? Why not give Damian Lillard the opportunity to mentor Scoot? Because he never got an opportunity to even get in touch with Scoot when he first got here and Scoot got drafted. I don't believe he even tried to reach out to him like that. It wasn't much, so I think now they're going to get off to a better situation. We're going to see it firsthand, y'all. Shout out to the Portland Trailblazers again. I want to know how far off are they in the Western Conference, because they got to jump around some teams, man. They got some hula hoops to get through. Obviously, you got the Pelicans, you got the Spurs, you got the Utah Jazz. All of these teams are going to be looking to do the same things that Portland is trying to do. So they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do. This is a different basketball team that Damian Lillard is walking into. This is not the Dame and CJ crew. We're talking about Denny Avdija. We got this new kid, Yang Hansen. This dude is the truth. I'm about to start talking about Yang Hansen. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. You got Donovan Clingan. So you got some different pieces here. You got Shaedon Sharpe. So, I mean, he's familiar with him. Dame going to play with Jrue Holiday. Going to be alongside of Holiday. You got Grant. So there's some people here that he's going to be able to look and say, oh, I remember you. And we'll see.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Little Rusty Bucket. Subscribe to the channel and drop a like on this video. Actually, wait. I think we're like right there. 29,933. I'm trying to hit 30K subscribers, so if you have not already, please subscribe to the channel. As you have noticed probably lately, we are pumping out a lot of content, including reacting to stuff that otherwise would not get a video on the Rusty Buckets channel, including this one, which is Damian Lillard is signing with the Portland Trailblazers. Also, I apologize if this footage is choppy. I'm recording from my own laptop, which we have not done in quite a while, so I don't really know what's up with the settings. The Portland Trailblazers were the option for Damian Lillard that I think made the most sense. Obviously, has the previously established history there. It's an environment he'll be more comfortable in. It's a place where he probably knows a good amount of the staff, even still after 2 years really gone. So there's a connection there. There's a relationship there. And then I also think that this makes sense for what Portland is aiming to do, where Scoot Henderson is clearly someone who they're banking on to be quite a big deal. They clearly have a good amount of belief in him because with this addition of Damian Lillard, with Jrue Holiday also being present, it's pretty clear they're trying to do their best to put the best possible mentors around him. And I can't think of something much better than the best not the best, but one of the best offensive guards of the last decade and one of the best defensive guards of the last decade. That is truly great company to put around your star guard. And while I do think people have the tendency to overinvest in this idea of veteran leadership and all that, because it's certainly not necessarily all that needed, as proved by the championship that we just saw go down. But for a team that is trying to go from that, the Blazers were pretty solid last year, but a team that's not very good into being a playoff team, veterans make all the difference. Jrue Holiday will have the on-the-court impact, but Damian Lillard after this next year, even if he just ends up being a pretty good, like a 20-point-per-game guy, like 70% of what he was beforehand, but like still a guy who scores 18, 20 on good efficiency, still a pretty good playmaker, still a great three-point shooter and all that, you would have, if Jrue Holiday sticks around for the longer term, him, Scoot, and Damian Lillard. You pretty much always have a good ball handling option on the floor, though Jrue Holiday has definitely lost a good amount of his off the dribble juice. As your third option for a ball handler, you're in a pretty good position with him as that choice. So I like this move a lot for Portland. It is a decent bit more money than I would have expected. I'm guessing this is basically the mid-level exception, but of course Damian Lillard is also making a shitload of money from getting waived. So I imagine that is factoring into this, but his injury is also factoring into this. What is the amount? 3-year, $42 million. Yeah, that's like, what is, let's do math real quick. I'm really bad at it. $14 million a year. Yeah, that's the mid-level. So I guess they just gave him the mid-level exception. That makes sense to me. I think it is worth doing. I think a roster spot is really not, like, there's not a player that I think they could have signed for this amount of money that is really going to swing things too dramatically. There are still good free agents available, but not a lot of them that would go for $14 million. And for a team that's also so young, I think it's perfectly fine to sacrifice a roster spot for 1 year for what Damian Lillard could possibly be when he comes back from injury. Now, that's not a guarantee. I think because we've seen players recover from Achilles so well lately, we're like so confident that that's gonna happen every time now. But especially with an older player in Damian Lillard, and I don't think Damian is like made of glass, but he certainly didn't have a super great health track record. If I'm not mistaken, at the very least, he's had years where he missed a lot of time. Let me confirm that. Maybe now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm less confident in it. Yeah, he's had some 60-game seasons. He played 29 games in 2022, 58 and 23, 58 last year. Yeah, so in more recent years, at first started off an Ironman, 82 games every single year for his first 3 years, and then 73 to 80 for the next ones after that. But you're getting into the 60s, 20s, and 50s. So Damian Lillard has had his injury issues. I believe he's specifically had some lower body injury issues, which is not ideal. So not a guarantee that he's going to come back as an all-star level player, but at the worst, unless he's truly disastrous, but more likely than not, maybe not the worst is the right way to, but like a realistic but also mildly optimistic outcome would be that he's a good player. He's a good backup, like a guy who will score 15 points per game off of the bench. And obviously that is also going to help like the environment and the culture in Portland. I think this is a great marriage of the old and the new, because Dame is at a stage in his career where he needs the young guys to help uplift him because he's an older vet, doesn't have a whole lot of time to compete for a championship, but there's also enough young talent in Portland. They can be a pretty good damn team. Like, especially if Scoot Henderson takes any kind of leap. I'm also big on Shaedon Sharpe. Donovan Klingon's really good. I like the guy they just drafted, Hanson Yang. I don't know who ends up winning as the center there, but there's certainly interesting stuff happening at that position. Denny Avdia, I take a shot at every time because he is a former IDF soldier, but and he still supports Israel very staunchly. But regardless of all of that, he is a good basketball player. Very like, kind of reminds me of Nick Batum at like the end of his Portland tenure when he took on more point forward stuff. So good team. I think they could be a possible play-in team next year because they were a respectable basketball team. They kind of went through these ebbs and flows where there's periods where they actually look quite good, and then they go back to being one of the worst teams in the Western Conference. But it is also an incredibly powerful Western Conference. I honestly feel like I think it would be reasonable to say that the Portland Trail Blazers could theoretically be a playoff team, could have been a playoff team last year in the Eastern Conference if they faced lesser competition. I don't think their record would have qualified them, but they probably would have had a better record if they were in the East. Anyways, I like this. I think it's good for Dame. I think it's good for Portland. I think it's cool that you got him on like a longer term deal. I'm sure that feels good for Damian Lillard to have this more security. Not that he doesn't have the money in the banks, but I don't know. That stuff is important to people. Like, it's a good compromising amount of money to where he's still, if he is at the end of that deal, he's like, what, 37? He could still get a decent payday better than that, because by then people are going to be making fucking $85 million a year deals and shit like that. But yeah, the Portland Trail Blazers, I don't think this does much to make them better this year. The on the court impact will be non-existent, but the off-court stuff, basically more or less being an assistant coach and a mentor on the sidelines, I do think that would go a good bit far. I also think, like, in the long term, let's just say theoretically this really works out. Damian Lillard is playing at like a near star level, at least all-star level, probably off of the bench as a sixth man, or maybe you're in a backcourt situation. I don't know how the defense would look with all that, but like, say the Blazers were to build a championship level team in 3 years, would be a hell of a Cinderella story, a hell of a way to end your career, especially after like the years and years of fighting from people, including myself, wanting him to get out of Portland for his own betterment. The funny thing about that is Portland was better for Damian Lillard leaving because they were worse. They got good players. They got good draft picks. Again, Scoot Henderson, not exactly a guaranteed hit yet, but he has still got plenty of upside, still plenty of reason to believe in his ability to be a star point guard one day. This break from having Dame on the team allowed them to build a core of young players that have a lot of upside. Klingon, Denny, Sharp, Scoot, all of those guys. You could convince me, Hansen as well. I've liked what I've seen from him. I know much less about him because he hasn't actually touched an NBA floor. There's a lot of good stuff here. Oh, I didn't even mention Kamara. Tumani Kamara. Am I pronouncing that wrong? I apologize if I am. It's cool. I like it. Good story. Better than a lot of the other possible outcomes.
Miami Heat Nation, what is going on? So in today's video, we got tons of Miami Heat news coming out today. You guys are definitely going to want to stick around. And also, we do got some breaking news, and very unfortunate for the Miami Heat. But before we do start today's video, if you guys enjoy Miami Heat content, we do upload every single day. Our goal this year is to upload for 365 days, and I couldn't do it without you guys. So I just want to say I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Continue to keep liking, sharing, subscribing. And let's get back in today's video. So it just got reported literally like 5 minutes ago that 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. Sources tell ESPN a deal is expected to include a player option for the 2027-2028 season and a no-trade clause. This is a storybook reunion home for the 35-year-old. Now, I knew it was very, very slim that the Miami Heat land Damian Lillard, but I'm low-key kind of like feeling the type of way because it's like, Lillard, I know you're 35 years old, you're coming off an Achilles injury, but don't you want to win a championship? Like, this tells me that he's done. Like, there's no more ring chasing. I just want to retire in Portland and call it a career. That's all it really tells me, because Portland is not in any type of direction of competing in a tough Western Conference. And also, when you look at Portland, it's like Dame Lillard, Jrue Holiday, Scoot Henderson. Like, how is that going to work out? Is this going to affect Scoot Henderson's playing time? Like, it's just a lot to it. I'm just, like, shocked about it. But, hey, it is what it is. The Miami Heat could never win the Damian Lillard sweepstakes at all, and it's just move on from it.